Chapter 227, Xiao Sky Palace. Everyone was flabbergasted. Could it be that the fallen god had returned? How could the sentence "friends, please halt" be more effective than the ancient one? It actually made a group of people come back. This poor Taoist don't have evil intentions. I am inviting everyone to the Terra Empire's Sky Palace because of my orders. We need the mental power of numerous practitioners to unseal the ancestor god's palace. Fallen god. Regardless of whether he was Saigon Bao himself or his descendant Sengsabo, everyone unanimously felt they couldn't get along with him. Just looking at his feeble appearance, they were sure that nothing good would happen if they get acquainted with him. Many people wanted to run away, but for some reason, they were unable to take one step away after he uttered "friends, please halt." At first, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. However, the instant his secret art was executed, he became clear-headed again. He profoundly knew that this Taoist priest before him was very incredible. He's absolutely not an average person. However, even after Xiao Chen regained control of himself, he did not leave and continued to follow everyone. The fallen god formed a seal with his hands and muttered to himself. After that, he suddenly shouted, "Earth wine." Everyone felt their body sway for an instant before they sunk into the ground. A yellow radiance flickered around their body as they were pushed forward with extreme speed. It was as if they were passing through a spacetime tunnel. The earth wine technique was not a special divine ability, many Historia-level practitioners could learn it. However, using it to take along 100+ people? Now that's a little scary. Only after advancing like this for a day did everyone finally return to the surface. At the moment, they were already within the borders of Terra Empire. This was a vast prairie. As far as the eyes could see, it was verdant and lush. The earth was brimming with thriving vitality. At present, there were no less than 10,000 practitioners gathered on the grassland. And in the sky, a palace was floating there, with multicolored lights and clouds lingering all over it. It was precisely this sky palace that caused many practitioners to gather from all over the mainland these past 3 years. Dragonslayer, Demon Sealing Club, Sacrificial Altar, Immortal Tree, such ancient treasures were excavated one after the other. Dozens of these unusual treasures had already been taken away by powerful practitioners. Since then, nobody was able to excavate anything else. Nobody was able to break into the centermost area of the ancient palace. Even the people on the ground were able to see it. Millions upon millions of starlight was condensed over there. It was brightly lit and resplendent. The fallen god disappeared after bringing everyone here. There were numerous people on the prairie. The overwhelming majority of them couldn't fly, they were only here to watch. And in the sky, there were just as many humanoid figures. Not only was there human race, there were also many other different races. A dozen or more fallen angels with black wings were present. Black clouds lingered on their body as they were flying quietly in one corner. They swept their eyes coldly over the sky palace above. And on the other side, there were 7 to 8 huge monsters. They were actually 10-meter-long winged dragons. The scales all over their body were glittering. The brilliant radiance and oozing dragon chi gave tremendous pressure to those in the surroundings. A little in front of them were 3 imposing primal beasts. Even if they were just standing on the ground, everyone felt a huge pressure on them. Not many people could recognize their identity, but those who recognized them were incomparably shocked. There was a huge monster about 100 feet long, shaped like a ravenous wolf. Its whole body was covered in black scales, with bloody mist lingering on it. Some aged practitioners recognized it. That was actually the legendary Yazi. Yazi, it would return favors to whoever it owed. Yazi, it would take revenge on whoever offended it. The victim would inevitably be killed. Because of that, its figure was frequently carved on weapons. Beside it was a 90-meter-long primal beast, shaped like a vigorous lion with smoke surrounding it. Its entire body was covered in thick scales. This primal beast had also been recognized by people. It was actually the legendary Swanni. Its figure was commonly carved on incense burners. And beside them was a 10-foot-long primal beast with a dragon head, horse-like body, and scaled feet. It looked like a lion with thick, white scales all over. The majority were able to recognize this vicious beast. It was actually the legendary Pishio, also named Tianlu or Bixie. It was usually carved as a jade pendant and worn on the body to bring good luck. Yazi, Swanni, and Pishio were primal beasts of legends. Their origin was greater than anyone could imagine. They rarely showed up in the mundane world. There were even people who claimed they were the child of the ancestral dragon, that they were the offsprings between the ancestral dragon and their races. Since it was capable of making such powerful primal beasts show themselves, that was enough to prove that the rumor was true. It was extremely possible that this sky palace really belonged to the ancestor god Yukashi. I suspect the Yazi, Swanni, and Pisho before us are actually the dragon children mentioned in the legend. They are most likely their descendant. How would you know? Stop speaking nonsense. As a huge pressure pressed down from the sky, everyone who was discussing it in whispers immediately shut their trap. And further away, there were still some huge monsters flying over. They were wrapped in dark clouds as they flew over. It was hard to make out their appearance, the only thing they knew was that they were not humans. It was very obvious that they had the ability to transform into human, but they didn't do it. Those who dared to come here were definitely super powerful beasts. Some of them might even be a great demon from ancient times. Divine light flickered as the bright flame illuminated the area. Xiao Chen saw an acquaintance. It was actually that multicolored phoenix. It was that phoenix girl he had encountered in the southern wasteland. And beside her was a cute little phoenix. He was following her while flying unsteadily. They did not approach at all and only stayed in the distance. Clearly, they did not come to fight over the treasure. Xiao Chen guessed the most likely case was that the phoenix girl wanted the little phoenix to gain some knowledge. Perhaps it was due to the phoenix feather. The phoenix girl sensed something and gazed in Xiao Chen's direction with its beautiful pair of eyes. She lightly nodded her head and a voice resounded in Xiao Chen's head at the same time. I already know about the events that took place in Celestial City. They actually dared to disrespect my divine feather. I will give you a hand this once, some other day. After saying this, the phoenix girl brought the unsteady little phoenix to fly towards the side. Although there were many different tribes, none of them got too close. It seemed like they did not want to fight over the treasures and risk their lives. Those who got really close to the Sky Palace were only some humans, many of them being the Taoist and Buddhist monks. Naturally, most of them were laypersons. There were even some who looked like generals, riding on flying horses in the sky. Only that, due to the distance and the sheer amount of people, it was hard to make out their visage. Oh my god. I just heard that the undying demon king of the southern wasteland also went up. That is indeed a ferocious character. He hadn't shown himself in the mundane world for a millennia already. You just knew? Even the indifferent Zhang Sanfeng himself has already been alerted and flown up there already. Could that really be ancestor god Yukashi's sky palace? Otherwise, how would so many important figures be alarmed to move? Just now, I had personally seen Buddha Dipankara fly up there. I'm absolutely sure, he looked exactly the same as the statue in the temples. Several tens of thousands of practitioners were discussing spiritedly below. This was definitely a rare opportunity. Many distinguished figures of legends had appeared in the flesh. Quick, look over there. Who is that Taoist that just flew over? I don't know. What is that thing in his hand? It's shiny. Could it be the legendary talisman of origin? Just when everyone was discussing, a practitioner carrying a square insignia flew over with a few people, as if he was the mediator of an immortal. My god, why do I feel like I have seen the insignia in that Taoist's hand before? It looks like the fearfully versus insignia that appeared in the ancient battlefield. It looks exactly as it was described in legend. As the red clouds glinted, another group of practitioners flew over there. 3 hours later, the sky was already filled to the brim. Just at this time, dazzling radiance pierced through the sky as 5 streaks of divine radiance illuminated the horizon. It was directly pressing on towards the Sky Palace. Even the experts who were flying in the sky had no choice but to fall back and make a path for him. A super fierce character arrived at last. Could it be Sen? Hush! Are you tired of living? You even dared to mention this man's name? Xiao Chen knew that definitely signified the arrival of Sengen. He had previously seen this awesome man in the underworld. Just when the quintet-colored divine radiance settled in the sky, another 7 streaks of light flew over from the distance. They illuminated the entire sky like a rainbow. Holy crap, could that be the legendary Selvagem tree? Are you really tired of living? Just shut your trap. Hush. Say no more than this. The lord who dominates the quintet light and the master of Selvagem tree are old enemies. As expected, Sengen let out a cold snort as he flew over while handling the quintet light. It immediately caused everyone to feel as if their heart was hit by a thunderclap. When Xiao Chen saw the Selvagem tree for the first time, he immediately thought of the rainbow sacred tree in his very own body. They were similarly 7-colored, but their essences were fundamentally different. The master was unknown, but if he had the treasured tree, that was sufficient to prove his identity as an illustrious figure. He was a true expert that could make all-powerful warriors withdraw. At last, nobody had any more doubt that this sky palace was really the temple left behind by Yukashi. Otherwise it was impossible for these kind of law-breaking figures to show up. We've gathered enough mental power, let's begin. The drawn-out voice, nobody knew who it came from, spread out in the heavens and earth. The voice was so dignified and solemn. Everyone felt as if their spiritual power was charging into the sky. It didn't depend on the intensity of their spiritual power, but rather the amount of their desires. This was the crucial point of breaking the seal placed on Ancestral God's Sky Palace. A pure and holy radiance charged into the Sky Palace like an inverted Milky Way. The rumbling sound spreading across the horizon sounded as if a huge door was opening. Just at this time, divine light flashed in the sky as the majority of the practitioners rushed into the Sky Palace simultaneously. One man riding a flying horse, with no weapon in hand, but the baleful aura released by him pierced through the sky. The dazzling quintet light that was reputed to be unstoppable rushed into the ancient palace in the first moments. There was even a huge butterfly which elegantly appeared in front of the Sky Palace from a distorted space. And that selvagem tree even crossed space, appearing directly in front of the hall, and unleashed 7 glaring radiance. And just at this very moment, from high above the sky, 4 huge swords fell towards the ground abruptly. The murderous aura filled the entire sky as 4 god-slaying swords split through the air. The omnipotent power was as boundless as a huge ocean, it was grandiose and engulfed everything as they swept down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, 5 Big Shot. Tong Tian, a name feared by all deities, possessor of 4 god-slaying swords. Right now, Tong Tian's 4 god-slaying swords were actually falling from the sky. It caused everyone in the sky to turn pale. The 4 god-slaying swords, Ranga, Matar, Sint, and Geist, were 1 kilometer long and fell down like 4 huge mountains. The unmatched sword chi directly shattered the void. At #%Yuan. Tong Tian has gone crazy. The powerful practitioners, in the first moments, ran away. They ran as if their lives were dependent on it. The might of these 4 swords shook the heaven and earth, only a few were capable of receiving the brunt of the attack. If they wanted to survive, they could only choose to run. However, the majority of the people did not even have the capability to get out from the range of the 4 god-slaying swords. They could only die in vain. The powerful force caused many ordinary practitioners on the prairie to lose strength in their limbs. The 4 god-slaying swords shattered the space in the sky as if they wanted to turn that space into nothingness. However, out of everyone's expectation, the blood-painted scene did not occur. Tong Tian's 4 god-slaying swords did not cut into anyone, and it was controlled with perfect precision. The only thing it crushed was ancestor god Yukashi's Sky Palace. The Sky Palace that stood tall for 3 years was turned into ruins at this very moment. The debris fell to the ground unceasingly along with the rumbling sound. To be this disrespectful towards the Sky Palace of the ancestor god, only Tong Tian was able to do it. Even if the others were here for a treasure hunt, they also wouldn't dare to act this unrestrained. Regarding this, nobody dared to say anything. It was a well-known fact that Tong Tian was disrespectful towards the heaven and earth, the only one he respected was himself. During the distant past, he had even challenged ancestor god Yukashi, so such an action was well within expectation. The 4 god-slaying swords quickly shrank in size as they continued to bore through the debris in the sky. Without a doubt, he wanted to plunder the ancestor god's exotic treasures. However, not everyone was afraid of Tong Tian. There was a butterfly dancing lightly in the ruins. It was not fearful of Tong Tian's god-slaying swords and flew around the ruins as if it was dancing above a cluster of flowers. At the same time, the selvagem tree soared into the sky and entered the ruins. Sengin transformed into 5 streaks of lights as he rushed over. There were many people on the field, but nobody dared to approach. Those who entered the ruins were figures of legend. They were madmen that would kill anyone in their path once angered. To go and scuffle with them was tantamount to courting one's own death. It was as clear as day that Tong Tian already knew what kind of treasure was sealed in Yukashi's Sky Palace. Without stopping, the 4 swords flew across the ruins. The swords and blades many people regarded as treasures transformed into clouds of dust under the pressure of the god-slaying swords. Suddenly, a sonorous tink sound echoed in the ruins. The Sint sword bumped into an object, but it didn't get destroyed from the impact. On the contrary, the sword was trembling. The other 3 swords immediately flew over and surrounded the object. They wanted to take it with them and fly away at this point. That was a simple and crude stone dagger. If one didn't scan it carefully, they couldn't even tell it was a dagger. It was only a little more than half a foot long. It looked like a knife, yet it was not a knife. It looked like a double-edged sword, yet it was not a sword. It looked strikingly like a crude stone tool used by the Stone Age people. There was not even the slightest bit of fluctuation. Even if Tong Tian knew what kind of treasure was sealed at this place, he couldn't sense where it was hidden either, so he had to use the god-slaying swords to search all over the ruins. The Selvagem tree was glaring like a tiger watching his prey all alone. Seeing that Tong Tian's 4 swords had found the stone dagger, it transformed into a streak of rainbow and swept over there to snatch the stone dagger. The 4 god-slaying swords shook violently as the formless swordchi soared towards the Selvagem tree. The Selvagem tree shifted from left to right continuously and resisted the swordchi, then it pushed in from the flank. From the opposite side, 5 divine light moved simultaneously as Sengen flew over. However, with a violent strike from the Mutar sword, his quintet light shattered immediately. Even Sengen's real body was narrowly revealed. On the other side, a butterfly lightly flapped its wings. It broke through the swordchi of Ranga sword and avoided the tip of Sin sword. It actually broke through the attack of 2 swords. This unforeseen event made all the spectators gobsmacked. Just where did this butterfly come from? It actually received 2 strikes from skybound Tong Tian. Its strength was unfathomable. In the distant sky, the 3 primal beasts, Yazi, Swanni, and Pisho each exposed a shocked expression. The bloodthirsty Yazi said, "There is actually someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Tong Tian." Swanni's eyes glinted with divine light as it said, "If you are aware of its origin, you wouldn't have been this surprised. That butterfly is Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzi, selfless, non-achiever, nameless, free and unfettered." Although he reached enlightenment comparatively late, people believed he was possibly one of the men who could reach the same realm as the ancestor gods. To forget oneself, to forget everything, to seek freedom, he was a free and unfettered hermit. Although only half of his teachings had been spread across the generations, it still had a tremendous impact on the world of martial arts. Zhuangzi was out of this world, he had genuinely accomplished oneness of heaven and humanity. If just by comparing spiritual power, he might be the closest to the ancestor god. He had already achieved the spiritual level of oneness with heaven and earth, oneness with all living things. On the prairie, Xiao Chen was very excited. If he had truly admired anyone before, then that person was certainly Zhuangzi. The ideology he constructed was absolutely world-breaking. Even if his physical strength was no match for Tong Tian and the others, with his spiritual power to make up for it, he was definitely not any weaker than them. Zhuangzi had also arrived. This immediately shocked every spectator. He dodged the Ranga and Sin sword continuously. Zhuangzhou transformed into butterfly as he flew back and forth. It seemed like he was not striving for the stone dagger. This made everyone a little puzzled, but they understood his intention in the next instant. This was the real Zhuangzi after all. He was always free and unfettered, he definitely did not come for the treasures of the ancestor god. It was just like him to come here merely for a tour. The unique and unmatched Zhuangzi, who transformed into butterfly, paid no attention to those who were fighting fiercely in the ruins. He was just fluttering in the ruins by himself, as if he was paying homage to the ancestor god. With regards to Zhuangzi's earlier assault, skybound Tong Tian didn't mind about it at all. He knew the receiving party was not provoking him on purpose. It was in his nature, he was only doing things at his own pace. This butterfly was created by Zhuangzhou's spiritual power. It was not his main body. Even if he used the god-slaying swords to slay him, he wouldn't be able to harm his main body either way. Ranga sword and Sin sword was protecting the stone dagger, the Gaze sword and Mutar sword was piercing the air as they continued to bore through the ruins. Nobody was clearer about this other than Tong Tian. When he challenged ancestor god Yukashi before, the ancestor god had 2 weapons which gave him a great impression. One of them was a stone dagger, and the other was a rough-looking stone sphere. Although their surface was rough, so much so that they were somewhat ridiculous, but their power was unimaginable. Moreover, it was impossible to find them with spiritual sense, because they didn't release any energy fluctuation at all. If they were thrown into a pile of rocks, it was practically impossible to distinguish them from ordinary rocks. Jaya's sword and Mutar sword crushed everything in their path. A tink sound echoed in some desolate corner as a fist-sized stone sphere got excavated. The unbreakable Mutar sword couldn't even leave a scratch on the rough-looking stone sphere. The 2 swords that were stained by deity's blood retrieved the stone sphere and flew towards where the Ranga and Sin sword were. However, just at this time, a huge hand suddenly dropped from the sky as it covered up the entire world. That giant hand directly grabbed the stone sphere retrieved by Jayast and Mutar sword. The pressure was unimaginable, it made the ruins in the sky shake violently. Even the halls built by the ancestor god was unable to bear the pressure as it collapsed. More debris continued to fall from the sky. The powerful fallen angels in the distant sky each exposed a shocked expression. One of them said, "That seemed like one of the big shot from the Western countries. One true God Allah." The Islamic god of the Western countries, he was definitely a famous figure in the world. He was one of the very few who could stand up against peerless experts on the same level as Tong Tian and Yuanshi. The treasures in Yukashi's Sky Palace even attracted someone like him. It could clearly be seen that the value of the stone dagger and stone sphere was rather high in the eyes of experts at their level. There were aqua-colored radiance flickering on the giant hand. It was gushing down like an inexhaustible viscous liquid. Although the Mutar and Jai's sword struck the giant hand with formless swordshi repeatedly, it didn't leave any scratches on the giant hand. They were all dissolved by the aqua-colored radiance. There was hardly any friction between the hand and the swords, but huge lightnings were already forming in the surroundings as the space shattered. It was easy to imagine how terrifying that place was. If they did not restrain their power and let a single light beam leak out, it was enough to annihilate a huge group of spectators in the surrounding. Bang! Allah shook his giant hand and completely pulverized the ancestor god's sky palace. The last of the ruins completely fell from the sky. And there were actually a few dozen exotic treasures hidden at the base as they fell toward the ground. The spectators that could fly flared up immediately. They were unable to vie for the two most valuable treasures of the ancestor god, but with the appearance of so many other treasures that Tong Tian and Allah couldn't be bothered about, they swarmed over and broke into a fight. Sengen heaved a helpless sigh. He knew that with Tong Tian's 4 swords, Selvagem tree, and Allah around, he wouldn't be able to take the most valuable treasure of the ancestor god for himself, so he also rushed towards the falling exotic treasures. Just at this time, a mountain-like shadow smashed towards Sengen. With a loud bang, he was sent flying away. Sengen was furious. Someone actually mounted a sneak attack on him as he was inattentive. He emitted 2 streaks of lightning from the quintet light as he shouted, "Who dares to attack me?" Swish! The quintet light launched simultaneously as a huge group of practitioners in front of him were crushed immediately. The blood sprinkled in the sky and the bloody mist immediately soared. The battle royal had begun. Those who were confident in their strength began to fight for the treasures. The primal beasts Yazi, Swani, and Pisho faced a few fallen angels. The black clouds surged and filled the sky as their battle with the fallen angel intensified. And a few giant winged dragon also waged war with dozens of humanoid practitioners. The dragon roar shook the vast skies. The ordinary practitioners on the ground were dumbstruck. This was the first time they had seen this kind of grand battle. Xiao Chen watched from the sidelines quietly. Although he could also fly, he didn't want to fight for the treasures. He knew those fierce characters up there were not opponents he could handle. Just at this time, the stone statue in Xiao Chen's body started to tremble. The stone gimlet even had the urge to break free from his body. He was extremely shocked. Could it be that Tong Tian and the others missed one of the treasures? Looking at the fallen ruins ahead, Xiao Chen walked over with large strides. In the sky, Allah was facing the Mutar sword and Geist sword, the Selvagem tree was facing the Ranga sword and Sin sword. They had completely sealed that space off from the outside world, otherwise, the landscape might even be changed from the aftermath of the battle. The blurry rays of light glinted unceasingly. The battle between the 3 powerful gods was unimaginably fierce. Bang! Ranga's sword and Sin's sword directly opened a tunnel in space and sent the Selvagem tree into the void. After that, they rushed towards Allah. However, the Selvagem tree actually broke free in a split second and returned from the void. It launched a rainbow-colored radiance and trapped the 4 swords that just gathered together. At the same time, Allah's other giant hand also shattered the space and attacked from beyond the sky. They attacked skybound Tong Tian simultaneously. With a long neigh, a divine horse ran over while stamping the air. A general adorned with golden armor rushed into the space confined by the rainbow-colored radiance. This man was the personification of a divine sword as he directly charged in. Although he had no weapons in hands, the murderous aura gave off by him already formed thousands of swords in the sky as he shook off Allah's left hand. The practitioners who didn't participate in the battle watched from a distance. They sucked in the cold air as they saw this general. He looked just like the legendary Saint of War, Sun Tzu. In the mortal world, Guan Yu was enshrined in the Saint of War's temple. However, if one were to trace the root source carefully, the true Saint of War was Sun Tzu. That person was the genuine god of war, possessor of incomparable power and soul force. With a punch, the heaven falls and the earth rends. Allah was forced to fall back by that one attack. He stretched out his huge hands towards the stone dagger protected by the 4 god-slaying swords. The 4 god-slaying swords opened a tunnel in space and wanted to escape. However, the 3 grand experts moved their hands simultaneously. Even someone as strong as skybound Tong Tian was no match for them. The space-time tunnel was cut off and disappeared into the empty sky. So it seems like the Saint of War has joined the fray, a cold laughter transmitted from among the 4 god-slaying swords. Sun Tzu's whole body was giving off a murderous aura. He was surrounded by the tangible aura and one could only make out a stalwart figure. A cold voice transmitted outwards, as a weapon user, it is my way of life. There's no way I wouldn't participate. I am the person in charge of every weapon in the whole world, these stone weapons are no exception. These weapons are not that kind of weapon. Your hands are too long. Although Allah had yet to show his main body and only manifested 2 giant hands, his sarcastic voice still reverberated clearly in the sky. Sun Tzu sat upright on the divine horse and said with indifference, "These are the ancient treasures of the East, it is more suitable for me." You are the one who has crossed the boundary. Along with a world-shaking explosion, space around the 4 exceptional experts burst out with a glaring radiance. After that, the space actually transformed into a formless mass. The 4 began to fight fiercely within the chaotic space. Zhuangzhou, who had transformed into butterfly, fluttered down. He passed through space where the crowds were fighting over the treasures and distanced himself from the battlefield. He headed directly for the ruins on the ground. The stone gimlet in Xiao Chen's body flew out, and it actually returned with a broken arm from the ruins. The arm was broken off from the shoulder, and it was about half a thumb long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Where is the Truth? The forearm was missing, but the upper arm was in good condition. Although it was only half a thumb long, its weight was as heavy as Mount Tai in Xiao Chen's heart. Without any fluctuation nor the least bit of divine power, the broken arm wordlessly immersed into Xiao Chen's body. It produced a tink sound as it merged with the stone statue in Xiao Chen's body like magnets colliding with one another. Although they were shattered, a hazy radiance connected the stone legs and stone arms. The missing parts were all filled by ripple-like radiance. The stone statue was sitting upright in Xiao Chen's body. The butterfly fluttered in the sky and spilled gentle rays of light below. Zhuangzhou left the battlefield and descended from the sky. He lightly flicked his wings and arrived in front of Xiao Chen. It was like in a dream. Xiao Chen was standing face to face with this legendary saint that was said to possess enough power to look down at the whole world. It was a bit unrealistic, he was actually so close to Zhuangzi. As the ripple spread out, Xiao Chen found that the ruins in his surroundings disappeared. The vast prairie was also gone. He was actually standing in a void sky, with only the butterfly and himself. What's your truth? An emotionless voice reverberated in Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen didn't know why he raised a question to him, but he answered honestly without pondering over it too much, nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. The butterfly lightly flapped its wings, its cold voice clearly resounded in the void sky, is that right? Speaking of truth. It is formless, thus it cannot be named. The beginning of truth stems from nothingness. Do you truly understand the essence of truth? Is that your truth? Facing this question, Xiao Chen was left speechless. Only after a moment of silence did he open his mouth to speak, this. Oneness with heaven and earth, oneness with all living things. What about you? Zhuangzi was very indifferent. Zhuangzi was the person with spiritual power closest to the deities. It seemed like he was intentionally giving advice. Xiao Chen quickly calmed down and thought about it in silence. However, Zhuangzi's level was too high, Xiao Chen was unable to grasp it. And just at this time, an indifferent voice resounded again, where's the truth? It was as if Xiao Chen had fallen deep under the ground, a world of complete darkness, unable to grasp onto any light. He had a very absent-minded expression. At the highest point of the sky, skybound quad swords, Salvagem tree, Allah's giant hand, and martial Saint Sun Tzu were already encased within a blurry dimension. The energy waves released from that place was incomparable to anything anyone had ever felt before. Just a little bit of those formless power was enough to kill groups of practitioners. However, the 4 exceptional warriors did not have the intention to create a bloodbath, so they sealed that space in a different dimension. The world-devastating power was all confined within that space. And right below them, in order to fight over the dozens of exotic treasures, the practitioners were also conducting an intense war. Although their might was not comparable to Skybound and the rest, their intensity was not inferior in any respect. Yazi, the legendary dragon child, with an appearance similar to a ravenous wolf. The black scales all over its body flashed and a bloody mist lingered atop its scales. It stormed towards the left and charged in between a few fallen angels. Fallen angel, they possessed immense inborn strength. So long as they reached adulthood, they would have power no less than demigod level. They were revered as deities by some of the weak races. The moment they spread out their black wings, an endless black fog rolled over and over. The sky became pitch black. Roar! The loud roar possessed enough power to shake the heaven and earth. Contrary to its huge body, Yazi's speed became faster and faster. In the end, it even transformed into a streak of bloody light. The beast's 100-feet body was like a blade as it swept past a few fallen angels in an instant. With a PFFF, the blood splashed everywhere. The killing maniac Yazi actually cut down 2 fallen angels at once. The black feathers swirled in the air as the blood sprinkled down. The sky was dyed by the color of blood. On the other side, the quintet light illuminated the sky. Sengen had yet to show his main body. He killed groups of practitioner even while hiding in the divine light. He was even scarier when compared to Yazi. The quintet light was just like a grinding machine. Everywhere it swept past, countless practitioners were ground into meat paste. Nobody could stop him. As if he was giving vent to the discontent in his heart, that he was unable to contest over the ancestor god's most valuable assets, he didn't hold back in the slightest. With a swish, Sengen appeared right beside a 10-meter-long winged dragon. Green, yellow, red, black, and white light moved simultaneously as a blood-curdling screech rang in the sky. Pieces of scales scattered all over the sky. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the vast sky red. The huge body of the winged dragon was disintegrated in an instant. The dragon head was filled with an unwilling expression as it fell from the sky. A powerful winged dragon was beheaded in an instant. Towards such a Sengen, everyone constantly dodged out of the way. Nobody else dared to approach him. The sword chi was raging left and right in the sky. Blood flowed non-stop. The exotic treasures of the ancestor god caused many practitioners to fight with no thoughts of personal safety. The murderous aura in the sky was going through the roof. Even the people on the surface were becoming restless. Countless thousands of people watched the battle in the sky. How could they hope to compare to them with their meager abilities? It was simply impossible for them to join the fray. In the end, many practitioners began to search through the ruins that fell from the sky, hoping they could come across some treasures. In the distant sky, the extraordinarily handsome skybound Tongtian stood atop a mysterious island as he heaved a helpless sigh. Facing the Selvagem tree and one true god Allah at the same time, even someone as strong as him couldn't possibly obstruct them. And now, even Martial Saint Sun Tzu joined the fray. He considered using the magic formation of the skybound quad swords, but anticipating that there might still be someone eyeing the treasures covetously in the dark, he decided to withdraw. To be able to obtain 1 out of 2 of the treasures was already enough. Above the ruins, Ranga and Sin's swords shook fiercely. They actually flung the stone dagger they were protecting and no longer paid any attention to it. Martial Saint let out a roar as he broke through the void space. He mounted the divine horse and chased after the stone dagger. Selvagem tree and Allah's giant hand was unwilling to lag behind, they also advanced at the same time. Ranga, Sint, Mutar, and Geist swords surrounded the stone sphere. The formless sword chi shattered the space and opened a tunnel that led towards the outside. The 4 swords instantly distanced themselves from the battlefield and disappeared. The Selvagem tree wanted to block their path, but ultimately decided to give up on the notion. Skybound Tongtian was not a man that could be easily provoked. If they forced him to leave behind both of the treasures, he would definitely go crazy. The 3 of them continued to fight over the stone dagger in the formless space. The battle became all the more intense. In a nameless space, Xiao Chen was still standing there like a wood. "Where is your truth?" The voice was ice-cold and contained no emotion as it resounded once more in the void sky. "My truth is far away, I still need to find it." Xiao Chen was thinking about it hard. Apparently, the Yellow River's ancient monolith and the Dragon Island's ancient monolith had once recorded about the imprint of truth. The elders in the Pure Land had also elaborated about the various truths to him. However, they all seemed very blur, seemingly at a distant location. It was very hard to seize them. The butterfly danced lightly, its pair of almost transparent wings created ripples as they were flapped. It was as if the void had been shattered as the divine light pierced the fog in the darkness. Xiao Chen seemed to sober up a little and said, "The truth is ahead, I only need to go forward." Zhuangzi heaved a sigh. This made Xiao Chen a little perplexed as he said, "The truth is behind, it's only at a distance of turning around." He recalled those feelings when he was caught up in the ethereal state. Those kind of feeling when he became one with the heaven and earth was a mystery within a mystery. It was hard to put into words. If he could turn around and see clearly, it seemed like he would be able to grasp the essence of truth. Just where is your truth? Zhuangzi still asked the same question. This time, it seemed like Xiao Chen had really sobered up. He sunk into silence for a long time before he finally said, "The truth is right under my foot, the road I had once traversed is my truth." His tone was very firm, as if he had broken through the dense fog in his heart. He knew just how should he proceed from now on. "Very good, anything else?" Xiao Chen's gaze became all the more resolute and said, "The truth is inside everyone, my encounter with everyone paved the path of my truth." Zhuangzi's laughter transmitted outwards, he did not stand against Xiao Chen's truth thought. The saint is immortal, the thief increase exponentially. He had also once said this kind of universally shocking words and established a standard for the world. It turned into an example for mankind and ended up as some kind of forbidden power. The saints set an example for the world. Only by getting rid of worldly desires would one be able to break through. The butterfly danced and lightly flapped its wings. The space was shattered and any traces of Zhuangzi disappeared. And Xiao Chen found that he was standing on top of the ruins once more. He firmly gazed towards a distant location and had a flash of realization in an instant. It made him feel out of the ordinary. He had become aware of his future path. He became motionless and appeared to have merged with this part of the world. The fighting sound in the sky seemed to have turned mute, the many thousand people on the surface also seemed to have disappeared. It was as if only he was the only one left in this world. His consciousness seemed to have drifted towards the sky. It felt as if he was already standing high up and looking down at the world of mortals. A roaring river with boundless yellow water, flowing swiftly for thousands of miles. An ancient monolith was faintly discernible in the river water, sinking and emerging from time to time. An isolated island, standing alone in the middle of the ocean. The dragon roars shook the air periodically, a ghost town was faintly discernible, and an ancient monolith slowly surfaced from the city. The ancient monolith's divine formation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind as they activated automatically. He came to a mysterious realization within his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the 16 divinized acupoints lit up and drove the life essence towards his every limb and vein. The divinized acupoints were connected by many glaring light beams. The divine arteries were condensing. It felt like a spring of life was watering Xiao Chen's almost dried up body. As he received the baptism of life, Xiao Chen's internal organs, muscles, and bones were restored by the life energy. It was like a long river flowing past a desolate desert, moisturizing the dried up sand as much as they like. At this very moment, his power which had stagnated for 2 years was just like an overflowing flood which just breached the dam. Break! 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 He broke through again and again. The life energy in his body became extremely vigorous. The hollows from losing 200 years of lifespan were completely filled by the life energy in the divinized acupoints. At this moment, Xiao Chen could clearly hear something in his body breaking apart. It was like some kind of barrier had been broken through. In an instant, he broke through 3 levels from Historia's 3rd celestial layer and directly rose to Historia's 6th celestial layer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, Ignorant and Narrow-Minded. Xiao Chen's past 2 years of achievement was very unusual. His spiritual area had already reached Historia's 5th celestial layer, yet his physical power stalled at the 3rd celestial layer all this while. Seemingly because he absorbed the essence of the ley line, which caused him to progress at breakneck speed, and now it had come to a standstill. However, little fatty oxman did not get affected in the slightest. The elders of the Pure Land also investigated his body thoroughly, and found that those were not the reason. The main reason originated from his steep decline of life force. His body constitution was far too inferior to his past self. The Vajra Xiao Chen practiced narrowly fell apart because of this, but fortunately, he was able to stabilize it in the end. The elder and Xiao Chen himself were not too worried in this regards. That was because hidden in Xiao Chen's divinized acupoints were tremendous amount of energies. If those energy could be drawn out, one of these days his physical power could catch up to his spiritual power in an instant. Today, he broke through 3 levels in succession. His physical power and spiritual power entered Historia's 6th celestial layer simultaneously. As his life energy restored, he received a substantial upgrade to his constitution. This was a true transformation. The changes to his body could be seen clearly by naked eyes. Those once aged organs regained their vitality. If one looked inside, they could find that the internal organs were as if they were reborn. The organs were flickering, as if they were sculpted out of crystals. On the other hand, the bones were like diamonds. The fragile bones gradually solidified and became thicker over time. As for the slightly loose skin, they were gradually tightening up until they became as tender as a newborn's skin. His body constitution was rapidly improving. This was not as simple as restoration. Rather, it was a genuine quality change. His Vajra had transcended the former level by many folds. This was the true transformation of Vajra. His jet-black long hair flowed down naturally like waterfall. Although he was nursed attentively by Qing Qing's black sesame kanji, and that his hair had already turned back to black, it still lacked some luster and energy. Xiao Chen felt that every inch of his flesh was brimming with explosive power. As if just by waving his hand, he could prop up the heaven and earth. Meditation is also cultivating the mind. Looks like I really need to roam the whole world. The enlightenment this time allowed Xiao Chen to understand a lot. This one-word truth was a mystery among the mystery. His path was still very long. Zhuangzi, who was the closest existence to Ancestor God, gave Xiao Chen the best lesson in the world. When Xiao Chen aroused from the mysterious boundary, he found that the fierce battle in the sky already stopped, and that the prairie was already deserted. Everyone had already retreated, leaving only himself on the field. Yukashi's sky palace had already collapsed and fell from the sky. The exotic treasures had already been taken away by the powerful ones. What made people a little regretful was that the legendary Demon King, Zhang Sanfeng, and other such experts did not make a move. Looking up at the empty sky, Xiao Chen fell into deep thoughts. Not to mention Sengen, even the fallen angel, Yazi, and Swanni were so much more stronger than him. One major realm had 9 celestial layers. If they had already reached the realm of immortals, then the differences between them was more than 10 celestial layers at the very least. However, he didn't feel discouraged. The experts only exist today due to the bitter training they did in the past. Being a weakling was an unavoidable process. Without any reluctance to leave, Xiao Chen spread out the undying wings and flew towards the distant Shang dynasty. The southern wasteland's celestial city was a little quiet nowadays. Many of the youth generation had already journeyed north towards the Middle Earth. The legendary figures that only ever appeared in legends made their appearance in succession over the past 2 years. This made the heart of innumerable youths elevated. Saying they were chasing after their dreams might be naive. Saying they were chasing after their ideals might be a little crazy, but that was indeed the fact. These 2 years, many youths journeyed up north in succession. The past 3 years, the Undying Patriarch was always keeping watch on Celestial City. During that night 3 years ago, it was him who executed that sword attack and freed Xiao Chen from the trap one. 2 years ago, it was also this old man who executed a sword attack that broke the imprint of Obliterate Demon Absolute God in Yan Qingqing's body. He used a powerful sword attack to forcefully help her get through the crisis. Yan Qingqing's master, Lu Qingfeng, had a heavy expression as he looked at the Undying Patriarch. He said with a shuddering voice, "Many thanks to senior brother, you are really..." "I am fine. I only wanted to break through and help Qingqing on the way." The Undying Patriarch's expression was indifferent. It was practically impossible to tell what he was thinking. One could hardly imagine just what level had this old man really reached. Lu Qingfeng was a little despondent. His senior brother had actually practiced the Obliterate Demon Absolute God indirectly. He continued to nurture Yan Qingqing's God Seed. It was hard to imagine just what kind of level he would reach once he made a breakthrough. Maybe he might become the second Demon King. Naturally, the Undying Patriarch's Obliterate Demon Absolute God already deviated from the original demonic arts. This art did not require an external vessel. One's own body and mind could serve as the vessel. It was tantamount to cultivating the God Seed in one's body. It was a technique one step ahead of Obliterate Demon Absolute God. In history, only 2 people had practiced this technique. One was the founder of Demon Sect, and the other was the Demon King. In order to reach the highest level of enlightenment, they chose this path that was even more terrifying and dangerous than Obliterate Demon Absolute God. The Undying Patriarch's entire figure looked hazy. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "When Qingqing left for the Middle Earth, it seemed like she also chose the God Seed technique." Such a brazen girl. Lu Qingfeng cursed. The faint melody of the flute echoed in the Moonflower Castle. An old lady with sorrowful expression put down the flute in her hands, and said with a distressed expression, that heavily wounded Azure Dragon King had already been sent away. In all likelihood, it should be healed already. And my grandson Lawrence, too. The Fair family, Fairs now had already entered the Middle Earth. And Fairsky also had talent on the path of asceticism. However, he hit a dead end 3 years ago and helplessly decided to take another path. He always kept the magic formations of the water lily technique in his mind. It's already been 3 years since he began his secluded training. It was on this day, the light and shadow of golden sunflowers floated around him. Along with an explosive sound, the smoke and dust soared up as the sunflowers drifted in the sky. Fairsky finally returned. Although the Zhuge fatty had brain for business, he was not from the main branch of the family after all. In the end, he left for Middle Earth. Looking at his peers leaving one after the other, the second-generation head of the Reagan family, Hoffman, felt unwilling to be left behind. He was plotting to create a major event. As for Dugu Jianma, Windfeathers, and Lazio, they were already in the Middle Earth. Zhao Chongyang had also arrived before them. He was the only one among the top youth experts of the southern wasteland that had yet to cross path with Xiao Chen. Shang Dynasty, one of the 5 great nations, its national capital was Inshu. The Shang dynasty covered millions and millions of kilometers square. It was vast and boundless. The nation was located at the southwest of Middle-earth. 1 month later, Xiao Chen arrived at the bustling Yinshu city. Training in the middle of human society made Xiao Chen feel rather enriched. His mood was substantially different from before. Since reaching the Historia level, not only would powerful divine abilities emerge prominently, various minor techniques would constantly pop out. Shapeshifting, this was the minor technique Xiao Chen learned while practicing the Vajra. The technique only consists of simple movements of the muscles, it was nothing special. He was not at all worried about being discovered by the Tiger clan. Xiao Chen already stayed in Indu district for half a month. On this very day, he arrived at the Lunar Pavilion. This pavilion was very famous. Legend has it that the exceptional sword Saint Li by 3 had once got drunk at this place and recited hundreds of poems. Because of that, this place had become the holy land that the scholars would come and go repeatedly, and it was also the precious land where the practitioners gathered. Every day, the younger generation of many powerful group in Shang dynasty would gather at this place. As for the practitioners who were passing by the Indu district, they definitely wouldn't miss it either. The Lunar Pavilion had 9 floors, it was one of the tallest buildings in Indu district. There were always VIP guests honoring them with their presence. The scions of a few influential families were currently on the 9th floor as they talked loudly. It is said that skybound Tong Tian had seized one of the ancestor god's most valuable treasures. As for the other item, the stone dagger, just who got it in the end? They say that it was seized by the martial saint. Not necessarily. The one true god Allah and the owner of the Selvagem tree both possesses exceptional talent. Even if the soul force of the martial saint defies the natural law, it shouldn't be possible for him to keep the other two at bay. One of them must have got it. It's nothing strange if the martial saint was the one who got it. You guys must know back in those days, the martial saint mounted his horse and swept across the unparalleled experts all over the world. He was retrieving the enemy's head among millions of soldiers as easy as eating pie. He's most proficient when it comes to group fight. Those figures are too far away from us. Let us just talk about the outstanding ones among the youth generation. The experts that came into being for the past few years were mostly from the 5 great nations. What is there to talk about? Just randomly pick any youth expert from Indu district and they can easily wipe out their peers in the south, the west, and the north. Humph. A cold snort could be heard. The youth by the window seat had a stern expression. He was clearly very discontent with their conversation as he said coldly, "A group of spoiled rich kids also dare look down on the youth experts?" The youth experts came some powerful clans. They did not take heed of the words and only shoot a cold glance at the man. Then they continued with their talk. "We can't say it like that either, aren't there quite a few beauty outside the Middle-earth?" "Ha ha. That's right, aren't there 2 renowned pearls in the southern wasteland? I hear they're gorgeous and matchless. But alas, such a pity, one of them already marry off to the Tiger clan. Those tigers are not to be trifled with. What are you afraid of? She's a widow anyway. Who knows, she might even remarry." "Ha ha. That's right, I heard that Yin Xingcheng also entered the Middle-earth. Maybe she has already arrived at Indu district, hee hee." "Oh yeah? The north and west also have stunning beauty, they might be in this pavilion even." The youngsters laughed with a wicked smile as they surveyed a few private rooms repeatedly. "I will let you taste the power of the lone wolf of the north." That youngster by the window seat was unable to bear it anymore. He lightly waved his hand, and a sword chi pierced through the air as it slashed towards those youngsters from Indu district. "You're just a grain of rice." While speaking, a youngster from the influential family lightly waved his hand. A hellfire was produced. The terrifying black flame instantly surrounded the youth by the window seat. In only a split second, that man known as the Lone Wolf was evaporated. Not even a little bit of his flesh remained. He was burned to ash by the hellfire. Apparently, the shopkeeper of Lunar Pavilion already knew about the identity of the few men. He didn't send someone to inquire them. Instead, he only sent a young guy to clean up the mess. "Oomph, don't blame me for this." He was the one who made the first move. The expression of that psychic did not change in the slightest as he began to chat with his companion once more. His companion said, "Infome, looks like your hellfire improved again. You should have reached Historia's 5th celestial layer by now, right? Hee hee, with your skills alone, you could sweep across the south and west no problem. Did those ignorant fools really thought that, just by being number 1 in their tiny well, they could roam the whole wide world? Ha, what a joke." When they heard these, many people on the 9th floor had a change of expression. Among them also included those from the south. Yin Xingcheng started her journey and arrived at Indu along with Lazio. They are too egotistical. Even if Yan Xincheng was a girl, she also felt very angry. The blue-haired pretty boy Lazio shook his head and said, "Those guys are indeed very strong, just ignore them." And in another private room, the beast-like expert from the south, Windfeathers, also gnashed his teeth. His ice-cold pupils emitted two dreadful rays of light. "Why do I feel that someone is cursing us?" One of the rich kids glanced at Windfeather's private room and spoke to himself, "You guys may flaunt your power at your territory, but in Middle-earth, your pride and reputation will be trampled until nothing is left." Windfeathers abruptly pushed the table away, then he walked out with large strides and faced the few men. "Very good, Windfeathers of the South will test you out." However, just at this time, a servant delivered a slip of paper to Windfeathers. There was only a short sentence on the letter: "Come over and chat." "Humph, let's put off the fight until later." Windfeathers stormed off in a huff. "Hee, just go, we won't bother to see you out. Someone is trying to save you, he's afraid that you will die under our hands." One of the rich kids attacked him with words, "Is there any experts in the South? I've never heard of it." "No, there is one, just one." "Oh? There is a youth expert in the South?" That rich kid was smiling wickedly. The man at the side explained, "That's right, there was indeed one, but he's most likely dead. There was a man called Xiao Chen. He was nothing short of extraordinary. However, this Xiao Chen seemed like someone who dies prematurely. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have died 3 years ago." Oh, I remember now. The bloody event that took place in Celestial City 3 years ago. That guy is such figure, if he is still alive, maybe he could fight toe-to-toe with our Indu's experts. Apart from him, nobody else has that potential, what a pity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, Strength. Such a pity. For the barbaric land to produce a youth expert once is already good enough, what is there to lament about? On the 9th floor, the rich kids relentlessly attacked with words. They didn't even put the experts from outside Middle-earth in their eyes. "Foam, did your hellfire really reach the 5th celestial layer already?" "Not yet, it's merely at the peak of 4th celestial layer, but it's enough to take care of those barbarians from earlier." The Terra Empire was far from comparable to the Shang dynasty. The dynasty was founded on military prowess, each and every powerful family had martial background. Their offsprings were bound to be strong warriors. Perhaps some people were prejudiced against the rich kids, and thought that they were just ignorant and incompetent second generations. There were indeed some of them who were incompetent, but under this kind of environment, they were in the minority after all. Even if their behavior was rotten, their power couldn't be looked down upon. Their starting point was much greater than other people. Although the arts they practiced were not some secret techniques, it was close enough. Additionally, with their family's profound inside information, it was not surprising at all for their ability to be much greater than ordinary people. It was the same reason as how a princess was much more beautiful when compared to other ordinary girls. The first emperor might not necessarily be handsome, but his concubine would certainly be the most stunning beauty. As such, how could his sons and daughters be ugly? If they kept passing their bloodline to the next generation like this, the children of the Imperial household would certainly be good-looking. They hail from a truly powerful family. Their ancestors were one of those martial geniuses. If they instructed the younger generation properly, their power naturally wouldn't be too bad either. This was the problem regarding those with higher starting point. That guy named Xiao Chen, such a pity that he died. If he lives until now, he could be a genius. What, when did you guys start seeking for youth visitors? You can go check out the Qin dynasty or the ancient Han dynasty. I hear there are some youth experts with some potential. If the Yin family is willing, they will definitely come at you like moth flying into fire. Forget it, if the other party is really that promising, you definitely wouldn't tell me. I have already went there. Alas, the southern wasteland, the western boundary, and the northern desert have indeed declined. Nowadays, there are not a single one from those regions that we should be mindful of. The rich kids added critical remarks ruthlessly. Whether it was intentional or not, they looked towards several private rooms on the 9th floor and sneered at them. They even wore a mocking expression as they swept their eyes past every seat outside the private room. This made everyone at present extremely angry, but there's nothing they could do about it. Not to mention the power they possessed, even the families behind their back were not something anyone could provoke. The Shang dynasty, that was one of the 5 major nations, and this was the capital city of Shang dynasty. It wouldn't be far too to say they were one of the strongest families under the heaven. Damn it, they are just a bunch of ignorant second generation. Yan Xincheng was furious as she gnawed her teeth. Her snow-white skin had hints of red due to rage as she placed her lily-white hands on the longsword. Austrian was a pretty boy that could make thousands of girls fall for him. His aqua-blue hair was as bright as the water. His handsome mien caused a great number of girls to go crazy for him. However, in this great Shang dynasty, even this ordinarily graceful man was revealing a hint of anger. It was hard to calm his nerves. However, he still repressed his anger in the end, and said, "Forget it, just endure it. The youth expert of my southern wasteland is only but second-rate to them. Getting involved with them in Indu district will only get us into trouble. If Dugu Jianma is here, I reckon they wouldn't be flapping their mouths." Yan Xincheng was really angry. In fact, she wanted to mention the name of another guy, but it was stuck at the corner of her mouth. And thus, she changed it to Dugu Jianma. Dugu Jianma is it? Maybe. Austrian didn't agree nor deny the fact. Clearly, he had also thought of another guy. That was a blood-soaking night. The entire celestial city was strongly affected. Dozens of Historia-level experts were killed, even 5 of the demigod experts died, all by the hands of a single youth. This news had shaken the entire southern wasteland. After that, no one had seen that person again. It was said that during his final battle, his life energy was exhausted. It was impossible for him to live on. Everyone unanimously thought that he was no longer in this world. Recalling these, Austrian heaved a sigh. And on the other hand, Yan Xincheng was a little absent-minded. That man who she detested bitterly, could he really have died just like this? No matter how much she hated him for all the things he did in the past, she still had no choice but to admit, his growth was really too fast. If he didn't die and live till this day, maybe he could have stood toe-to-toe with the finest youth experts in the Middle-earth? In one of the private rooms on the 9th floor, Windfeathers frowned and said, "Many thanks to your good intention, but those people are really too savage. If I cannot behead one of them, I won't feel satisfied." In front of Windfeathers was a pair of brother and sister. The man looked valiant. He had a pair of sword-like brows, his eyes were even emitting divine light. One could tell he was an expert. And beside him was an extremely beautiful girl. She was as graceful as the soft willow that was brushed by the cool breeze. She gave off a graceful and lovely aura. Her glossy skin was as white as snow. She had a lovely pair of eyes. Words failed to do her beauty justice. She was beautiful to the extreme. These brother and sister called themselves Aqua and Frost. They came from the western boundary, and were just as unsatisfied with the rich kids. However, they knew those guys were not to be trifled with. 2 years ago, they had a few encounters with Windfeathers and built up a budding friendship. They didn't want Windfeathers to throw his life away, so they blocked his path. However, seeing that they couldn't stop him, the brother and sister said nothing else. Bang! After Windfeathers left the private room, he kicked one of the tables straight toward the rich kids. Although it was just a wooden table, it was enveloped by a magnificent light, as if it had already metallized. As such, it weighed at least a few thousand tons. Windfeather's magic power was concentrated on the table. If it was a direct hit, even a reinforced steel bar would break. Ha! Yin Feng let out a sneer. Without even turning his head around, he casually waved his sleeve backward. A streak of black light instantly shrouded the wooden desk. Without making any sound, the wooden desk containing Windfeather's magic power turned into ashes in an instant. Such a scene made everyone upstairs become fearful. The hellfire was much scarier than anyone's expectation. Even the few who were on good terms with Yin Feng were also flabbergasted. They asked, "There's no way you are still at the 4th celestial layer, right? Why do I feel that you have already touched upon the 5th celestial layer?" Windfeather stepped forward with large strides, and said, "Since you guys are looking down on experts in my southern wasteland, how about a match?" 3 years had passed, the Windfeathers now was not the same exuviant 9th celestial layer Windfeathers from back then. Other people were improving at a quick pace, he too was making a rapid progress. Otherwise, how would he dare to rashly confront the rich kids? Oomph, only a hellfire, what's so special? Leaving an afterimage in his original position, Windfeathers appeared in front of Yin Feng. A bloody domain was erected immediately. The roar of the primal beasts instantly spread all over the lunar pavilion. It was as if a few lightnings were running wild. Yin Feng revealed a faint smile and broke free from the domain in a jiffy. He flew up instantly and stood proudly atop the 9th floor as he said these towards Windfeathers, "This pavilion is the place where the sword Saint Li Bai wrote his poem. To prevent the destruction of the tables and chairs, let us fight atop this 9th floor." Oomph. Windfeathers only gave a cold snort in return before he jumped into the fray like flickering light. One could clearly see more than 10 terrifying beast souls revolving around him. The huge shadows seemed as if they wanted to break the floor. Baleful aura leaked from the beast's souls and they moved in sync with wind feathers as he tried to rip Infeng apart. Infeng only sneered at him. His actions were natural and unforced. Although he was a psychic, he still practiced some martial skills. He moved with extreme confidence and dodged several of wind feathers' attacks by a hair's breadth. Swish! With a light wave of his hand, the hellfire alight from all direction and instantly surrounded wind feathers. The temperature of the black flame was high enough to melt steel and iron, any tangible material could be turned into ash. Although this was just one of the many spirit magics, it had already been developed into some kind of divine ability. TSSSH. TSSSH. Wind Feathers was caught off guard. He found that the flame had actually invaded into his domain. The three beast souls at the side had already been turned into ashes. In just a single face-off, he already suffered a great loss. This was very shocking to Wind Feathers. If comparing their power, he was definitely not weaker than his opponent. However, Infeng's divine ability was too peculiar, it was even capable of refining the souls. How terrifying! At this time, Aqua, Frost, Yen Xingfeng. Even Lazio walked out from their respective private rooms. There were several tens of people standing at both sides of the ninth floor, watching the two's confrontation quietly. Solar Hell Lotus! Infeng yelled softly. He seemed to be very relaxed, not a hint of nervousness to be found. A lump of black sun abruptly appeared above the ninth floor. It hadn't even approached Wind Feathers, and yet, his bloody domain already caught on fire. The black sun was incredibly bizarre. It actually changed into the shape of a flower bud. It looked exactly like a lotus flower as it blossomed. The black petals were so dark that it made people's heart palpitate. Not good, that is the Yin family's secret art. It is capable of burning the practitioner's spiritual source. Aqua and Frost let out a soft yelp. Then he yelled towards Wind Feathers, "Brother Wind, just forget about it. There's no need to let your anger control you." Ha! Wind Feathers was not agitated, he shouted coldly, "Thousand Beasts' secret art, world cataclysm." Countless beast souls instantly appeared in his surroundings. They were baring their fangs and let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire lunar pavilion. The hellfire and endless beast souls clashed. Although many beast souls had been turned into ashes, there were even more beast souls charging toward Infeng. Lotus flower, spread. Along with Infeng's voice, the black lotus began to spread. Infeng fell back leisurely, and the black lotus broke through 7 waves of Wind Feathers' beast souls. Even the lower hem of his jacket was caught on fire, forcing him to fall back with lightning speed. "Ha, you dare to compare your light of firefly against the luminous moon?" Infeng laughed out loud. The rich kids at the side also began to laugh without restraint. Brother Ian is spectacular as expected. Even though you are really still at the 4th celestial layer of Historia, you hellfire make people feel apprehensive. It has already evolved into a divine ability. With such a divine ability, perhaps you wouldn't even lose against 6th celestial layer expert. The southern wasteland is nothing, haha. They completely ignored the ashen-faced Wind Feathers and didn't give him any face. They even cast a few glances at Lazio intentionally. However, when they saw Yen Xingcheng, their eyes were burning with undisguised passion, but they didn't make any move. These people were definitely not a degenerate on the same level as Hoffman. Even if they saw a matchless beauty, they wouldn't snatch her by force. That would only incur the scorn of other influential families. It's not that there were no tyrannical second-generation scions, but for the genuine scions of the influential families, that kind of method was too vulgar. In regards to them, conquering her without any tricks was the genuine way of the king. What they pursued was that, I can go wild, but since I have the power, I will beat you openly and let you have nothing to say. Giving in to lust, they could do that too, but not through the way of tyranny. Again! Wind Feathers was extremely furious as he took a large stride forward. "You are no good." Infeng indifferently waved his index finger and said, "To tell you the truth, although I am still at the 4th celestial layer, I can face off against 6th celestial layer expert. Seeing that you are quite the talent yourself, why don't you place yourself under my Yin family? If you follow me, I can promise you high position and great wealth." Wind Feathers was furious. With a single stomp, thousands of beast soul let out a bellow and rushed out from his body, with Infeng as their target. Black Lotus, blossom. Infeng yelled softly, one black lotus petal after another appeared in the sky. With the burning sound lingering on, all the beast souls were wiped out. Wind Feathers was sent flying by the hellfire forcefully. The rich kids at the rear laughed heartily. They might be insolent, but they had enough power to back them up. Infeng's expression turned cold. "I planned to accept you, and yet you refused. Don't blame me if you get killed." At this time, Aqua and Frost rushed to restrain the furious Windfeathers, and said, "Don't let your emotion cloud your judgment. This guy is very scary. Even if you are on the same level, your divine ability is no match for his." "Oh, so it is Aqua and Frost from the western boundary. Hee, nice to meet you. It's an honor to meet you at least, Lady Aqua. Your reputation precedes you. I've heard that you are an outstanding beauty, but seeing you personally today, you are much more beautiful than the portrait depicts you." The rich kids at the rear smiled frivolously. Xiao Chen was just sitting nearby. He saw all of these unfolding with his own eyes. However, he didn't have any intention to cut in. All of these seemed to be unrelated to him. 1. Blah blah blah, yada yada, yeah we know Chendong. Every girl that appear in this novel is beautiful beyond words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Perfected Aquarius. It was naturally impossible for anyone to miss the slender and elegant Yin Xingcheng. The rich kids looked at her and said, "This must be one of the rumored twin pearl of the south, Lady Yin Xingcheng, correct? You are every bit as beautiful as the rumor made you out to be." As Yin Feng, who was at the foremost position, heard his close friend's evaluation, he restrained his killing intent and said to Windfeathers, "In respect for the two beautiful ladies today, I will not kill you." Soon after, the rich kids yelled toward everyone upstairs, "Clear the way, we want to invite the two ladies for a small chat. Everyone, please don't make things too difficult for them." Although they didn't drive the crowd away forcefully, one could still feel a hint of arrogance from their muffled laughter. It was very obvious that a fight would break out if they go against them. "Don't you guys think this is too much?" One frail-looking man pushed his way out from the crowd. His entire body was flickering with red light. That was actually a genuine flame, and not a layer of protective barrier. "How so? Didn't we ask of everyone kindly?" Hee, don't worry, we won't flaunt our family's power, that is too tasteless. You guys can treat me the same as everyone else, we are all practitioners. As long as you can defeat me, not only will we not hold a grudge, we will even give you a beautiful woman, and treat you as a VIP. The rich kids were very direct in their speech. "Very well, I will challenge you to a duel." The frail-looking man stepped forward. He looked gentle and quiet, although his stature was not really tall, he's very handsome. Moreover, he had a refined air around him. He pointed at Yin Feng, and said, "I will challenge you. You are practicing the Hellfire, and the one I'm practicing is the Divine Fire. As such, let us compete to find out which is superior." Divine Fire? The rich kids had doubt in their eyes. On the other hand, Yin Feng had a dignified expression as he asked, "You are from the Cloudfire Hall of the West?" "That's right. What is your name?" "You can call me Tenvis." The frail-looking, yet refined and handsome young man directly walked to the side as he pulled some distance away from Yin Feng. "Black Lotus." Yin Feng used a secret art as soon as the match started, one could tell he was wary of Tenvis. The black sun instantly transformed into a lotus. The throbbing-inducing lotus petals spread out one after another, in order to envelop Tenvis. "Brilliant red lotus!" Tenvis shouted softly. Glaring red flame began to rush out from his body. They gathered on top of his head and formed one red lotus after another. Following his light motion, the lotus petal flew in all directions. They rushed towards the hellfire, and after the collision with the black flame, an explosive noise resounded. All the spectators had extremely grave look on their faces. A battle like this was very dangerous. If just a little bit of flame ran wild, the entire floor would be burned to cinders. As such, it was easy to imagine how powerful was the divine fire and hellfire. These two flames of completely opposite elements transcended even the true flame of Samadhi. Just a slight contact with the flame would lead to one's dead. They were one such terrifying divine abilities. PSSH. PSSH, that sound fell incessantly on the ear. Everyone had no choice but to fall back. The blackish hellfire made the place Yin Feng was standing pitch black, as if he was standing in the underworld. The blazing divine fire emitted brilliant rays, lighting up the place Tenvis was located. The flame was surging up violently in between the two. In the end, they directly jumped out from the window, and continued their fight in the sky. That was because the violent flame was almost out of their control. If they didn't leave the lunar pavilion soon, perhaps the entire building would be burned down. The overflowing conflagration dyed half of the sky in red. And the other side was as dark as black ink. This was an evenly matched battle. Ha! I wonder who was the ignorant and narrow-minded prick who thought true expert could only be found at Hindu district. Now, it was the turn of those who were not from Middle-earth to ridicule them. There was finally someone who could resist the expert among the rich kids. Everyone, let's stop watching. This is a battle without any suspense, let's just go down. The remaining rich kids were hardly concerned about the battle in the sky, as they lightly advised everyone to go down. While speaking, they stepped forward and erected an invisible domain, forcing everyone ahead to fall back involuntarily. Windfeathers had a very ugly expression. If not because Aqua and Frost were restraining him, he would have rushed forward already. On the other side, Lazio and Yin Xingcheng also had ugly expression on their faces. Had they ever been scorned by others like this in the celestial city of the south? They were the focal point no matter where they went. However, everything changed as soon as they entered the Shang dynasty. Just at this time, the overflowing flame in the sky died out abruptly. Tenvis returned with staggering steps, his complexion looked somewhat pale. Yin Feng flew in with a composed look. The battle between the two psychics ended just like this. It was clear that Tenvis was defeated. You are very strong, why don't you follow me? I will definitely treat you with due respect. Yin Feng said to Tenvis. Humph. Tenvis only let out a cold snort before he mixed into the crowd. We tried to invite you, and yet you act so rude? One of the rich kids said ruthlessly. This is the level of the south and west. Yin Feng stopped them, and said, Tenvis was very strong. I only win by a hair's breadth. The rich kids paled, but they recovered quickly and said to everyone, please go down everyone. Ha ha. Lady Frost, Lady Qingcheng, please stay behind. We sincerely hope to invite the two of you to stay. Frivolous and unbridled laughter spread throughout the 9th floor. Aqua finally lost it, they actually dared to assail his sister with obscenities. His took large strides and stepped forward. Windfeathers also parted from the crowd once again. Yin Xingcheng was gnashing her teeth, and unsheathed her sword. Looking at her like this, Lazio also parted from the crowd. Aqua, Frost, Windfeathers, Yin Xingcheng, and Lazio stood side by side, facing the 5 rich kids in front of them. Ha, beauties with such characters, I like. Haha, the reason why stunning beauty is stunning, that's because they have characters. If they just have a pretty face with no intelligence, I wouldn't even cast a second glance at them. As they were giving their evaluation, their words were extremely giddy and showed no qualm. Frosty and Yin Xingcheng were most upset, and made their moves first. An invisible domain spread out. As the domain from both sides merged, 10 experts gradually vanished within the domain. If they didn't erect a domain, the lunar pavilion would be turned into dust. The power of Historia-level expert was nothing to scoff at. Destroying a tall building like this with their power was nothing difficult. The energy surge within the domain was very violent. Although their vision was blocked by a layer of black light, and they could only see fuzzy figures moving about, everyone knew the battle was very intense. Just when everyone was watching closely in speculation, a crack formed on the domain. Windfeathers was kicked out, while throwing up big mouthful of blood. Following closely, Aqua and Frosty were also kicked out. Their faces was deathly pale, without any hint of red. Finally, the blue-haired pretty boy Lazio was also sent flying away. Half of his aqua-blue long hair was cut off. There was a faint scar on his neck. It seemed like he was almost beheaded. As the domain faded away, Yin Xingcheng's figure finally became visible. Her delicate body was completely drenched in sweat. She was kneeling on the ground with one foot and supported her body with a long sword. Her eyes were burning with fury as she stood up with difficulty. The experts from the west and south suffered a crushing defeat. Nobody could believe how powerful these rich kids from the Indu district actually were. They completely crushed their opponent. The 5 of them didn't take their surrounding into consideration and laughed. One of them said, sorry, for inflicting light injuries on the 2 beautiful ladies. However, this is a battlefield, I cannot show mercy to my opponents. In a while later, we will formally apologize to the ladies. Although they were arrogant, they had the rights to be arrogant. Even as Windfeathers and the others were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. The people at the rear felt equally furious. Those rich kids were really too strong to a terrifying degree, some people even guessed they might be the strongest youth experts in Indu district. Lazio flapped his lips, but he didn't say a word. He was not fearful of the other party, but during the melee earlier, they showed incredible might. If their own side was not powerful enough, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Everyone, please. The 5 of them pressed forward. The 2 ladies are our guest, they can stay. As for the rest, please go downstairs. All practitioners are unyielding, nobody took a step. You guys are only the 2nd generation scions, if not because your family is powerful, would you be this arrogant? This brother, you are wrong. We have never relied on our family, nor have we ever bullied the weak. You've seen it just now, it was not us who made a move first. It was legitimate self-defense. If you are not satisfied, feel free to come forward and kill me. We will absolutely not utilize the power of our family. If anyone can defeat us, we will certainly treat you as our guest. The 5 of them said so indifferently. Their air of arrogance was clear and easy to see. The powerful domain pressed onward, forcing everyone to retreat. Alright, since you guys are unwilling to leave, I will personally see you off. As Yin Feng spoke until here, the hellfire ignited immediately, causing all the practitioners to dodge with fright immediately. Xiao Chen was very calm, he didn't have the intention to make a move. What does the South and West had anything to do with him anyway? If they lost, then so be it. He didn't plan to stick out for them. Since he came out from the Pure Land, he only wanted to tour all over the world, to train his heart in human society. He didn't want to stir up trouble again. However, the other side was clearly very sharp. It seemed like he could tell Xiao Chen's power was extraordinary. The hellfire was launched straight at him, in order to force him to make a move. Swish! Leaving an afterimage behind, Xiao Chen blended into the crowd, and waited to go downstairs just like this. However, Yin Feng firmly locked onto him. The hellfire followed him closely like a shadow. Then, it overtook him and cut off his path. The practitioners at the side were shocked as they tried to get out of the way, in fear that they might be caught up in the flame. Xiao Chen was no longer intending to leave. Turning around, he looked at Yin Feng calmly. It was not that he was afraid of getting into trouble. If that was the case, the bloody night at Celestial City wouldn't have occurred. Since the other party was intentionally testing his patience, Xiao Chen walked back without fear. Boom! The blackish hellfire rushed towards Xiao Chen wildly like a flood. Xiao Chen waved his hands rapidly, his body moved according to the heart gave form to the seal. The supreme technique of the Jungle Clan, the perfected seal of Aquarius, was taking form in his 2 hands. A glorious crystal vase appeared and stayed afloat between his hands. It was as if the hellfire was attracted by something, all of them were charging toward the translucent crystal vase. Like the rivers running into the sea, the crystal vase actually absorbed all of the hellfire. The almost transparent crystal vase flickered with brilliant rays. One could clearly see the hellfire rumbling within the vase. In the end, the hellfire was compressed until it became a lump of black ball. Everyone gasped for air. The invincible hellfire was actually restrained by that man so easily. This was really a little frightening. The power of the hellfire, that was obvious to all. Yin Feng consecutively defeated Windfeathers, Tenvis, and the others with the hellfire. The rich kids even revealed that Yin Feng could completely subdue a Historia 6th celestial layer expert. And now, everyone looked towards Xiao Chen. Looking at his ordinary figure, nobody would have thought he was such a powerful expert. Windfeathers and Lazio knitted their brows. They could vaguely feel something familiar about that man, but they were unable to recall that figure from their memories. Very quickly, they cast off that idea. The other party's Aquarius seal was so powerful, yet they had never experienced it previously. There's no way he was an acquaintance. A weird feeling welled up in Yan Qingqing's heart. Although there was no trace of the other party's figure in her memory, she kept having this feeling that they were already acquainted. Since Xiao Chen Vajra technique had improved drastically, shapeshifting was an easy matter. At present, he looked ordinary and mediocre. His appearance was far from how he looked before. Moreover, even the secret art he executed was so profound. It was impossible for even his former acquaintance to recognize him. It seems like I made an error in judgment. Yin Feng still wore a faint smile, and said, so, it turns out, you are really an expert. Let's try that again. Yin Feng executed the Black Lotus technique. The pitch-black flame instantly turned the area above into a hell-like domain. The flame was rumbling like the tide as they charged toward Xiao Chen. With both hands raised, and the crystal vase in hand, Xiao Chen naturally aimed the mouth of the vase in the front. The hellfire in the vase erupted instantly. Boom! A violent clash. Hellfire against hellfire. Everyone turned pale with fright. Like this, wouldn't the entire lunar pavilion turn into ashes? However, out of everyone's expectation, Xiao Chen perfectly controlled the Aquarius seal. He only routed the Black Lotus and didn't let a tiny bit of flame to run wild. Yin Feng's complexion turned somewhat pale as he fell back 7 steps. He looked at the youth in front with unfathomable gaze. He never would have thought the other party would be this strong. Very strong. But don't get cocky, I am going for the kill, you better use your most powerful technique. It will be too late for regret otherwise. Yin Feng's tone turned cold, his expression became very grave. One Black Lotus after another blossomed at his side, the terrifying black flame was raging fiercely. A death god-like scythe appeared in his hand. That sickle was completely materialized by the hellfire. It was emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Not only the people behind Xiao Chen, even the rich kids behind Yin Feng also had ugly expressions. They were indeed very strong. However, they rarely ever fought with their lives on the line. Seeing Yin Feng was seriously going to use his strongest technique, they knew that they had run into a powerful opponent. They also prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. If Yin Feng was no match for him, they definitely had to jump in. The death god's scythe gradually took shape. That was a concentrated essence of hellfire. There was no need to doubt its power. Everyone could already feel the power behind the scythe. It even made those who were slightly weaker to tremble in fear. And Xiao Chen was just as calm. He moved his hands, with the heart as the guide, and the body as the seal. The perfect seal of Aquarius was completed. A huge crystal vase appeared above his head. Although the crystal-clear vase didn't emit the slightest energy fluctuation, nobody dared to look down on it. The brilliant light emitted by the crystal vase above Xiao Chen's head illuminated the entire lunar pavilion. At this time, Yin Feng finally completed his preparation. He held the huge scythe in his hands and brandished it at Xiao Chen. The edge of the blade seemed terrifyingly sharp, and it was emitting a heart-palpitating black flame. Everyone knew, just the slightest bit of contact with this kind of hellfire would leave a bloody hole in the body. Even the bones and flesh would be burned to cinders. Boom! The huge crystal vase above Xiao Chen had already materialized long ago. Just at this time, it suddenly poured down a torrent of dazzling light that surged forward violently. The entire lunar pavilion was shaking. That black scythe was instantly disintegrated. Furthermore, the endless amount of hellfire was as if they were cleansed by the holy water. All of them were extinguished in a split second. And on Yin Feng's side, it was as if he was struck by lightning and was sent flying. One of the rich kids behind him tried to grab him hastily. However, the huge impact was unimaginable. He was actually sent flying along with Yin Feng. Bang! The window shattered and turned into dust. The two of them were sent flying by the seal of Aquarius. And the three rich kids at the side also suffered the aftereffect. One of them fell on the floor, and the other two unsteady on their feet. They only managed to stabilize their footing by applying spiritual power hastily. Everyone turned pale with fright. This was practically unbelievable. The seal of Aquarius was actually this strong. The seemingly invincible Yin Feng from a moment ago was sent flying away so easily. Nobody dared to believe it. Moreover, even the other rich kids were affected. One strike from the crystal vase defeated 5 people at once. Yin Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood. With the other rich kid that were sent flying along with him, they flew back into the lunar pavilion via the window. The 4 rich kids that didn't participated in the fight earlier were all eyeing Xiao Chen. They wanted to challenge him. Yin Feng shook his head and said, "Forget about it, we are no match for him." Seal of Aquarius. I remember it now, the perfect seal of Aquarius, an unparalleled secret art. After that, he turned around to face Xiao Chen and said, "I said this before, those who can defeat us will be treated as our guest. Please feel at ease, Yin Feng is not a trash who don't keep his words." The 4 at the side also seemed to have sobered up. One of them rushed to speak, "With your distinguished skill, perhaps even when compared to my Shang dynasty's youth expert, you might be ranked at the very front. We admire this kind of brave figures the most. If you don't mind, how about we make friends? How about serving our country?" Everyone behind Xiao Chen was dumbstruck. Just what were these rich kids planning? Without any exception, Windfeathers, Lazio, Frosty, Aqua, and Tenvis were all looking at Xiao Chen. The seal of Aquarius from just now gave them too much shock. Its power was unimaginable. And Yin Qingchang was more puzzled than ever. She kept having a feeling that this top-class youth expert was very familiar. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he only shook his head calmly and turned around to leave. Everyone involuntarily stepped aside and made a path for him. For a youth expert like this, even if they remained silent, they could also give people a powerful mental pressure. Some practitioners didn't even notice this themselves, but at this very moment, they were actually admiring him. Yin Feng shouted from behind, "We really don't have any other intention, we only want to make friend with you." Seeing that Xiao Chen walked downstairs without even turning back, Yin Feng shouted again, "3 days later, my Shang dynasty's 3rd princess will host a sword-verse tea party at the Maritime Moon Garden, promise me you will come." Following that, he turned around and said to everyone upstairs, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel that you have talent, you are also free to come 3 days later." Even after Xiao Chen's figure had disappeared for a long time, everyone upstairs was still in a daze. He left. Aqua pulled on Frosty's sleeve. Only until this moment did the practitioners finally go downstairs. The three experts from the south, Yin Xinchang, Lazio, and Windfeathers had ugly expression on their faces. Yin Feng and his four brothers also had complicated expressions. Only after a long time did they finally go downstairs. He will go right? It is the tea party organized personally by my Shang dynasty's third princess. If this party is open to public, it will certainly attract all the gifted personnel in the district. And he is a youngster after all. He probably wouldn't miss this kind of party. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Eightfold Worlds. Shang Dynasty, just from the north to south measured 4,000 of miles, and east to west were no less than 5,000 miles. Its territory was wide beyond your wildest imagination. In such a boundless sovereign state, its capital city was naturally just as grandiose. Not only were more than half of the wealthiest in the great Shang dynasty gathered at this place, even most of the super powerful families were assembled here. Indu was one of the 10 most famous cities in the whole world. The total population within the city wall and beyond added up to several million. It could be counted as a magnificent city. Xiao Chen already arrived at Indu for more than half a month, yet he still hadn't visited every corner of this huge city. There were quite a number of scenic spots in the flourishing Indu district, including many mysterious ruins of the respectful deities. As for the bustling place within the city wall, there were too many to count. The casinos, brothels, wrestling rings, restaurants, etc. Industries of the same trade were often crowded together and occupied few of the main streets. Moreover, these could even be said to be the highest quality ones, such as the Odyssey War Beast Castle that shook the whole world. It was already established by the time the Great Shang dynasty was founded. The War Beast Castle had countless millennium of history. Legend has it that the founder of Odyssey War Beast Castle was a beast god. The Flowing Cloud Casino was also established eons ago. It was one of the must-go area in Indu district. Reportedly, the stake at this casino was tremendously high and had even attracted the Immortalis experts to come and bet their magic weapons on the line. The headquarters of the Spellbind Castle and Moonflower Castle were located at Indu district. The ones in Celestial City were merely one of the many branches. The glamorous Flower Overqueen and Flower Empress lived in Indu district. When they only slightly revealed themselves in the Celestial City, it already gave rise to a huge chaos. The Maritime Moon Garden, it was as elegant as it was majestic. And there's still more. The melodious sound of bell reverberated, the sound of prayer spread out from the Bronze Dragon Temple. This old Buddhist temple was located in the Indu district. It was usually covered in smoke due to the incense burning in front of the temple. It was like an extremely blissful Buddhist nation. Xiao Chen didn't come here in order to burn incense and worship Buddha. After going around the Buddhist temple, he arrived at the rear mountain. The rear mountain was the very depiction of a beautiful spring day. The scenery was extremely beautiful. However, this was nothing strange in the huge Indu district. Many historical sites were like this. The mountains and rivers were interdependent, as though it was a fairyland. The reason why Xiao Chen arrived at this place was because they said that the ancestor god Fixu had carved the 8 divinatory trigrams somewhere around here. This was no big secret, every practitioner in Indu district knew about it. Moreover, many practitioners had gained a little benefit from this place since time immemorial. Climbing up the 300-meter-tall rocky mountain, a towering limestone stood firmly on top of the flat ground. A hint of spiritual energy was leaking from the ancient limestone. The longer one fixed their gaze at the limestone, the more extraordinary it feels. Along with the elapse of time, it actually started to become fuzzy. Apparently, the green-colored monolith had already blended into this space. As faint as it was, the monolith had already become a part of the truth. It was possessing an indescribable aura. This made Xiao Chen complimented it inwardly. He was exclaiming in his mind the extraordinariness of this object. He did not get stirred up at all because of this scene. Xiao Chen took large strides forward and got in front of the green monolith. He jumped onto the monolith and examined it with a normal attitude. He did not look upon it with admiration just because it was engraved by an ancestor god. Although the notches on the ancient limestone were carved countless years ago, they were still be seen clearly. As everyone knows, the 8 trigrams were used in Taoist cosmology to represent the fundamental principles of reality. From these molding, one could easily imagine the figure of Fuxi sitting at this place cross-legged all those years ago. For the 8 trigrams, Xian represent heaven, Kuan represent earth, Ken represent water, Li represent fire. Jin represent thunder, Zhen represent mountain, San represent wind, and lastly, Dui represent lake 1. Xiao Chen sat on top of the limestone, using his finger to stroke the notches and traced over where Fuxi's fingertips had likely touched. A lot of people had gained benefits from this place. Of course, it varied from person to person, everyone had different realization. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered far away. Over and over, he gently stroked the notches on the 8 trigrams. Gradually, he started to feel the scenery in front of him becoming fuzzy. It was a spacious space as vast as the ocean. It was as if he had arrived at another dimension. The rocky mountain, the limestone, the flowers and plants, as well as the bronze dragon temple and sunset glow, they all disappeared before his eyes. Xiao Chen sat upright at that place, as quiet and as still as a rock. The night arrived, and the starlight shone upon the mundane world. Xiao Chen was still as motionless as ever. He was immersed in an illusory land of nothingness. He kept forging ahead and ahead, but still couldn't find a way out. He only woke up from the dreamlike state after noticing a flowing light streaking across the void sky. He raised his head to look up at the sky, and found that the notches of the 8 trigrams was floating on the vast sky. Xian, Koan, Kan, Li, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Dui, these 8 symbols were actually connected to 8 different sliding doors. Xiao Chen was very surprised. He felt that there were 8 different worlds behind those sliding doors. He didn't rush up there due to impulse. He just stood on the ground and calmly looked up at the doors. The 8 trigrams became fuzzy and regressed to its original form. After that, starting from the initial state, it began to revolve until it became distinct. From nothingness to existence, and then from existence back to nothingness. It evolved in such a way. Xiao Chen remained motionless and continued to watch calmly. All of this could only be described as broad and deep. The more he watched, the more complicated Xiao Chen felt it was. The 8 trigrams contained the truth of the world. That was accumulation of ancestor god Fushi's wisdom. Only until the sun rose from the east did Xiao Chen finally return from the illusory land. The mountain was still that mountain, the water was still the very same water, and the mossy stone was still that mossy stone. The only thing different was Xiao Chen's current mental state. He felt that his spiritual power had become more condensed. He could see a hint of the ancestor god's imprint of truth from the evolution of the 8 trigrams. This night was very invaluable to Xiao Chen. They said that many practitioners had once reaped great benefits at this place. Xiao Chen now believed those were not empty words. He did indeed receive no small amount of enlightenment. Jumping down from the limestone, he stood atop the rocky mountain and waved both of his hands. The evolution of the 8 trigrams, this was the realization he acquired. It was fundamentally different from the original meaning of the 8 trigrams. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and lake, these 8 phases were brilliant and varied as they appeared in Xiao Chen's surroundings unceasingly. In the end, it was as if 8 illusory worlds were lingering around Xiao Chen. The more he practiced, the more insight Xiao Chen gained. In the end, even the entire mountaintop was shrouded by the drizzling radiance. Divine ability. Xiao Chen found to his surprise. The 8 trigrams actually had the probability of evolving into a divine ability. The sun rose and set, Xiao Chen spent 3 peaceful days on top of the rocky mountain. The 8 phases really seemed like they contained 8 different worlds. They gradually came into existence from nothingness, and floated all around Xiao Chen. On the evening of the 3rd night, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The notches of the 8 trigrams had completely been erased in his mind, the only thing remaining was the 8-fold worlds. Like the flickering light and passing shadows, Xiao Chen instantly disappeared from the rocky mountain, and abruptly appeared on the bustling main street of Yingdu. The divine ability, 8-fold worlds, was still at the initial stage, its power was still unknown. However, his speed had increased by an unimaginable level. The 8-fold worlds seemed to be capable of twisting reality. He only needed to take a single step in one of the 8 illusory worlds, and it was as if he was flying past the skies in reality. It could even be said to be extremely fast. This was an unimaginable divine ability. It was poles apart from Fushi's truth. The true meaning was completely different from the 8 trigrams. This was Xiao Chen's sudden insight, which ultimately evolved into his very own truth. It brought about a new divine ability with unpredictable power. Now, even without the undying wings, he could freely fly in the sky. Xiao Chen took a light step, and soared through the sky with extreme speed. 8-fold worlds. A divine ability with unimaginable power, and it was still at the initial stage. It could already be classified as one of the rare exclusive divine ability. The streetlights of Yingdu district were dazzling. It was the peak hour for the Flowing Cloud Casino, Spellbind Castle, and Moonflower Castle. Xiao Chen returned to the tavern. He continued to meditate and immersed in an ethereal state. They said that there was a divine ability called the 6 cycles. It possessed tremendous power once trained to the pinnacle. Xiao Chen had some kind of hope. He wanted to surpass the 6 cycles with 8-fold worlds. Early morning, the sunrise illuminated the Yingdu district. A new day had begun. It was a little different today compared to the past. The youngsters walking on the main street had clearly increased by many folds. Many gifted individuals and beautiful ladies were making their way toward the Maritime Moon Garden, in fear that there wouldn't be any leftover seats if they were just slightly late. Maritime Moon Garden, that was a park full of picturesque charm. The Moon Lake too in the center of the park was a very famous spot. If one didn't come to the Moon Lake to admire full moon, their trip to Indu was as good as wasted. Today, the beautiful third princess of the Great Shang dynasty was going to host the sword verse tea party at Maritime Moon Garden. The talented youth all over Indu district had received invitation. Even the noble daughter of many aristocratic families were attending. These made the tea party especially conspicuous. It was obvious to everyone, for the devastatingly beautiful third princess to make an appearance personally, it was to attract the talented individuals to the Great Shang dynasty. Regardless if they were a peerless youth or a saintly senior, they would rush over like moth attracted to light. Early in the morning, the Maritime Moon Garden was already packed with a sea of crowds. Fortunately, the park was large enough to contain all these people. More than half of the most influential families in the Shang dynasty were gathered in Indu district. The scions of these families naturally wouldn't want to miss this kind of occasion. Except for the ones who were far away from Indu, almost every youth in the city had arrived. As Yin Feng and his company intimately greeted the scions of some aristocratic families, they kept searching for Xiao Chen's figure in the crowd. However, the sun was already high up in the sky, and the sword verse tea party was about to start. They still couldn't find a single trace of Xiao Chen. Brother Yin, your eyes keep wandering around, and your subordinates too are looking all over the place. Are you looking for someone? Should I lend you a hound dog? Ha ha. A youth laughed brazenly as he walked over. He had a big stature and a scar on his face. There were also some rich kids following behind him. It was as clear as day that this group of people were at odds with Yin Feng and company. Bosh, just mind your own business. Or else, someone behind Yin Feng shouted in rage. Just by you? Come back after you train for a few more years. The youth known as Bosh had eyes as sharp as the eagle. Moreover, the scar on his face made him look indescribably keen. Looking at Bosh leading a few people away, Yin Feng clenched his fists tightly. The rich kids behind him were also extremely angry. One of them even cursed, that arrogant baldy. Bosh could be considered as one of the top experts in Indu. Hardly anyone among the younger generation dared to irritate him. He had a brother 1 year older than him, but he was taken away by a senior monk not long after being born. Because of this, he was nicknamed Stupid Monk. As time passed, those who hate him called him Stupid Baldy behind his back. Even until the very last minute, they didn't see Xiao Chen rushing over. Yin Feng and company were very disappointed. They seriously didn't understand, was that youth actually this indifferent? Even this kind of party couldn't attract his attention. Could this be the disposition of a true expert? They did see Yin Qingcheng, Lazio, Windfeathers, Aqua, Frosty, Tenvis, and the others entering the park. However, to them, the true grandeur of the two beauties couldn't even be compared to Xiao Chen at the moment. Sigh, let's go in. I suppose we will see the Stupid Baldy and the others showing off again. The few of them entered the Maritime Moon Garden with disappointment. Xiao Chen had indeed forgotten about the sword verse tea party today. To him, this was not an important matter. The reason he left the Pure Land was to travel all over the world, and to train his heart in the human society. He didn't have the intention to serve a nation or country. After analyzing the eightfold worlds for one night, the sun was already 3 poles high. Only then did he leisurely left the tavern, ate some stuffs, and took a stroll at the main street. He only recalled what Yin Feng told him when noon was fast approaching. There was a party today, and all the distinguished youths in Indu district would gather at Maritime Moon Garden. To see how profound were the abilities of the Great Shang dynasty's youth experts, Xiao Chen walked over to Maritime Moon Garden unhurriedly. Nobody blocked his path. The Maritime Moon Garden was open to the public today. Walking past a rose garden, pushing his way through a stone forest, climbing over 2 short hills, passing through a canyon, and entering a grass field, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the side of the Moon Lake after going forward for 2 miles. Maritime Moon Garden took up a huge space. This was definitely not an ordinary place. The land could be said to be extremely expensive in Indu City. This made Xiao Chen click his tongue unconsciously. Beside the Moon Lake, more than 1,000 people were gathered, and everyone was sitting on the ground. Xiao Chen didn't squeeze into the crowd. He just sat at the back, far away from the crowd. He was practically unable to see anything inside clearly, not to mention the rumored third princess. Gifted scholar and beautiful ladies reciting poem and painting, he was interested to appreciate them, yet he had no interest to compete. Confrontation between the practitioners, he also want to watch, but not willing to make a move. He only came to enjoy watching the bustling scene today. Just at this time, Xiao Chen saw a familiar face. A golden figure was jumping all around at the lakeside. Although it was very far from the crowd here, Xiao Chen recognized it at first glance. It was actually that war beast who participated in the finals of the war beast tournament in Celestial City, Goldie. 3 years had passed. It didn't grow any much taller, but a dozen or more golden figures appeared in its surroundings. Aren't those the 9 lives shadow partner? Not only had it restored them, it even increased the amount of shadow partners. Soon after, Xiao Chen found the multicolored Peacock King dancing in the sky not far away. How come they are here? Xiao Chen had some doubts. The 2 sacred beasts seemed to have felt something and looked towards Xiao Chen's direction with a puzzled expression. Just at this time, a commotion broke out in the crowd ahead. After that, Xiao Chen could hear Windfeather's angry voice. You dared to insult us. The fight had already begun. Xiao Chen stood up in a hurry and walked towards the crowd. Looking from afar, Windfeathers was already covered in blood from head to foot. With his trembling body, he pointed at the group of youths in front and said, "Everyone is equal, you guys think too much of yourself. If you keep looking down on the southern wasteland, someday, a hero will rise up and defeat all the youth experts in Indu. You guys are the ones who are truly ignorant and narrow-minded, not us. You will inevitably suffer from the consequences of your own action." It was as clear as day. The violent-natured Windfeathers had clashed with the scions of Indu district again. Still suffering a crushing defeat as before, he had been shamed mercilessly. Xiao Chen was speechless. Windfeathers was such a pitiful man. Back in those days, he was one of the strongest 4 in the southern wasteland. As a result, he was defeated by Xiao Chen at Exuvia 9th Celestial Layer. After he advanced to Astoria 5th Celestial Layer, he came to Indu, only to suffer a crushing defeat under the 4th Celestial Layer Hellfire. And now, he suffered yet another crushing defeat. It was not that he was not strong enough, it was just that his opponent was getting more terrifying one after the next. An arrogant laughter resounded. Haha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Alright, I will make an exception today and spare your life. I will wait for you here in Indu to take revenge. Remember my name, it's Bosch. He's called the Stupid Baldy. Nobody knew who it was, but someone among the crowd was jeering. Ha, everyone laughed out loud. Far away, many of the palace beauties couldn't refrain from covering their mouth and sneaked a smile. That place was where the Shang dynasty's 3rd princess and Indu's beauties were seated. Bosch was angry. The scar on his face trembled violently, and terrifying rays of light transmitted from his eyes. It caused everyone to hold back their laughter immediately. It became quiet in but a moment. Humph. It's not that I am underestimating the southern wasteland. There is really no one among the youth generation that is worth my time. Bosch paid no attention to the ashen-faced Windfeathers and returned to his own seat. Yan Xincheng and Lazio stepped forward to support Windfeathers and led him back to the seat. Yan Xincheng, one of the southern wasteland's twin pearls, she is indeed very stunning. Ha ha. The title is fully justified. Lady Xincheng, this way please. There are many towering figures in my Shang dynasty, there is sure to be someone suitable for you. The youth of Indu laughed without restraint. No matter what was said and done, Yan Xincheng, Lazio, and Windfeathers were from the southern wasteland. This moment could even be said to be joining in opposition against the same adversary. I, Windfeathers, will remember the disgrace today. I only lost because I don't have a suitable beast soul and compatible demon beast art. If I find a suitable beast soul, I will definitely come back to Indu to wipe out my disgrace. Windfeathers was extremely angry. He already vowed in his heart that he would travel to the deep mountains and tame a primal beast soul. Although he was not a beast man, the demon beast art he practiced need a powerful beast soul to serve as the vessel. If he could find a primal beast soul to serve as the vessel, his ability would become much stronger than it is now. After all, the demon beast art had once shook the entire world. Ha ha. Although Brother Bosch said he won't kill you, from your fierce remark just now, I have no intention of letting you off. It's better to send a barbarian like you off as soon as possible. It's not that we are afraid of your revenge. Rather, we just don't want to deal with you again in the future. One youth from Indu laughed out loud, and stepped forward with taunting words. However, his laughter came to a halt in an instant. That was because a sword ray flashed by, and his head was cut off. The blood sprinkled everywhere as the corpse fell on the ground. Everyone turned pale with fright, causing the meeting place to fall into chaos. Few of the youths jumped up immediately. One of them walked into the crowd and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." You dare to injure someone behind their back? Come out and fight. Pfff. The blood burst forth. This youth was also beheaded by a sword ray, and his corpse fell to the ground. Idiot, just my sword alone is enough. If I come forth personally, you guys wouldn't even be able to stop me. A cold voice resounded, but there was only an iron sword floating in the field. Who are you? The youths of Indu looked as if they were about to face a strong enemy as they swept their gazes all over the crowd. Bosch, who just returned to his seat, had a rare smile on his face. He was already on his 2 feet. He felt that this was definitely one of the top youth experts. To achieve this level of airborne fencing, he must be a formidable opponent. At a distant place, Infeng and company also stared fixedly at the scene. However, they did not have a grave expression. After all, that person was pointing his sword at Bosch's group. Everyone was searching for the master of the sword. Even the third princess of Shang dynasty was startled. She was watching from the sidelines with other gorgeous beauties. Just who is it? Come out and fight with me. I am one of the southern barbarians you guys spoke of. However, I will return your words to you. You guys are ignorant and narrow-minded, you don't know how high the sky is, nor how deep is the earth. The ice-cold voice reverberated at the side of the moon lake. Ha, Bosch laughed in anger, I admit you are strong, but just like me, we are ranked in the hundreds. I am not the strongest in Indu, but in our eyes, the south is indeed no good. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/bagua. 2. I'd love to use Crescent Lake instead, since it sounded better aesthetically, but Crescent is bow-shaped and we don't know the shape of the lake. It would be wrong to call a lake that's not bow-shaped a crescent lake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Unshakable Sword. I am also not the strongest in the southern wasteland. The cold voice was ruthless. Despite the coldness, he was very calm. Once he declared that, everyone turned pale. An expert this powerful was still not the strongest in the south? Could it be that the south was not as simple as it looked on the surface? There was still an expert hiding in the south? However, the youths of Indu were unwilling to lose their limelight. Many of them started to laugh out loud. You dare to be this arrogant when you are not even the strongest in the south? Although that's what they were saying, no one dared to look down on him. After all, 2 experts were beheaded just now. As some of the scions waved their hand, a group of people besieged the sword. Few of the psychics took off to the sky in attempt to seal off the sword. 2 of them took the initiatives and launched their divine abilities at the iron sword floating in the sky. They wanted to seal off the iron sword just like this, and force the one hiding into the open. Without any unnecessary word, the iron sword directly pierced through the sky. The master of the sword didn't seem to attach any importance to them. Swish! With a flash of light, the iron sword looked like a dragon waving its tail in midair. It turned around and did a diagonal slash. The 2 had only just threw themselves over, yet the divine abilities they launched had instantly shattered into small pieces like a broken glass. With 2 swish sound from the sword, blood splattered everywhere. The fresh blood dyed the grassland with its color. 2 guests were chopped in half at the waist, and their corpses fell on the ground. The remaining guests shouted simultaneously as they charged all together. Some released glaring sword chi, while others released bizarre arts. Their target? The iron sword. And the outcome was just as disappointing. The iron sword was unstoppable. It transformed into a streak of light in the sky, dashing all over the place and cut up all the guests. Everyone only saw a streak of light flickering before the blood sprinkled everywhere. The blood had dyed the vast sky red. No matter how complex was your spell, no matter how tyrannical was your energy, you still couldn't resist one strike from the iron sword. The iron sword swept across all directions and instantly killed more than 10 guests, leaving their corpses behind on the spot. The blood gushed not nonstop, dyeing the grassland red. Even the sky was filled with bloody mist. The facial expressions of everyone immediately changed due to the death of many practitioners. This sword-verse tea party was a convention to pick out geniuses. Although they had expected a fight to break out, nobody had ever imagined someone would go on a killing spree without any qualms in such a situation. At the distant, many of the beauties turned pale. Each and every one of them was so scared that they dare not utter a single word. The third princess of Shang dynasty and a few dozen young ladies of Indu were attracted by the iron sword in the battlefield. Although they were all outstanding beauties, they were not frail either. They had bountiful of experiences, their father and elder brothers were all experts of high caliber, so they were not scared at all. Princess, shall we go search for him and teach that arrogant boy a lesson? Someone put forward a suggestion to the third princess. She turned around and glared at that Imperial bodyguard. The masked third princess said in a cold tone, "I will behead anyone who dares to act arbitrarily. An expert like this must be recruited at all cost, don't act recklessly." That Imperial bodyguard backed away in embarrassment. Not only the third princess, the other noble ladies beside her also had the same line of thought. All of them wanted to recruit this peak-level youth expert. Just at this time, Bosch laughed heartily and said, "Do you dare to challenge me?" He walked into the battlefield as he said this. Such a provocative word could only serve to rouse up the crowd and made him the sole target. "Stop." Someone stopped him and said, "Bosch, let me test out his strength first." Bosch turned around and saw that it was his good friend, Xiao Chen. He knew that Xiao Chen was worried about his well-being and wanted to test out the opponent's strength first. "I don't think it's necessary." "No, that guy is too formidable. Let me test him first." Xiao Chen was around 26 to 27 years old. His appearance was very ordinary. Although he was a clansman of the East, his hair was tinged with blonde. He said with a very serious expression, "Let me go first. Indu's strongest clans are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. You are the strongest among us. If you were to lose in the hands of this South barbarian, we will become a laughingstock and lose our face." Bosch silently nodded in the end. The power structure in Indu was very complicated. Although they were all loyal to the imperial household, the powerful clans were endlessly clashing with one another. They were split into a few major clans and their relationship were far from harmonious. Back in those days, the lord of Shang dynasty was only a king in name. However, as their territories expanded, he began to consider himself as an emperor. Nobility was bestowed to the powerful clans which existed since a millennium ago. As long as there were people, war ensued. Moreover, this was one of the most intense battlefield. For as long as a millennium, these power clans never stopped clashing against one another. These clans possessed tremendous strength, each and every one of them was in possession of an ungodly expert. After so many generations, their foundation was already deep-rooted. If not because of the support of some renowned figures, the imperial family of Shang dynasty would already fall in the hands of these powerful clans. The Bo family was one such powerful clan, and Bosch was the leading youth of their clan. Xiao Chen entered the battlefield with large strides. He faced the iron sword and shouted, "Please show yourself, let us have a fair duel." Needless. The cold voice spread to the whole audience. It was brief and clear, as if there was no need to say more than that. The cold voice was brimming with strong confidence. Xiao Chen was furious. He was not an ordinary man, he was one of the experts in Bosch's party and came from a prestigious house. He soared into the sky and spread out his arms. It was a very bizarre sight as two black clouds seemed to be pressing against the iron sword. His sleeves were enlarging and enveloping the iron sword. He was a powerful spiritual master, his divine ability was known as Astina Universe. At peak power, this ability could transform the very nature itself. It was a really terrifying forbidden technique. Precisely because of this ability, he was thought of highly by the older generation. Without a doubt, he had a bright future ahead of him. He would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the future. Although his power level was only at Historia's 4th celestial layer, Xiao Chen had enough powerful to face experts of 6th celestial layer. Crack! Crack! The powerful pressure felt like entity weighing down on the ground. It caused a fissure on the ground below. The sleeves had already expanded to the size of a hill. It was scattering black clouds and mist as it pressed down. It felt as terrifying as the birth of a great demon. It was easy to imagine just how powerful was this Astina universe. Many people who were sitting around the battlefield were sent flying away by the pure pressure. This caused confusion and disorder at the sight. However, it was rather fortunate that everyone here was not an ordinary group of people. They quickly calmed down after the brief disturbance. A shocking event occurred right at this time. The iron sword remained motionless under the mountain-like pressure. The moment that the sleeves started to fall, the iron sword rose into the sky like a streak of rainbow. It broke into the rolling black clouds and flew up in a straight line. Humph! Xiao Chen let out a snort. The might of the Astina universe was unpredictable. With a ferocious swing of the sleeves, the mountain-sized sleeves discharged endless black fog and rose in a circular moment in a flash. With a loud explosive noise, the omnipresent sleeves gathered in one spot and received the attack head-on. The black fog covering more than half of the sky was gradually shrinking along with the sleeves. Eventually the black cloud finally dispersed. Ha ha! The rich kids of Indu laughed out loud. Is that all you got? Ridiculous. This is the so-called expert from the southern wasteland? His weapon was taken away so easily, and here I thought he was oh so powerful. However, everyone's smile froze in an instant, the laughter came to a sudden stop. A streak of divine ray streaked across the sky and forcefully broke free from the huge iron sleeve. The sleeve broke into pieces and danced lightly in the air like butterflies. That sharp iron sword broke through by force. It had completely triumphed over the Astina universe. The iron sword was like a rainbow. After breaking through the Astina universe, it transformed into a light beam and headed straight for Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen was an expert, even he had lost the power to retaliate in the face of such a matchless iron sword. He used whatever remained of the sleeves to counter the iron sword without rest. Every time the sleeves and iron sword made contact, they produced a thunderous noise. It sounded just like a divine iron being struck by a huge hammer. The sonorous noise continued to linger on. This outcome caused huge commotion among the numerous spectators. Everyone cried out in surprise one after another. The master of the iron sword was too strong. He actually broke through the Astina universe without breaking much of a sweat. His confidence and strength made everyone gasp in surprise. "Get back!" Bosch shouted out loud from below. Just as he wanted to rush in, someone beside him pulled him and already soared into the sky by himself. After all, Bosch was the leading person of their clan's youth generation. He must not be defeated so easily. Their side didn't wish for him to participate in a battle with uncertainties. Although the person who rushed in was very fast, he was still not as fast as the iron sword. After a few strikes from the dazzling swordchi, Xiao Chen's hair was already disheveled. Half of his long hair was cut by the iron sword as they were carried off by the wind. He had received 2 terrifying wounds. Although he was only lightly poked by the iron sword, the blood was already flowing like rapid water. Eerie white bones could be seen beyond the wound. Pfff. Xiao Chen spat out a big mouthful of blood. He clamped down the resplendent sword ray with Astina universe with all his might. After he did so, he was sent flying away by the violent force of the sword strike, leaving behind a huge quantity of blood spatter. With a loud bang, Xiao Chen crashed onto the ground. The rich kid who just flew into the sky was also a spiritual master. His power was without a doubt on the higher tier. Those who walked together with Bosch were all the cream of the crops. Seeing that another foolish guy had come forward, he didn't say anything and sent the iron sword flying towards him. The swordchi was as thick as a water jar, and the pressure was as heavy as a lofty mountain. The iron sword cut through the sky and engaged in a fierce battle with that spiritual master. Pfff. That spiritual master was overwhelmed with shock. Although it was just an iron sword, it contained power beyond imagination. The shockwaves caused him to spat out blood on the spot. As his injuries accumulate, he became unable to keep up with his spells. Finally, when the sword hurled at him, he was so terrified that he immediately rolled his body in the sky without paying any heed to his posture. He rolled away just as such and narrow avoided life-threatening attack. His hair was a royal mess and fresh blood dripped from his neck. Just a little bit more and his head would already be detached from his body. His eyelid became heavy as the spiritual master fell from the sky. The iron sword was ruthless and went after the fallen target. It wanted to deprive the target of its life in the sky. A few silhouettes from below immediately rushed to the rescue. Even with their combined forces, it was only barely enough to stop the iron sword. However, it was fortunate that they were able to save their comrade. "Don't run away, why don't you come at me all at once?" The cold and ruthless voice contained strong confidence. The iron sword flew in circles, streaking across all directions as it unleashed a blazing swordchi. Murderous aura filled the air. "How arrogant! Don't be so full of yourself." When they heard the provocative words, all of them were furious and jumped into the fray altogether. Just who was this ferocious man? All the spectators were totally overwhelmed. A youth expert of this level could be ranked in the foremost even in this great Shang dynasty. And he had said it himself, that he was not the strongest of the youth generation from the southern wasteland. Yan Qingcheng, Lazio, and Windfeathers were really excited. Especially Windfeathers, due to his excitement, his entire body was shaking. It was as if he was fighting those experts from Indu himself. It was as if his former humiliation had been washed off. At a distant place, the third princess of Shang dynasty and dozens of other beauties had glittering eyes. As far as they were concerned, they must recruit a youth expert of this level by all means. Some of the young ladies were already in a world of their own imagination. Although the confrontation in the sky was very intense, it only lasted for a short duration. Nobody was actually capable of stopping the iron sword's path. In only a dozen or more rounds, 3 of them already spat out blood and fell from the sky. As if it was only natural, the iron sword was grabbed by an illusory hand at this time. The mysterious master of the sword showed a shadow of himself. However, this made everyone ever more shocked because that hand was completely made out of one's chi energy. It was not external incarnation, it was completely materialized with the will and chi of the sword. With the sword in hand, it swept through all directions. The materialized figure held the sword and went on a massacre all over the place. In the next instant, everyone was cut and fell from the sky. His might had intimidated everyone. None of the young experts in Bosch's party were actually capable of standing up to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Dispute. Part 1. The experts that were cut down were in unknown conditions. Bosch hastily ordered his men to the rescue. Only until he received a definite news did he finally heave a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party knew when to hold back. He didn't really want the southern wasteland and Indu to be at odds with one another. Bosch walked to the center of the battlefield with large strides. He knew that he had no other choice but to take up the challenge by himself. Sending more people would only result in more injuries and deaths. Come down and fight with me. Bosch faced upwards and shouted loudly. He was not a spiritual master, so he had yet the ability to fly. The shadow in the sky raised its sword and flew straight for Bosch. The sword left a long yet beautiful and magnificent light in the sky as it was dropped down in a straight line. He didn't waste time on any unnecessary words. The iron sword represented his will and intention. Clank! Clank! The ear-splitting noise spread across the entire place. Bosch's fists were flickering with exquisite light as he bombarded the iron sword with countless of punches. The clash between the two caused sparks to scatter around. The powerful energy waves even forced everyone around the battlefield to fall back. The showdown between two experts standing at the summit was indeed too shocking for words. Bosch was well known for his prowess in Indu. Even if he was not number one, he was still one of the top-ranked experts. Reveal your real body, you won't best me in this state. Bosch shouted coldly. His entire body was glowing with endless light. It was as if he was the incarnation of a heavenly sword himself. As if it was only natural, the shadow beside the iron sword slowly faded away, and a figure from among the crowd walked into the battlefield with large strides. Everyone turned pale with fright. They never thought that the powerful master of the iron sword was just beside them. They hastily made way for him. The new arrival had a tall and slender build, black long hair, and eyes as sharp as the sword. His expression was cold and seemed to possess an extremely peculiar aura. His entire person had the same aura as the iron sword floating in the sky, as if he had truly devoted his soul to the sword. You can call my Bosch, may I know who am I facing? Dugu Jianma of the southern wasteland. As he spoke, the iron sword flew towards his palm. So it was indeed someone from the solitary clan. Bosch nodded. At a distant place, Yan Xingcheng and the others were really excited. Although they had long guessed it was him, they were still unable to remain calm. Regardless of their former relation, they were still from the same place after all. When Windfeathers suffered a crushing defeat before, the rich kids of Indu ridiculed the experts of Southern Wasteland. It made them feel extremely humiliated and angry. Part 2. But now, Dugu Jianma had stood up for them and swept everything before him with his iron sword. They felt extremely moved and delighted. Yan Xingqing firmly grasped for fists. Lazio heaved a long sigh of relief. And Windfeathers even laughed out loud. There was joy, there was zeal, but even more was the feeling of bitterness. Indu had brought about too much disgrace and humiliation upon himself. He vowed that he would surely return to pay them back for this disgrace. Far from the battlefield, the third princess of Shang dynasty had already jumped up of her seat. It was obvious to all that she was extremely interested in Dugu Jianma. And the young ladies beside her each had their own plans. Such an excellent youth, even the princess had to fight over him. If their family had one more friend like this, it meant that they would have one more top-level expert on their side in the future. It was impossible to hire him as a servant. After all, the solitary clan of the south was not just any clan. Xiao Chen saw everything with his eyes, yet he was very calm. 3 years ago, Dugu Jianma was equally matched with him. With his talent and nature, it would be strange if he had yet to reach this stage. These past 3 years, because of degraded lifespan, his training progress was not very smooth. However, precisely because of this, his mental state had experienced a great change. It was really hard to say whether he gained more or lost more. However, Xiao Chen had become more confident compared to 3 years ago. Even if facing Dugu Jianma, who made great progress. How would the two fare against each other? It was hard to say. Without any words, Dugu Jianma and Bosch had already engaged in a fierce fight. This was a showdown of the strongest. Their power level as well as control over the divine abilities were crucial factors that would determine their victory or defeat. In a certain sense, once a person had entered the Historia realm and unlocked their divine abilities, it could provide them with endless possibilities. It was no longer a dream. With a powerful divine ability, one could possibly defeat a warrior of higher realm. The two powerful experts were evenly matched. It was a really intense battle. Bosch emitted 2 rays of purple light from his eyes. His movements were as quick as lightning. Hazy purple clouds were lingering around him. The sword in his hand projected several light beams that raged on like a large sea wave. It was unstoppable. And Dugu Jianma seemed like the incarnation of the god of sword itself as he split the space with his iron sword. The sword rays scattered in all directions. It was as if a comet had streaked across the sky. It was bright and gorgeous. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. However, it seemed like they were still evenly matched. At a distant location, the peers were discussing among themselves. Indeed, the solitary clan of the south can never be underestimated. Dugu Jianma would be ranked in the foremost even in my great Shang dynasty. It seems like the stupid badly has improved again. His family's amethyst cloud technique really lived up to its reputation. Part 3. It is hard to predict the outcome of this battle. After 200 exchanges, Bosch sneered and said, "Don't you have any divine ability?" Dugu Jianma replied in a cold tone, "One iron sword can best every divine abilities that ever existed." Bosch laughed out loud and said coldly, "In that case, this battle ends here." All of a sudden, the purple clouds filled the entire sky. The endless amethyst clouds submerged the entire battlefield. Everyone could only hear the ice-cold voice of Bosch, "Amethyst Prison." It was as if the space was frozen as the endless purple clouds trapped Dugu Jianma within. Although Bosch was not proficient in the law of space, this very divine ability possessed countless connections with the law. It could seal off an area of space. Dugu Jianma had been trapped. Many startled voices could be heard from beyond the battlefield. That is the stupid Baldy's original divine ability. There were already many experts who fell in the hands of the Amethyst Prison. Yan Xingchang, Lazio, and Windfeathers were most anxious. For Dugu Jianma to be trapped like this. Was that not tantamount to a fish lying on a chopping board? Even the third princess of the great Shang dynasty and those young ladies revealed anxiety on their beautiful faces. They didn't wish for anything to happen to Dugu Jianma. After all, he had already exhibited such an extraordinary strength. If he was defeated by Bosch and got killed in the process, that'd be such a pity. Xiao Chen watched everything calmly. He already bent the middle finger of his right hand in preparation of launching the telepathic sword wave. That was a mysterious skill passed to him by Elder Rhino of the Pure Land. However, he quickly loosened up his finger. The sword is equivalent to your life, since it has already left your hand, Dugu Jianma, it's your loss. Bosch's callous voice transmitted outwards as he fiercely squeezed the Amethyst Prison. Inside the Amethyst Prison, the purple radiance had almost liquefied. The iron sword was forcefully shaken off and was sealed in the corner of the prison. And Dugu Jianma was completely restrained. It was hard just to move a finger. Even his long black hair was standing on end. Blood already started to leak out from his nose and mouth as the purple force continued to squeeze him. The bones all over his body were giving off creaking noise. At a glance, everyone was sure that it was already Dugu Jianma's defeat. No one thought he could get out of this alive. However, just at this time, Dugu Jianma's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder as he shouted, "Break!" He ignored the iron sword floating at one side of the sky as his silhouette suddenly became faint. But instantly afterwards, his body burst forth with brilliant rays. Crack! Crack! And followed by the sound of violent collision between bones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, The Battle. Intensified. Part 1. The sword demon who had suffered hardship since childhood had only ever lived for the swords. However, because the Southern Wastelands experts were being insulted, he stepped forward bravely and faced outstanding heroes with his bastard sword. He triumphed over the Amethyst Prison and Hades Wheel, defeated the key figures from several supreme clans, and had dominated every experts in the surroundings. And now, one of the strongest foreign Hindu had returned. He declared he would defeat Dugu Jianma within 80 rounds, seemingly looking down on the barbarians of the Southern Wasteland. Chulin's purple gown flapped along with the wind as he surged up with violent energy. The rich kids around him were forced to fall back. His eyes were emitting two seemingly materialized purple rays of about 2 meters long. Many of the weaker practitioners nearby let out a miserable shriek as they hastily shut their eyes. During that instant just now, whether it was due to the purple rays, or because of Chulin's sky-high killing intent, plenty of people in the surroundings were trembling as if they had been struck by a lightning. One could easily imagine just how powerful this Chulain was. The reputation of the Heroic Four had already shaken the Imperial capital for numerous years. It was absolutely no undeserved. Xiao Chen was as still as a pine and seemed to be at peace despite the fact that the murderous aura had already surged towards him like a violent wave. The dense murderous aura had almost drowned him, yet he stood there like an unmovable boulder. At this time, he was the focus of everyone's attention. It was very rare for the third princess to remove her veil, but she lifted her veil and revealed half of her charming face. Her fixed one of her beautiful eye on the esteemed expert recommended by Dugu Jianma. The other young ladies also looked at this mysterious expert with glittering eyes. Ba Shen Chen Hangjin gazed at Xiao Chen without batting an eye. Dugu Jianma himself had dominated everyone at the sword vs. tea party with his bastard sword, and yet he pronounced this person to be stronger than him. Just what kind of person was he? Their eyes were bright, as if they wanted to bore through Xiao Chen's body with their gaze and examine him thoroughly. The surrounding was very quiet. Only the feeble sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze was completely focused on that soul figure. At a distant location, Yin Feng's eyes lit up as he said, "It's him, he's finally here." They once had a battle at the Lunar Pavilion. Yin Feng was fully aware of this mysterious expert's power. Perhaps he might even stand toe-to-toe with Chulain. As for the outcome, he did not dare imagine it. After all, Indu's Heroic Four had left a lasting impression in their mind. Yan Xingqiang revealed a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. How come it's him again? This person was an expert from the south? How come Shi De never heard of him? Could he be the mysterious Zhao Chongyang? Xiao Chen had changed his appearance and restrained his aura. He was already not at all the same compared to his former self. She couldn't recognize him at all. Lazio and Windfeathers also had doubts in their heart. They knew that this person was definitely not Zhao Chongyang, because they once had an encounter with him. They were unable to guess who it was. Nobody from the southern wasteland knew of this youth's identity. "You are the strongest expert from the southern wasteland?" Chulain raised his sword-like brow. His entire person released an indescribable aura. It was a fitting aura for someone who had been through a real battlefield. It caused everyone's hearts to race faster. His heroic figure even caused some of the young ladies to cast him a sidelong glance. After all, he was Indu's Heroic Four and was once admired by many women. "I am not," Xiao Chen answered calmly. While facing the gazes of experts from all directions, he seemed relaxed and easygoing. He stood there calmly like an evergreen pine tree. Part 2. "You are not?" Chulain raised his sword-like brows. Countless people raised an uproar. Could it be that he recognized the wrong person, or was Dugu Jianma just making fun of them? Confusion started to spread. Even the third princess revealed a doubtful expression as more people made a racket. Many people started to point their gaze towards Dugu Jianma. "I am a traveling artist." Just at this time, Xiao Chen spoke up. With this one sentence, he became the focal point of everyone again. Dugu Jianma followed up, "I did not say he is the strongest one in the southern wasteland. I only said that he is stronger than me." He had once fought with the strongest expert of the southern wasteland for one night. The outcome was a draw. The lakeside was brimming with noises of everyone discussing spiritedly. All the while looking at Xiao Chen with shocked expression. Now that they thought about it, Dugu Jianma indeed did not say this person was the strongest in the southern wasteland, he only said that this person was stronger than him. They've all been led to a false conclusion. To fight to a draw with the southern wasteland's number one, and to draw this much respect from Dugu Jianma, Xiao Chen had become the focal point of everyone here. Regarding these, Xiao Chen did not continue to deny it. He only looked at Dugu Jianma quietly. "Ha ha. That means defeating him is equal to defeating the strongest one in southern wasteland?" Chulain laughed out loud. He was brimming with confidence. Thousands of people were getting roused up. They were looking forward to the battle between one of Indu's Heroic Four and the traveling artist who tied with Southern Wasteland's number one. After all, this was bound to be a confrontation between the top. Who is Southern Wasteland's strongest? Seemingly still possessing a slight doubt, Chulain turned around to face Dugu Jianma and asked him this question. He is no longer in this world. Dugu Jianma hadn't spoke as much as today compared to the past year. Especially when the Southern Wasteland's strongest was mentioned, Dugu Jianma no longer kept his mouth shut. Who is it? Chulain seemed to be very interested. Everyone was hooked by what Dugu Jianma about to say. Everyone at the lakeside wanted to know who that person was. After all, Dugu Jianmo himself had admitted he was no match for this so-called number one expert. Even Yin Qingcheng, Lazio, and Windfeathers were paying close attention. They wanted to know the definite answer. Xiao Chen. With only these two words, Dugu Jianmo finished with what he had to say and left with large strides. Xiao Chen, everyone was reciting this name. A moment later, many of them gasped in shock, especially the rich kids of Yingdu. They were well informed and naturally knew of the event that took place in southern wasteland before. Even Yin Feng had mentioned his name once at the lunar pavilion. Only Xiao Chen from the southern wasteland could stand a sliver of chance against the strongest of Yingdu. Ba Chen hanging even had a hint of flash while astonished. Without any exception, all the supreme clans knew of the bloody event that took place at Celestial City. Part 3. The Shang dynasty's third princess seemed to be recalling an event from the past. Then she heaved a sigh in pity and whispered to herself, "So it is him." The beauties surrounding the princess were not stupid either. One of them asked with a smile, "The princess had seen that person before?" 1. The third princess shook her head with a smile, no longer saying a word. After hearing this, Yin Xinchang was stunned momentarily as she memories from her past resurfaced. That guy from 3 years ago, she felt a little complicated, but calmed down soon after. Lazio and Windfeathers even had a hint of flash. Especially Windfeathers, since he had suffered a crushing defeat under Xiao Chen's hands before. However, now that he thought about it calmly, he couldn't help but admit it. That year, he did not lose the fight unjustly. Ha, Chulane faced the sky and laughed out loud, and here I thought, who is it? So it's that guy. I've once heard of him. If that guy is truly the strongest, then I must say, this is all the southern barbarian could amount to. How arrogant. This guy is much too arrogant. There were many people who hailed from the west, the north, and the south at this sword vs. tea party. All of them were extremely angry and disgusted with his display of arrogance. Chulane looked at the surrounding people with cold gaze, then he said, "I heard that he grasped some sort of secret arte. By burning his own life force, he managed to kill some demigods. What about it? That's not his own power. If he don't use this kind of self-harming technique, what would he amount to? Would he dare to face me in that condition? I will finish him off in 90 rounds. Chulane's personality was like this. He might have a foul mouth, but he was not a reckless person. He always looked down on his opponent and believed that he was the strongest, but once they're truly engaged in a battle, he would never get careless. Humph. He cast a chilly glance at everyone and said while pointing at Xiao Chen, "You guys don't believe it? Then look at how I defeat him." Now, Dugu Jianmo had arrived in front of Xiao Chen with his bastard sword tightly secured on his back. Then he whispered in Xiao Chen's ear, "Now I am certain, it's you." 3 days ago, when Dugu Jianmo saw Xiao Chen at the lunar pavilion, he already had a slight suspicion. Today, he arrived early at the moon garden and waited until Xiao Chen showed up. People once said those who truly understood you was your not friend, but your enemy instead. Perhaps it really had some basis behind it. Dugu Jianmo and Xiao Chen couldn't really be considered friends. In Dugu Jianmo's heart, Xiao Chen was only a powerful opponent. He couldn't have guessed his identity from his aura nor his appearance. Dugu Jianmo only recognized him due to some kind of intuition. Xiao Chen was speechless. Dugu Jianmo left and became one of the many spectators. Chulane walked forward with large strides. He stood face to face with Xiao Chen. Then he swept his gaze over the Indu's rich kids and said, "I will recover the disgrace you guys brought to Indu today by beheading him." The surrounding immediately quietened down. Madman Chu versus the traveling artist, this was a battle worth looking forward to. Are you prepared? Chulane gazed at Xiao Chen with overbearing attitude. Part 4. Why should I fight with you? I don't want to do it. Although he was in the middle of a whirlpool, Xiao Chen was as easygoing as ever. Because I want to fight with you. Chulane's aura was overbearing. His power was obvious to all. You have no choice but to fight. Who gives you the right? As if he was making fun of him, Xiao Chen spoke calmly. Then he turned around and walked away. Ah, Chulane laughed, want to leave? That's not possible. Boom. He instantly waved his palm with lightning-fast movement. The surrounding energy seemed to be boiling up as layers purple energy waves started to roll up. The energy wave was about to swallow up Xiao Chen, but he did not even bother to turn around. He only bent his fingers and lightly flicked it. Telepathic sword wave. This technique passed down by Elder Rhino of the Beastman was not any ordinary sword chi. With Xiao Chen as the center, the ripples started to spread out. It seemed very weak at first glance, but once it made contact with the purple chi, the sword wave immediately went wild like thousands of sea waves rolling over and over. A loud rumbling sound resonated at the lakeside. Everyone could see it clearly. The light source with 130 feet diameter was raging like the ocean wave. And in the heart of the light source was Xiao Chen. All the purple chi had been routed up. Chu Lane was even sent tumbling away from the 40 meters huge circle. Although his reaction speed was fast, he couldn't get away from the huge circle in time, and half of his long sleeves were turned into dust. One move had forced Chu Lane to fall back. Everyone was endlessly shocked. Countless people had their jaw dropped. Some quick-witted practitioner tried to do a little experiment and threw a training sword into the light source. The 40-meter sword waves had yet to disappear, and although the ripples had become weaker than before, it still crushed that training sword in an instant and turned it into dust. Thousands of people were dumbstruck. The telepathic sword wave was really too formidable. No wonder Chu Lane were sent flying away in the first moments. Could this be the experts that Dugu Jianma revered? The one who fought the southern wasteland's strongest to a draw? The third princess and dozen of other beauties jumped up from the seats without exception. Bosch, Chen Hanging, and the other Supreme Clan's candidate were so shocked that they took a few steps forward. Yan Qinchan, Lazio, and Windfeathers were all endlessly shocked. Aqua, Frosty, and Tenvis from the west were just as amazed. There was none who were not shocked. The entire place had entered a moment of deathly silence. This mysterious traveling artist seemed to possess unimaginable strength and attracted everyone's attention. Chu Lane did not feel awkward at all. On the contrary, he nodded and said, "It seems like I've looked down on you before. You are better than I thought. And your name is?" Only now did Chu Lane finally ask Xiao Chen for his name. Part 5. Everyone was feeling apprehensive in their heart. This madman was really too arrogant. Only now did he finally recognize the other as his equal. Putting that aside, everyone was equally interested to know the mysterious traveling artist's name. Xiao Chen looked all over the place before he said, "I am called Xiao Shishui. The reason I came here is not to fight. I don't want to fight with anyone." Telepathic swordwave had once shook the whole world in a certain era, and now it make an appearance once more. How can this make me disappointed? Chu Lane sneered and said, "Today, I will take back what I said. I will not kill you, so just go ahead and fight with ease of mind." Chu Lane's arrogance and confidence could be said to be a little too much. Xiao Chen stared at him coldly. He did not want to get into a quarrel, but that didn't mean he was afraid to get into trouble. Now that he had learned Eight-Fold World, he was confident in his speed. Regardless of its might, just from its speed alone, he was confident that even an Immortalis expert couldn't block his escape route. So even if he really did get into a quarrel, he had enough confidence that he could get away. "Don't force me to kill you." Just as these 6 words left Xiao Chen's mouth, not only did Chu Lane black out momentarily, even the thousands of spectators were dumbstruck. This guy seemed to be even more powerful. These 6 words made it clear, it was not that he was scared to fight, it was just that he was not willing to do. Because, once he made a move, he would go for the kill. Everyone was completely stupefied. This traveling artist was really a big shot. He was even colder and fiercer than Dugu Jianma, and even madder than Chu Lane. Under the cover of his calmness, there was the heart of a combatant. Xiao Shishui, this name had been engraved deeply into everyone's mind at the moment. "Let's fight! Traveling artist versus Madman Chu." Everyone shouted in succession. They were all the more looking forward to this fight. Chu Lane smiled grimly, not minding what Xiao Chen said before. He rushed forward as though he was flying and shouted, "Let me see whether you've understood the real essence of the telepathic sword wave." Chu Lane rushed over in an instant. His body was like a screw as he revolved in midair. Purple light lingered all over his body, then they condensed and transformed into a divine sword in his hand as he slashed it downward. Xiao Chen was as steady as a boulder, majestic and motionless. However, his eyes were emitting 2 light beams that danced in the sky like lightning. This time, he did not use the telepathic sword wave. Xiao Chen moved his body as his heart desired. His hands moved to form an indescribable maneuver. He used his body to form a connection with the heart, and the magic circle formed by itself. The seal of Leo. The powerful force from his punch felt as if the comet was about to ram into the Mother Earth. It left a dazzling ray of light as he lifted his fist upward. It clashed with the purple divine sword with a loud clank. He was like a pine tree as he remained motionless, but he was like a gale once he moved. Xiao Chen soared up and instantly exchanged hundreds of blows with Chu Lane. They left behind one afterimage after another. The seal of Leo had brought Xiao Chen's raw power to a whole nother level. Part 6. After the two had hundreds of exchange, they landed at each side respectively. Chu Lane raised the sword and rushed forward. He made his moves boldly and slashed at Xiao Chen. The divine sword constantly shook the very space itself. the power it contained was obvious to all. It kept giving out a faintly discernible wong wong sound as it was waved around. Each slight movement caused the earth to shake. Xiao Chen was not fearful. With the execution of the Seal of Leo, his body was like a phantom. He was as quick as the wind, and as frantic as the lightning. Clank! Clank! Xiao Chen clashed with the divine sword with his bare hand. The clash between the two caused sparks to fly off like meteor shower. Xiao Chen finally clapped his palms together. A world-shaking lion roar transmitted outward. The shadow of a three-headed golden lion king actually showed up and pounced at Chulain. This was the true essence of the Seal of Leo. The shadow of the lion had extreme resemblance to that three-headed golden lion king from Celestial City's Warbeast tournament 3 years ago. The seal technique was a skill Xiao Chen picked up from the Pure Land. Granny Phoebe, who passed this technique to him, had combined the profound mystery of supreme Buddhism and the secret arts of jungle tribe to create her own unworldly technique. However, she had never forgotten those divine abilities from Buddhism and passed them to Xiao Chen. After practicing the Seal of Leo, Xiao Chen once had a suspicion that the Golden Lion King from the Warbeast tournament might really be an ancient Buddhist. Roar! The golden lion seemed to have materialized completely. 3 of its head faced upward as it let out a roar before pouncing at Chulain. Glaring gold light burst out and forced everyone to cover their eyes. It was as if the earth and sky had turned upside down. The energy waves kept pouring out and caused even the water in the lake to roll over and over. Many of the spectators were getting unsteady on their feet, and some of them even fell on the ground. That lasted until the brilliant rays were totally dispersed. The Golden Lion King was gone, and Chulain's divine sword was totally crushed by the Seal of Leo. Everyone was very shocked. This traveling artist Xiao Shishui was really too strong. They originally thought the telepathic sword wave was his trump card, but it seemed like he had more than one divine ability. Humph! Chulain snorted and stepped forward. At the same time, purple brilliance circulated around his hand with a resounding noise, and the purple divine sword was reformed. Xiao Chen just stood there and looked on with a cold gaze as Chulain closed in. The seal technique he executed this time was not at all the same. Seal of Immortal King. This time, Xiao Chen clapped his palms together at once. The shadow of a powerful entity showed up and its huge figure blocked half of the sky. With a loud rumble, it swatted the ground with his huge palm and caused an earthquake. Boom! It crushed the purple divine sword and swept across Chulain, causing him to flip away in an awkward position. Part 7. A commotion broke out soon after. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about how powerful was Xiao Chen, it was just that his skill was so powerful that none of them could believe it. After Chulain hit the ground, instead of feeling awkward, he was feeling more competitive. He had an imposing expression as he stood on the ground. Seeing how Xiao Chen had used his divine abilities consecutively, he finally decided to stop holding back. He's about to unleash his power that secured his top position of the youth generation. Report! Just at this time, a yell could be heard from a distance as a full-plated soldier ran over. He knelt down with one knee touching the ground and reported to Chulain, "It's an urgent message." Chulain fell back and left the battlefield. The duel had been interrupted. Before Chulain had the time to open the envelope, 2 practitioners surrounded him. "Brother Chu, allow us to take him down in your stead." One of them was tall, about 3 heads taller than an ordinary person. His gaze was chilly. One look and you could tell he was an untamed beast. The other one had a pale face with gloomy expression, tall stature, and looked somewhat frail, yet he gave of a gentle impression. "No, just let me read the letter first, then I will continue." Chulain firmly refused. "We insists." Everyone saw how the 3 of them were arguing and began to wonder about the 2 persons' identity. They actually dared to speak to Chulain like this, they must be anything but ordinary. One of them even ignored Chulain's protest and charged into the battlefield. He soon appeared in close proximity of Xiao Chen. Chulain was furious, but in the end, he forcefully restrained his fury. These 2 were guests that he just recently invited. Their identity were extraordinary. They were from the powerful yet mysterious tiger clan of Middle-earth. The white tiger shan't be easily provoked. If not because he was apprehensive of their identity, and that the 2 were indeed very powerful, Chulain would have already ordered someone to kill them. However, after he tore the envelope and read the content of the letter, his mood brightened up again. He laughed and said, "Ha, this scoundrel is also back? He actually tried to play tricks on me by using an urgent message. This should be interesting, hee hee." The tiger man was tall and untamed. One look and you could tell that he was a person you wouldn't want to provoke. He stared at Xiao Chen and asked, "You once had a duel with Xiao Chen 3 years ago? What do you want to know?" Xiao Chen looked at him calmly. "You guys fought to a draw? Xiao Chen declined to comment by letting out a snort. Then does that mean you guys have some friendly relations? What about it? Part 8. I knew it, you guys befriended due to your bullshit camaraderie. Then you won't have to feel wronged if I kill you today. The tall and savage tiger man roared at the top of his lungs. Who are you? What makes you say this? Xiao Chen looked at him coldly. The wild and untamed giant restrained his voice and said, My name is Huzuni. 3 years ago the damned Xiao Chen killed one of our brother. He even killed 2 demigods from our clan. Us brother had vowed to destroy his everything. If he is still alive, he will definitely show himself if you kill you. What kind of logic is that? Xiao Chen's gaze gradually turned colder as he said, This is not the Tiger Clan's territory. If you die here, nobody will be able to speak up for you. Ha ha. Huzuni faced upward and laughed out loud. In the face of the Tiger Clan's divine skill, you think you stand a chance? Moreover, I have half of the White Tiger's bloodline within me. Xiao Chen smiled and said indifferently, Then how about we prove it with action? He actually ran into someone from the Tiger Clan. Xiao Chen originally did not plan to kill the innocent ones. He did not want to involve the Tiger Clan's common disciple. However, after seeing the other side's attitude, he instantly changed his mind. Want me to let you go now? In your dream. You're dead, no discussion. Even if Huzuni wanted to avoid the battle, Xiao Chen wouldn't let him go anymore. He had already given him the death penalty. Xiao Chen decided to show all his hands, without holding anything back. Swish! Like the flickering light, Xiao Chen disappeared from his original spot. He executed the telepathic sword wave taught by Elder Rhino, no holds barred. He flicked his forefinger and middle finger simultaneously. A 60-meter destructive circle appeared. The ripples were fluctuating at a terrifying rate. Open! Sensing the danger, Huzuni roared loudly, his entire body flickered with white ray as a white tiger manifested behind him. It was baring its fangs and burst forth with unparalleled power. He launched a single punch, and there were actually lightnings scattering everywhere. This was his divine ability, Destruction Lightning. However, it didn't even stand 1 nanometer of a chance. The lightnings were instantly destroyed by the sword waves. The sword waves continued to ripple. It was emitting a faintly discernible ringing sound like that of a bell. Re-I-I-I-I-N-G. The lingering sound lasted for a long time. Ah! Huzuni screamed miserably. Both of his legs were turned into dust in a fraction of a second. He flew towards the sky in fright and barely kept on to his dear life. Although he had escaped from the effective area of the huge circle, with 2 of his legs gone, how fast could he be? Xiao Chen sneered. He left an afterimage in his originary location and rushed over there. Part 9. The most profound technique passed to him by Granny Phoebe. The Seal of Flora. A huge shadow appeared in thin air. The figure possessed extremely similar poise as Xiao Chen and wore a faint smile despite the uncaring expression. There was a flower of unknown origin in the hand of said figure. Swish! The mysterious flower left its hand and transformed to the size of a house. The crystal-clear petals fell from the sky like countless razor-sharp blades. Pfff. Blood splashed forth as Huzuni's 2 arms and chest were broken into pieces. Not even a single piece remained as they all wafted in the air as bloody mist. The only thing remained was his head full of frightened expression. It floated in the sky, among the flower petals. Not far away, the pale-faced Kazini almost fainted. Not only did his cousin suffer a crushing defeat, he was even killed within the blink of an eye. He almost couldn't believe his own eyes as he instinctively rushed over while letting out a furious roar. A little further away, Xu Lane saw it all happen with his own eyes. Even if he was feeling anxious, there was nothing he could do about it. It was already too late to stop them. Damn it! These 2 bastards, are they that eager to die? Shit, there's even a strong tiger in town, they're only inviting trouble for me. Xu Lane felt very remorseful. He shouldn't have received these 2 as his guests. They were very strong, but now that a problem had occurred, their backers definitely wouldn't sit tight. Huzuni's head that was still floating among the flower petals wore a frightened expression. He transmitted his thought filled with unwillingness. Fuck. 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 I am an expert who just tapped into Historia's 6th celestial layer. How can I be killed? The end result will be the same even if you are at the 7th layer. Xiao Chen's ice-cold voice was the last time he heard. Before Kazini could get close enough, Xiao Chen bent his ring finger and flicked it lightly. The head was crushed by the sword waves with a bang. The lakeside was completely filled with noise as several thousand people cried out at once. Xiao Chen's performance was really too shocking to them. 1. Oh, was the princess the one who tried to invite Xiao Chen to her nation before? The one who came with Goldie, I believe? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Destiny Twin. Part 1. The sunset glow dyed the western part of the sky red. The lake also shone with a bright red tint. The ripples on the lake looked like red crystals breaking apart. The beautiful lake was gleaming reflection of waves in sunlight. At the lakeside, there was a boiling cauldron of voices. Xiao Chen killed the 6th level Huzuni with just a lift of the hand. He killed the Tiger Clan's expert like slaughtering chickens. Everyone in the park was dominated by his sheer power. Impossible. This is the one who fought the Southern Wasteland's #1 expert to a draw? Perhaps he wouldn't even lose against the heroic 4 of Indu. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. 1,000+ people got excited over this and started to discuss spiritedly. The scions of some supreme clans involuntarily took a few steps forward to take a closer look at that majestic and unmoving figure. The third princess and dozen other beauties also stood up from their seats to look at the powerful youth in the middle of the battlefield. Dugu Jianma still remained as silent as ever. Only that his entire person released a razor-sharp aura. The surrounding people were frightened by him and quickly moved to the side. Lazio and Windfeathers had complicated feelings as they clenched their fists tightly. Yan Xincheng revealed a doubtful expression as she looked at the figure suspiciously. She kept having this feeling that she had seen this man before. But of course, Xiao Chen was the last thing that would come to mind. After all, their fighting styles were completely different. Xiao Shishui. Kazini rushed over with a roar, but all he could see was the head that got crushed by the telepathic sword wave. The pale-faced Kazini looked gentle and reserved on the outside, but now, he looked exceptionally fierce. He transformed into a streak of light and charged at Xiao Chen while gnashing his teeth. Xiao Chen suddenly lifted his head as his eyes emitted 2 glaring light. The golden light that was as thin as needles shot straight at Kazini. Ah! Kazini covered his 2 eyes and screamed. However, due to his sharp intuition, he instantly fell back. He arrived fast, but he retreated even faster. Xiao Chen didn't even move, he just stood there and looked at Kazini. Kazini flew back for several tens of meters until he crashed into the ground with a thump. Blood leaked out from the space between his fingers, that were still covering his eyes, as he groaned in pain. When he finally put down his hands, everyone involuntarily sucked in cold air. Kazini's eyes were actually bleeding. The golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes earlier were no illusions, they were actually real and dealt heavy damage to Kazini. Fortunately, he missed a little and didn't hit the pupil. However, the scaras were pierced and 2 bloody holes were visible on the eyelid. Everyone at the lakeside shivered in fear. Even the eyes could be targeted, this was just too terrifying. Only those who had profound abilities knew, what Xiao Chen used earlier was not any particular divine ability. Due to his strong confidence and extreme disdain of his enemy, he brazenly condensed his battle aura and used it directly. Part 2. The 2 golden lights were completely formed by a portion Xiao Chen's energy. He released the said energy from his body and retracted it immediately after injuring the opponent's eyes. Xiao Shishui, the Kazini who nearly lost his eyesight due to a fit of anger, finally calmed down. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You forced me to do this. Today, you must die." Speaking until here, he retrieved a crystal-clear bottle gourd from his bosom. The gourd was only 1 inch long. He twisted off the lid that poured the content into his mouth. Those who had sharp eyes could see red liquid flowing into his mouth. White Tiger's blood? It should be, looks like he's going to stake everything in this fight. It was a common knowledge, the founder of the Tiger Clan was a genuine white tiger. Due to his union with mankind, his offsprings were all in human form. And as a result of continuous propagation, the white tiger's bloodline was getting thinner and thinner. To this end, he once chose a few descendants with extremely huge potential and baptized them with its blood. As a result, their bloodline got closer to the white tigers and their power increased to the point that they even surpassed some of the ordinary white tigers. Although only a limited few could enjoy this blessing, the Tiger Clan had thought of a way to benefit the later generations. They diluted the remaining blood bestowed to them by the old ancestor and passed them to the important members of the clan. It was to be used as a last resort to save their life. Due to the tiny portion of diluted blood, it was impossible for any physical changes to occur. However, it was still capable of granting a power-up for a short duration. The liquid Kazini drank was precisely the diluted blood of the Holy Emperor. He appeared extremely fierce at the moment and actually let out a tiger-like roar before throwing himself at Xiao Chen again. His speed was so fast that it seemed as if a streak of lightning had tore through the sky. Historia's 7th layer. Bosch, Chen hanging, and the other Supreme Clan candidates sucked in a breath of cold air. Experts on their level could tell Kazini's current strength from just a glance. Roar! That roar came from a Real tiger. In front of Kazini, the shadow of a white tiger appeared from thin air and pounced at Xiao Chen. The enormous white tiger was at least 10 meters long. The way it brandished its claws looked really threatening. Xiao Chen didn't move a muscle, as if he had no intention of dodging at all. His hands quickly formed the seal of Leo. A burst of world-shaking lion roar transmitted outwards as he clapped his hands. The figure of the Golden Lion King emerged as 3 heads faced upward and let out a roar. Golden divine light illuminated the entire area. The golden light spread out in all directions like a ripple. The Golden Lion King soared high into the sky and rushed towards the enormous white tiger. Roar! The roars of the tiger and lion resounded simultaneously as disastrous energy wave engulfed the battlefield. The glaring light made it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open, and they were forced to step back due to the violent energy wave. Crack! Crack! The sound of space collapsing could be heard. Following immediately, as if the world itself was turned upside down, the lake water started to surge up violently and the earth began to shake. Part 3. Boom! Nobody left was able to look at the battlefield. The brilliant rays were 100 times more intense than the lightning. It caused everyone to tear up and unable to open their eyes. Along with the weakening of the tiger roar and the disappearance of the lion howl, the battlefield was finally observable to the audience. The first thing they saw was the blood leaking out from the corner of Kazini's mouth. He was looking at Xiao Chen with baffling expression, as if he had never thought the result would end up like this. Xiao Chen actually crushed the attack of a Historia's 7th layer expert. Xiao Chen still stood at the same spot calmly. Kazini broke out in cold sweat. Even with the power of Historia's 7th layer, he was still unable to deal any damage to his opponent. This made him somewhat discouraged, but since the arrow had already been knocked, it was impossible to stop anymore. Since he had already issued the challenge, he couldn't fall back now. He had no choice but to clench his teeth and rush forward. As he executed the Azura's Avenger, a long sword appeared in front of Kazini. This was a divine ability he cultivated by condensing his battle aura. The Azura's Avenger was not the same technique as External Incarnation, but it had far surpassed the External Incarnation. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Azura's Avenger produced one sword wave after another. It was like thousands of ocean waves stacking up. Not only did Xiao Chen not fall back, he dashed forward instead. He activated the seal of Leo and clashed with the Azura's blade with his fists, giving off sonorous clashing noise. Kazini coughed out blood unceasingly as he was forced to fall back again and again. In the end, he received a direct hit to the chest by Xiao Chen's lion fists. At this moment, he could clearly hear the cracking sounds of his breastbone. Even the arteries connected to his heart were snapped. Since he knew he was about to die, Kazini laughed hysterically. He did a flip in the sky before hitting the ground with his legs, then he darted at Xiao Chen like a wind. His clothes shattered in that instant and his body turned almost transparent. His veins and bones could be seen clearly through his flesh. He planned to self-destruct and pull Xiao Chen along with him in death. But how could Xiao Chen let him do as he wished? Xiao Chen cast a cold glance at him, then he calmly formed the seal of Aquarius. A huge crystal vase appeared atop him as it radiated with divine light. Boom! The crystal vase spit out a dazzling rays of light and made contact with Kazini in a flash. Pfff. Blood splashed forth as Kazini's body was crushed by a mountain-like force. His lower body had been turned into meat paste. As for his upper body, it had already flipped over. The place was in absolute silence. Everyone felt deeply just how strong and formidable this traveling artist was. Moreover, he didn't even bat an eye while killing his opponent. If this kind of man was to become an enemy, that would definitely be a nightmare. The sun sets in the west as the lakeside became dusky. Only the smell of blood drifted in the air. The audience only regained their composure after a long time later. How scary. I definitely don't want to make him my enemy. Chu Lane had a very ugly expression. The two brothers were dead, and this gave him a severe headache. Just how should he explain this to that old tiger in town? Part 4. Kazini, who no longer had a lower body, still managed to keep on to his consciousness. He pointed at Xiao Chen with resentment and fear. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but was unable to spit out the words. Seal of Immortal King. Xiao Chen formed the seal and launched it forward. A giant figure appeared behind him. Its huge palm slapped down along with his movement. Boom! The Immortal King's palm was as big as a house. The moment it hit the ground, Kazini's body was turned into meat paste and blended with the soil. He killed a 7th celestial layer expert like slaughtering dogs. It seemed like it was nothing special to him. Want me to spare you? It's unlikely. Xiao Chen sighed softly. It was not a pretentious sigh, he truly felt remorseful. He originally didn't want to kill ordinary members of the Tiger clan, but the other side was simply courting death. He had no choice but to kill. The surrounding area turned deathly silent. Many people felt endlessly shocked, especially the scions of the Shang dynasty's clans. They always thought the most powerful experts only existed in the 5 great nations, and that the Shang dynasty's experts ought to be at the top of the chain. However, the traveling artist in front of them had crushed their confidence. I'm definitely keeping this guy. The Shang dynasty's 3rd princess had sparkles in her beautiful eyes. Her words contained conviction, as if warning the beauties around her not to scheme anything. However, those young ladies were not stupid either. Although they didn't say anything, they already had a plan of their own devices. They must spare no effort to enlist an expert as powerful as this to their clan. Chu Lane took large steps forward, but when 3 of his subordinates noticed it, they made a move first. They were loyal and devoted. After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, they were afraid that Chu Lane would die in the upcoming match, so they wanted to diminish a portion of Xiao Chen's strength first. Seeing those 3 charging into the battlefield in succession, many people were triggered. This was clearly not fair. Even the 3rd princess frowned at their action. Just when she was about to order someone to stop them, Xiao Chen spoke up at this moment. 3 are not enough, his voice was full of compassion. However, since the other party had chosen to attack him, he wouldn't go easy on them either. Hearing these, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The 3rd princess even choked on her words. The scions of Indu's supreme clans were getting more shocked than ever. That was because with their powerful ability, they could tell the strength of the 3 who rushed into the battle. Those were Historia's 4th to 5th celestial layer experts. Not 1, but 3. If they had grasped some special divine abilities, a youth expert wouldn't be able to take them head-on. Kill. 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 The trio were lightning fast and got within attacking range in a flash. One after another dazzling rays of light were launched forward like meteor shower, and Xiao Chen's location was quickly submerged by the flood of light. Part 5. A melodious ringing sound reverberated. Xiao Chen bent his forefinger, middle finger and ring finger at the same time, then he flicked them in the twinkling of an eye. Telepathic sword waves spread out with ringing sound like it came from the bell of the Grim Reaper. Although the sword waves spread out like a calm ripple, in the eyes of everyone else, it was as terrifying as the sickle of the death god. An 80-meter sphere formed with Xiao Chen at the center. Although the sword waves seemed gentle at first glance, everything in its vicinity were disintegrated with no exception. Thump! The subordinate at the frontmost position was killed in the first moments. Not even a drop of blood remained. His entire person disintegrated into dust directly, an insignificant dust. The second one wanted to get out of the effective range, but it was already too late as he looked at his body disintegrating bit by bit. Starting with his legs, then his chest, and finally his head. It was like 2 rays of light suddenly disappeared. The instant that the light dulled, 2 lives were reaped. The last one was a little luckier, he still didn't get into the effective range of the sword wave. He tried to fall back, but Xiao Chen wouldn't give him the chance to retreat. Since the other party wanted him dead, then they were already his mortal enemy. There was no mercy in the battlefield. In order to live, one only had to be firm. Swish! He rushed forward like a streak of light. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. As a matter of fact, that guy still had the intention to kill Xiao Chen. After escaping this calamity, he would find another way to kill him. However, he never thought that Xiao Chen would be this fast and already got before his eyes in an instant. I'll kill you, no discussion. After saying these, the telepathic sword waves spread out once more. In such a close range, the third subordinate was instantly turned into specks of dust and dissipated in the air. In just a moment, 3 Historia 4th to 5th Celestial Layer experts were all turned into dust and disappeared from the lakeside. Even Bosch and Chen Hangjin had a pale complexion. An opponent like this made them feel very agitated. Chu Lane walked into the battlefield with large strides. Regarding the death of the duo from Tiger Clan, although he felt troubled, he was not distressed. However, the death of the trio made him feel bitter. After all, they were his loyal subordinates. Still want to continue? Xiao Chen's voice was very cold. In fact, Chu Lane had finally revealed a grave expression. He vaguely felt that he might not necessarily be capable of killing Xiao Chen. However, once he rode a tiger, it's hard to get off. The bold and visionary words he said before still vaguely echoed at the lakeside. He said that he would kill Dugu Jianmo within 80 moves. He said that he would kill the number 1 expert of Southern Wasteland in 90 moves. He said that he would kill Xiao Shishue in front of everyone and let all the outsiders tremble with fear at the news. If he was to withdraw now, he wouldn't be able to show his face in Indu anymore. Part 6. Fight. Chu Lane only uttered one word. His entire body surged with energy as his purple gown fluttered. The bright moon was high in the sky and scattered its moonlight down. The faintly discernible mist drifted atop the moon lake. It looked as though it was a fairyland. This place was the best location to admire the full moon. Xiao Chen didn't say anything and walked forward. It was as if the person he was facing was not an opponent, but a commoner instead. Chulin's eyes shone with purple light as he split into 2 persons in seconds. One of them seemed forlorn and wore a merciful face. The other one was wearing a baleful look and was cladded in a dark aura. Divine ability, Destiny Twin. This is claimed as one of the peerless divine abilities. Everyone talked about it in whispers, but soon after, they closed their mouth and looked at the battlefield tensely. One body splits into 2, the Destiny Twin. It represented the good and the evil. This was a rare divine ability. Even in history, only a few practitioners had ever mastered this ability. Its power was unimaginable. The only reason Chu Lane stood at the top of the youth generation in Shang Dynasty was because of this divine ability. Even Bosch and Chen Hangen's cousins, those who were 7 to 8 years older than them, had suffered defeat from this ability. Even while facing 2 Chulains, Xiao Chen was not fearful. He activated the telepathic sword wave in an instant. 100-meter sphere was formed and the sword wave spread out quickly. Every spectator had a change of expression. Every time the telepathic sword wave was activated, all enemies within its range were crushed. The impression it left behind in the mind of every audience was too deep. At first, the ripples were gentle, then it suddenly turned berserk. The sword waves disintegrated anything within 50-meter radius. Without anything unexpected happening, the Destiny Twins disintegrated and transformed into dusts wordlessly. It's over already? Everyone didn't dare to imagine it. Could it really be? Chu Lane, whose name had shaken the Imperial capital as one of the heroic 4. Did he really lose in one hit and turned into dust? Xiao Chen didn't seem to be wearing the expression of a victor. He immediately flew away from his original position. Without any sound, the evil counterpart of the Destiny Twin appeared at where Xiao Chen was standing earlier, and the space around that part was twisted. If Xiao Chen was one step slower, his body and soul might already be obliterated. As soon as Xiao Chen stabilized his steps, he changed his position again. And again, the good counterpart of the Destiny Twin appeared at that location and shattered that space. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just too terrifying. They clearly saw it with their own eyes when the Destiny Twins were turned into dusts by the telepathic sword wave, but why did they appear again? So this was the true power of the heroic 4, it was terrifying indeed. It was only rightfully so for their names to have shaken the Imperial capital for countless years. Xiao Chen stood in the battlefield and gazed at the Destiny Twins. His body moved according to his heart, the seal formed along with his body. The formation for the perfected seal of Aquarius was completed as a huge crystal vase appeared above his head. A dazzling radiance was circulating in the crystal vase and leaking out holy energy fluctuation. The perfected seal of Aquarius was unleashed. Part 7. A dazzling divine light gushed out from the huge crystal vase. Its target was the Destiny Twins. Boom! An explosive noise rang out. Though the violet energy did not make any contact with the ground, it actually caused the meadow to crack up. One after another 2-meter-wide cracks spread out far away. The lakeside was full of chaos. Everyone retreated at once, but even so, many of them still fell into the huge crack and called for help. And the moon lake was even more frenzied. The lake water surged up violently and caused the reflection of the moon to break up into many pieces of fine jade. The seal of Aquarius was incomparably powerful. This was the technique developed by Granny Phoebe of the Jungle Tribe. The Destiny Twins were destroyed in an instant and left nothing behind. But Xiao Chen was still on full alert. He left behind an afterimage and hastily soared into the sky, then he landed on the other side of the crack. And sure enough, the Destiny Twins reappeared, they were reborn again. Everyone cried out in fright. This was too terrifying, the powerful Destiny Twins actually couldn't be killed. Only the people of Indu knew just how terrifying the heroic four were. In regards to the Destiny Twins, they've already heard of the rumors that they cannot be killed. It was equivalent to possessing an immortality spell. Die once, reborn again, and their strength were not diminished in the slightest. Even those who were much stronger than Chu Lane had suffered losses due to this rare divine ability. The twins cannot be killed. They can keep coming back to life no matter how many times you kill them. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and few other scions of the Supreme Clans were having discussions in a low voice. As for the rest of the spectators, they were already holding on to their breath and paid close attention to the battlefield. This kind of battle was too spine-chilling and exciting. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. The evil twin had a sinister look as he threw himself at Xiao Chen. Baleful aura lingered on his body like he was a death god. The virtuous twin wore a merciful face, but he was just as ruthless when making his move. Purple light flickered as he swept it at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen formed the seal of Leo and faced the Destiny Twins in a fierce battle. This was undoubtedly a fierce battle between dragon and tiger. Xiao Chen and Chulin's speed were fast to the extreme point. They clashed unceasingly and had already exchanged more than 100 blows in a blink. The sky was filled with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Those were the energy beams released by the two fighters' attacks. The fierce and desperate battle continued on. Xiao Chen was finally certain that the Destiny Twins really couldn't be killed. This was the first time he felt his life was threatened today. In this battle, the other side had already seized the supremacy. If this were to continue, he would be defeated if he just received one hit from the opponent. That is, unless he didn't make a single mistake. It was impossible for him to revive over and over again like the opponent. Part 8. And here I thought you still have a more powerful divine ability up your sleeves? If you have none, then you won't be able to beat me. The twins spoke in sync. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. Indeed, he still had more divine abilities up his sleeves, but he reckoned those wouldn't be able to kill the Destiny Twin either. As such, he didn't rashly expose his abilities. Seal of Flora. Xiao Chen quickly formed the mysterious seal. A 10-meter figure that looked like him appeared behind him. The exotic flower in its hand bloomed instantly. For a moment, it overshadowed the splendor of the moon. As the mysterious flower bloomed, the petals scattered everywhere. Initially, the petals floated down gently, then their speed suddenly increased as they flew toward the Destiny Twins. Each and every one of those sparkling petals contained unbelievable amount of power. The head of the twins were crushed, and their body chopped in half. I cannot be killed. As expected, the twins were revived. Chu Lane was extremely resentful due to the fact that his bodies were constantly crushed. He sneered and said, I guess you are more or less done. In that case, it's my turn. Baleful aura surged up violently around the evil twin. The purple light dispersed gradually as they were replaced by an endless black fog. The aura of the netherworld had encircled him and a huge sickle appeared in his hands. It was indescribably eerie as it emitted a fluctuation that caused people's heart to palpitate. As for the virtuous twin, the purple brilliance was replaced by a holy light. That place seemed so sacred and auspicious. A heavenly wheel appeared atop his head. The immeasurable energy fluctuation was similarly terrifying. It has come, it has finally come. Bosch whispered to himself softly. The light possessed the heavenly wheel, the dark possessed the death god scythe. With two opposing elements, their power are unimaginable. Chen Hangjin also muttered to himself. The scions from various supreme clans widened their eyes and looked over the battlefield without blinking. The heavenly wheel and death god sickle allowed Chulin's Destiny Twins to show disdain for the youth generation of Shang dynasty. It was very hard to find a divine ability that was just as strong. Death god scythe. As Chu Lane shouted, the evil twin struck Xiao Chen with his sickle. The dark energy was tyrannical. It was impossible to stop. Xiao Chen was sent flying by the sickle for tens of meters. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Heavenly wheel. Lane shouted again, and the wheel atop the virtuous twin emitted millions and millions of divine splendor. All the frenzied holy power were concentrated on Xiao Chen. Without any choice, Xiao Chen executed the Eightfold World. With speed as fast as lightning, he finally managed to dodge it. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Death God's scythe and heavenly wheel were too formidable. They were practically unstoppable. With such a divine ability, who could ever hope to best Lane? Nobody else thought highly of Xiao Chen, especially those who knew full well of Lane's terrifying ability. Xiao Shishui, just admit defeat, you won't be able to defeat me. The Destiny Twins spoke with grim voice, follow me, and I will forgive all your offense. At this moment, Lane's virtuous twin shone with holy aura, as if he was the incarnation of Buddha himself. And the evil twin was surrounded by fiendish aura, as if the king of hell himself had descended upon the mundane world. No matter how they see it, Lane no longer looked like a normal person. He was more like the Buddha and Azura themselves. Regarding these, Xiao Chen didn't say anything and continued to fight. The third princess of the Shang dynasty had already stood up. She was fully aware of the heroic four's power. If the talent she took interest in was killed, that would be a huge loss. She wanted to stop this battle, but was unable to open her mouth. Windfeathers, Lazio, Yin Xingcheng, Frosty, Aqua, Tenvis, and all those who were not from Middle-earth were extremely nervous. They wanted to see Xiao Chen prevail over the Middle-earth's experts. Dogu Jianma seldomly revealed a grave expression as he silently looked on. Bosch, Chen Hanging, and the others from the Supreme clans were talking about it in a low voice. For the past many years, it seemed like nobody had ever managed to kill the Destiny Twins. It was even more impossible to destroy the Heavenly Wheel and Death God's Scythe. During the past few years, only the other three of the heroic four could keep Lane under control with even more terrifying abilities. Apparently, there was really no one else who could possibly win against him. It is impossible to kill the Destiny Twins. Unless you can force the evil twin into the heaven, and the virtuous twin into the underworld, how could you possibly hope to defeat me? Who can possibly stop the heavenly wheel? Who can repel the Death God's scythe? Lane attacked Xiao Chen in a display of wild manners. This was something everyone in Indy knew about, but just who was strong enough to do exactly that? If they could, they would be able to kill the Destiny Twins directly and need not to bother with sealing techniques. However, after hearing these, Xiao Chen, who was passively defending, had a shine in his eyes. Then he said in an indifferent voice, very well, then I will force the Destiny Twins into hell and heaven respectively. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Heaven and Hell. Lane did not believe Xiao Chen's words in the slightest. Just who would be capable of sealing the twins in heaven and hell respectively? There was definitely no such person among the youth generation. The Destiny Twins, one evil, one just, one body, two identity. They're unable to be killed, they cannot be destroyed. Black clouds surrounded the evil twin. The black aura of the netherworld caused the sky to turn into total darkness, the moon and the stars were hidden from view. The Death God's scythe was bursting with a destructive power which caused everyone to be terrified. On the other hand, the virtuous twin scattered holy light and enveloped the surrounding area with divine splendor. That area seemed like an Elysium, it was peaceful and auspicious. The heavenly wheel floated above his head and scattered dense holy aura in all directions. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. The one capable of killing the Destiny Twins among the youth generation has yet to be born. Lane's purple gown fluttered as the twins descended to earth as if they were the Buddha and Azura. From their loftiness and temperament, it seemed like they had already overstepped the category of humans. Xiao Chen didn't say much as his surroundings began to turn blurry. It was as if a few pictures were revolving around him, yet it also seemed like they were the portal to 8 different worlds. Each of his leisure step in the illusory space was as if he was flying at extreme speed. With barely any effort, he continuously changed his positions over and over again. It was as if he was teleporting. It was an incomprehensible speed. Everyone got dizzy just from trying to figure out his current location. Even Lane puckered up his brows. However, Xiao Chen didn't choose to go on the offensive for the time being. He only ran in a circle around the twins. Lane sneered and said in a cold voice, even if you have extreme speed, you still can't change the fact that I am invincible. Then he shouted, Heavenly Wheel. As one of the heroic four, he became incredibly powerful after learning the Destiny Twins technique. Although he was only at the peak of Historia's 6th celestial layer, he could kill an expert 1 level stronger than him. Even an 8th celestial layer warrior might not necessarily be his equal. The heavenly wheel shone gloriously. It was as if the revered Buddha was sitting upright in the sky. The aura it dispersed instantly submerged the surrounding area as the space shattered noiselessly. It was easy to imagine just how much power it contained. However, Xiao Chen already possessed extreme speed at the moment. He shifted 1,000 feet horizontally in fractions of a second and dodged to the side. The wheel followed Xiao Chen relentlessly. It pierced through the vast sky like a fire whirl and left behind a trail of gorgeous light in the night sky. The glaring light scattered down once more. It looked as beautiful as countless fireworks exploding at the same time. However, regardless of which, it was still a deadly attack. After the dazzling display of fireworks signified the beginning of a catastrophe. Xiao Chen originally didn't plan to make his move hastily. He wanted to continue probing his opponent. However, as the heavenly wheel continued to close in, he decided to make a counterattack for now. He clenched his right fist and firmly sent a punch towards the sky. Rather than forming a destructive sphere, the telepathic sword wave soared into the sky like the curvy yellow river. The sword wave about the size of a water jar wriggled towards the sky like a silver dragon and clashed with the heavenly wheel. Clank. An ear-splitting sound transmitted outwards, the telepathic sword wave was broken, and the heavenly wheel was knocked back from the crash. It spiraled in the sky before it swoops down again, aiming to kill Xiao Chen. The heavenly wheel was unlike the Destiny twins. It seemed to be indestructible. It shone so brightly as if there were countless stars falling from the sky. Xiao Chen, still trying to probe the opponent, dodged continuously with extreme speed. It seemed like Chulain didn't want to waste any more time. The evil twin started to move and split the sky with the Death God scythe in his hands. The huge scythe was jet black. Only the bladed part of the scythe was reflecting bright light, which signified its sharpness. It was especially dazzling in the dark fog. The magic fog overflowed and submerged Xiao Chen in a split second. Clank! 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 Xiao Chen clattered his fists with the seal of Leo and launched a barrage of punches. However, he was forced backward with each punch. The Death God scythe was unstoppable. And the heavenly wheel was also closing in. With the combination attacks of the two, Xiao Chen was practically unable to resist. He must admit it, the Destiny twins was indeed a powerful technique. With a divine ability like this, Chulain does have the right to show disdain for the youth generation. As 8 illusory worlds appeared, Xiao Chen narrowly escaped from the brink of the death. Is that all you got? Chulain's let out an ice-cold voice. And now that Xiao Chen had accessed the Destiny twins several times, he already had some understanding of this technique. He finally prepared to make his move and shouted, "I will now proceed to seal your technique." Xiao Chen clapped his hands to activate the seal of Leo. A golden lion king appeared in the sky. Its 3 heads faced the sky and let out a world-shaking roar. The golden light dispersed the dark fog and lit up the night sky. The materialized golden lion abruptly threw itself at the Destiny twins. After that, Xiao Chen formed another seal with his hands. The seal of Immortal King was formed. A giant Immortal King stood behind him and one of its huge palms was already swatting at the Destiny twins. It kept producing a rumbling sound and the space was already twisted. The seal of Flora came next. In the hand of the huge shadow that appeared, a mysterious flower bloomed and its petals scattered everywhere, causing the moon and the stars in the sky to lose their splendor. Countless sparkling petals flew forward and clashed with the heavenly wheel. A burst of resounding noise kept ringing with each clash. The seal of Aquarius followed after that. A huge crystal vase appeared atop Xiao Chen's head. The vase released a violent energy beam towards the Destiny twins. The holy light brushed the Death God scythe and produced an ear-splitting sound. The last one was the everlasting seal. One light beam after another were launched unceasingly. Shadows that looked similar to Xiao Chen were materialized and pointed the seal forward. All of them made a direct hit with the heavenly wheel. The heaven and earth were in turmoil. 5 powerful seal techniques were launched consecutively. Everyone was overwhelmed with horror from the world-shaking display of power. If it was another person, perhaps their body and soul would already be extinguished in its entirety. However, Chulain's Destiny twins had actually received all of those attacks. Under the protection of the Death God scythe and heavenly wheel, the twins remained safe and sound. But this was already enough for Xiao Chen. In the brief moment when Chulain's weapons were stopped, he had found an opportunity to make this move. The seal of Yin and Yang. This was a god-sealing technique he learned from the Pure Land. Xiao Chen had never revealed this technique all along, and now he's going all out. Along with Xiao Chen's hand movements, the yin-yang symbol was generated. It instantly enlarged to the size of a house. The black and white contrasting light launched in a straight line towards the evil twin of the Destiny twins. The evil twin turned pale with fright. He seemed to have called something to mind, and shouted in alarm, the yin-yang seal. Without giving him time to think, the yin-yang symbol had already covered up the sky and the moon as it fell down. After the virtuous twin finally shook off the last of the everlasting seal, he hastily flew over to assist with the heavenly wheel in tow. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to give him that kind of chance. He launched the telepathic sword waves with 2 hands. 2 light beams danced in the sky like 2 huge dragons and twisted the space around them. The virtuous twin was instantly destroyed by the sword wave. However, the heavenly wheel was still in good condition. After the first clash, it continued to charge into the sealing location. Seal! Xiao Chen shouted out loud. At long last, before the heavenly wheel was able to reach him, he managed to seal the evil twin in between the dimensional cracks. And the virtuous twin's invincible body finally regenerated at this time. The heavenly wheel had already returned to the position above his head. Chu Lane was furious. Even if that was his benevolent side, he was still filled with sinister aura. For his evil twin to be sealed like this, there's no way he wouldn't be furious. Xiao Chen executed the Eight-Fold World's extreme speed technique. He fluttered in the wind like an agile exiled immortal as he said, "I told you that I can seal you." In reality, the so-called underworld and heaven were only a denomination. Whether they truly existed or not was hard to say. After going to the underworld personally, Xiao Chen had a renewed understanding of the heaven and hell. The legends were not necessarily true. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. According to his speculation, he only needed to pull the evil twin and virtuous twin into different dimensions. He only needed to sever the connection of the yin and yang. Heavenly wheel. Chu Lane didn't want to speak anymore and directly went FO Earthkill. The heavenly wheel released millions and millions of holy radiance. Every spectator was dumbstruck. The evil twin of the Destiny twins was actually sealed. Was there a possibility that it had already been killed? The restless crowd started to make a commotion. It was especially so among the rich kids of Yingdu. Their minds were in an extremely excited state. Could the invincible legend of Chu Lane be broken today? One must know that during all these years Chu Lane's name had shaken the Imperial capital. Nobody among the youth generation had been capable of actually killing the Destiny twins. Nobody was able to break through this rare divine ability. The third princess even left her seat and walked forward with more than 10 young ladies by her side. They watched the battle from the frontmost of the crowd. Maybe, a certain legend would finally be broken tonight. The invincible Destiny twins might possibly be killed. It was full of commotion at the lakeside. Xiao Chen continued to dodge with extreme speed and fend off the heavenly wheel by means of telepathic sword wave. He was looking for an opportunity to strike back once more. However, just when everyone was starting to get excited, the space in a certain part of the battlefield was shattered as a huge scythe made its way out. As the space split open and the evil twin walked out with the Death God scythe in hand. What just happened? This was very much unexpected to Xiao Chen. His body transformed into a streak of light as he flew to the side of the battlefield. Ha! The evil twin laughed out loud. He said while holding the scythe, "What can a mere seal do to me? I told you before, unless you forced me into heaven and hell respectively, I am invincible." The Destiny twins stood back to back. The frightening fluctuation released by the Death God scythe and heavenly will caused people's heart to palpitate. The noisy lakeside immediately calmed down. Everyone was aghast. The Destiny twins were really too powerful. He actually broke through the space by himself and returned to the battlefield as if nothing had happened. It was especially so for the rich kids of Yingdu. They felt deeply just how formidable was Chu Lane. His existence was like a mountain weighing down on their heart. Chu Lane really deserved to be called one of the heroic four. Even the third princess had no choice but to spit out such a complaint. One of the beauties beside her giggled and said, "Princess, is he not deeply attached to you? He had courted you for 3 years, and even today, he returned just for you. Don't speak out of turn." Although each of these beauties had their own thoughts, they looked pretty relaxed on the surface. At this moment, there was no longer a single person who believed Xiao Chen could win anymore. Those who wanted to recruit him only wished that he could live on to see tomorrow. As for the rest, they believed that this battle was already set in the stone. The Destiny twins stood with their backs touching against each other. One looked like the Buddha, one looked like the Asura. It was that extraordinary. Everyone had no choice but to admit Chulin's martial prowess. Xiao Shishui, with your skills, I won't make things too difficult for you. Surrender and pay allegiance to me, then I will forgive all your offense. The twins spoke simultaneously and swept their eyes all over the place. Nobody dared to look him in the eyes. Xiao Chen stood at the side of the battlefield in silence, as if he was in deep thought. Finally, he walked towards the center of the battlefield. You still want to fight? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The twins continued with ice-cold voice, there is no such thing as compassion in the battlefield. It would be a pity for someone as strong as you to die. Let's do it, I might not necessarily be defeated. Xiao Chen was as calm as a gentle ripple. These words caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Could he still have something up his sleeves at this point of time? Unless a miracle took place, how was it possible to defeat the unparalleled Destiny twins? Death God's Scythe. Heavenly Wheel. The Destiny twins shouted at the same time and shook the vast sky with their voices. It was as if the howling of the underworld and the chorus of the heavens spreading out simultaneously. Their voices echoed in the night sky for a very long time, as if the King of Hell and Buddha had really descended upon the mundane world themselves. The sheer pressure intimidated everyone to their core. The evil twin and the virtuous twin rushed over with the Death God Scythe and Heavenly Wheel respectively. Just from the energy fluctuation they released while they were rushing over, it was already enough to twist the space. With speed surpassing the light, Xiao Chen instantly disappeared from his original location and reappeared in the sky. After that, one after another incomprehensible screen appeared in his surroundings. The sky, earth, water, fire, lightning, mountain, wind, and lake, 8 varied scenes appeared around Xiao Chen in succession. 8 illusory worlds appeared in 8 different locations, and Xiao Chen stood in the middle of them all. Xiao Chen finally revealed the other aspect of the Eightfold World technique. This divine ability was still far from perfect, but since he was forced, he had no choice but to reveal this technique sooner than he intended to. Xiao Chen had a high expectation for this Eightfold World. He wanted to fully master this technique and surpass the 6 cycles, a legendary divine ability that was said to be unrivaled. Qian represent heaven, Kuan represent earth, Ken represent water, Li represent fire. Jin represent thunder, Zhen represent mountain, San represent wind, and lastly, Dui represent lake. The imprint of the 8 trigrams was already erased from Xiao Chen's heart a long time ago. The only thing left behind was his very own Eightfold Worlds. He still has more divine ability? What kind of technique is this? Numerous thousands of people raised their head to look, bearing doubts in their heart. This is where you die today. As soon as Chulin said those, the Destiny twins soared up at once. The space around the Death God Scythe and Heavenly Wheel were twisted. It's still hard to say who will end up dead. This time, Xiao Chen didn't retreat and faced Chulin directly with the 8 illusory worlds. The sky itself was shaking with a rumbling sound, and the space was constantly shattered. The 8 illusory worlds actually looked as if they had materialized. Along with their movements, the space was shattered. The sound of gasping could be heard from below. Everyone poked their eyes out in shock. That was actually not an illusion but a bizarre divine ability with formidable might. The Death God Scythe dived into the fire zone. In that illusory world, the torrent of fire rose into the air right away and illuminated the entire night sky. Half of the sky was dyed red through and through. The inexhaustible dark fog were all dispersed. The Death God Scythe kept launching one slash after another in the fire zone, but the divine fire couldn't be extinguished. The Heavenly Wheel dived into the lightning zone. It caused that area to be filled with lightning momentarily. One purple lighting after another leaked out from the zone and struck the Heavenly Wheel, causing it to release a ringing noise. The 8 worlds started to rotate. Xiao Chen provided impetus to the 8 illusory worlds and engaged in a fierce fight with Chulin in the sky. The dazzling radiance caused the moon and the stars to lose their light. The entire sky region was shaking. This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Xiao Chen's body transformed into a streak of light as he clashed with the twins. Although most of his power were used to sustain the Eightfold Worlds, the Destiny twins' Death God Scythe and Heavenly Wheel were trapped within. Therefore, Xiao Chen and Chulin were evenly matched at the moment. There looked like 3 streaks of light tangling together. The seal of Leo, the seal of Immortal King, the seal of Flora, the seal of Aquarius, and the everlasting seal, 5 powerful seal techniques were launched in succession. The twins also danced madly and launched a fierce move, causing the sky to shatter unceasingly. It was as if the galaxy had fallen down, as if the vast ocean uncovered the entire sky. This area was in complete shambles. The energy waves rushed towards the endless horizon from time to time. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 100 blows. Chu Lane and Xiao Chen were still evenly matched. It was hard to determine the victor. The space shattered, and murderous aura soared directly towards the sky. The moon and the stars lost their splendor, and the surrounding area dimmed as a result. Everyone on the ground was so shocked that their jaw slackened. Xiao Chen was actually able to hold up Chu Lane with the 8-picture scroll. He was fearless of the Destiny Twins. This result was way beyond everyone's expectation. There is actually someone who can confront the Destiny Twins. Chu Lane has finally run into a well-matched adversary. He is actually holding back one of the heroic four. The clamor started up again. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the others were extremely excited. While they felt that Chu Lane was powerful, they also thought that Xiao Chen was too scary. Perhaps, the legend might really be broken tonight. 300 moves, 700 moves. After half an hour later, Xiao Chen and Chu Lane lost count of how many rounds they had fought. They were still unable to determine a victor, and the fierce battle continued in the sky. Over there, the telepathic sword wave and seal of Aquarius were launched unceasingly. After losing their weapons, the Destiny Twins gradually became unable to endure. They were on the losing side. And Xiao Chen also felt exhausted. After all, the majority of his power were used to support the Eightfold Worlds. PFFF. The virtuous twin was beheaded. Although it was revived again, it was clearly very strenuous for Chu Lane to do so in the 8 illusory worlds. His resurrection wasn't going smoothly. Die. 2 divine radiances emitted from Xiao Chen's eyes. In that very instant, the Eightfold Worlds started to rotate at high speed. They became more distinct, as if there were really 8 worlds descending upon the earth. The 8 worlds revolved around Xiao Chen. In the end, the Death God's scythe was thrown into the lake zone. The terrifying scythe sunk into the swamp, and it was actually unable to struggle free. The scythe had been completely sealed in the lake zone. The water, fire, lightning, mountain, and wind zone moved simultaneously and trapped the heavenly wheel. The mountain suppressed its power, the lightning broke down its form, the water dissolved its nature, the fire extinguished its divinity, and the wind eliminated its spirit. The heavenly wheel actually broke into pieces. It was melted into nothingness in the 5 zones. Sky Zone is heaven's host. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The Sky Zone immediately enlarged and pounced at the evil twin, trapping him within. Earth Zone is hell's host. Xiao Chen shouted once more. The Earth Zone flew over and instantly confined the virtuous twin. The 8 worlds revolved in the sky. It was as if there were 8 giant picture scrolls spreading out in the sky. Everyone on the ground was stupefied. The area was filled with absolute silence. All of them were flabbergasted. The 8 scrolls actually sealed the Destiny Twins. And now, even the Death God Scythe had been thrown into the 5 worlds. The water, fire, lightning, mountain, and wind zone moved simultaneously. The mountain suppressed its power, lightning breaking down its form, fire extinguished its divinity, and it was completely destroyed. Evil twin and cleave. Xiao Chen's muffled voice clearly transmitted throughout the night sky. The telepathic sword wave spread out, and the evil twin's body was crushed by the destructive sphere. Only his head was left behind on Xiao Chen's hand. Virtuous twin and cleave. As the sword wave spread out, other than the head, every other parts of the virtuous twin were crushed. Even a drop of blood was not left behind. Numerous thousands of people at the lakeside were fossilized. After the Destiny Twins were beheaded, they didn't show up again. After a moment of complete silence, the sound of shouting abruptly burst out. My God, Chu Lane was beheaded. The Destiny Twins actually got killed. Tonight, the legend of the twins' invincibility has been broken. The rich kids of Yingdu were all shouting. Nobody other than them knew just how terrifying were the Destiny Twins, but now, it seemed like they had really been cut down by others. Perhaps, even the other 3 of the heroic 4 couldn't accomplish such a feat? The reason they were stronger than Chu Lane was because they could suppress him with their divine ability. It was not as if they could really kill Chu Lane's Destiny Twins. This, the 3rd princess never imagined it'd turn out like this. Chu Lane was beheaded, she didn't wish to see any casualties. No matter which of them died, it was still a loss for her. And among the dozen of beauties, some of them were fans of the heroic 4 and immediately wept at the death of Chu Lane. The others had complicated expressions. They were even more determined to get Xiao Chen now. Yan Qingchun, Lazio, Windfeathers, Tenvis, Aqua, and Frosty involuntarily clenched their fists. The name Xiao Shishui had been engraved deeply in their hearts. Xiao Chen stood there in the sky with two heads and hands. And with the 8 worlds revolving around him, he looked like a godslayer that's out of the order of the world. This indelible scene had been deeply carved in everyone's mind. The 8 picture scrolls dimmed as the 8 worlds faded away. Xiao Chen tossed the heads in his hand into the space. No long later, the twins reappeared. What's going on? This chapter is provided to you by https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from our webpage instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work in a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Oh my god, could it be that the Destiny twins were not dead and revived again? In the next instant, the noise immediately settled down as everyone watched nervously. You can't be lenient in the battlefield. You didn't kill me, and now you have already lost your chance. The Destiny twins uttered cold words. I didn't kill you because of your identity, that's all. Xiao Chen's voice was flat. His words were very clear. The reason he didn't kill Chu Lane was because he had qualms about the Supreme Clan backing him up. If it was not because of that, he would have been killed a long time ago. Chu Lane was furious. This was a total disrespect. If I can kill you once, I will be able to kill you 10 times, 100 times. Xiao Chen's cold and emotionless voice clearly resounded in the sky. All the spectators were so frightened that they covered their mouths at once and silently looked at the two-person in the sky. The Destiny twins were furious and rushed forward at the same time. However, the 8 worlds appeared in the blink of an eye. The virtuous twin was sent flying by Xiao Chen with the seal of Immortal King. And he trapped the evil twin in the Earth Zone. Without any qualms, he used telepathic sword wave to crush his body, leaving only his head behind. You win, the virtuous twin appeared somewhat powerless. After getting killed once, he couldn't even summon the heavenly wheel and death god Scythe. How would he be able to fight against Xiao Chen's 8 worlds in this condition? He had no choice but to admit his complete defeat. The entire area turned noisy. Chu Lane had personally admitted defeat. This was definitely a sensational news. They believed it would spread throughout the entire Indu district in a single night. Xiao Shishui's name would definitely shake up the Shang dynasty. Please feel assured, the men in Shang dynasty are all brave men. We from the Chu clan won't bother you because of this matter. I won't even try to seek revenge against you. Only if you, Chu Lane wanted to say only if you follow me, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He just got beaten, so how could he say something like this? I didn't kill you, not because I am afraid, but rather I am not willing to invite trouble. Xiao Chen stood silently in the sky. He looked at the virtuous twin and said, I will seal your evil twin for 3 days as punishment. Everyone was dumbstruck. This Xiao Chen was really too powerful. He put away the head of the evil twin and threatened to seal it for 3 days. He was really too cool. He didn't kill because he didn't want to invite troubles, not because he was afraid. As he finished his words, Xiao Chen moved ever so leisurely, but his light steps in the 8 illusory worlds were as swift as the flickering light. It was as if he was teleporting through space. Such extreme speed caused the noisy crowd to turn even noisier. Chu Lane silently nodded his head and flew towards the ground. However, at this time, more than 10 figures flew up and chased after Xiao Chen. Leave the young master's head behind. Halt! With their speed, how could they ever hope to catch up? However, Xiao Chen stopped on his own accord and swept his eyes over them coldly. Who dares to stop me? Die, you bastard. More than 10 spiritual master and spell master charged over altogether. Chulin's virtuous twin wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. As the telepathic sword wave spread out, all of them were instantly sent flying while coughing out blood. Xiao Chen didn't want to kill more than necessary. Seeing as how they were all loyal and devoted, he didn't kill but injure them instead. As such, Xiao Chen let out a cold snort and flew towards the sky again. Wait a moment, the lovely third princess shouted. She didn't want to let this expert get out of her reach. The young bodyguard beside her even brought along a few spiritual master and spell master to chase after Xiao Chen. Princess order, please come with us. Xiao Chen ignored the overbearing bodyguard and directly flew towards the distant sky. However, his path was suddenly cut off. It turned out that the bodyguard had already deployed his men to intercept him at an earlier time. Please turn back. The Imperial bodyguard let out a sarcastic smile. If I really wanted to leave, whom around here can stop me? Seize him! The Imperial bodyguard shouted. Everyone charged forward simultaneously. The third princess was very angry. How she wished she could immediately behead this Imperial bodyguard. Previously, this arrogant guy had suggested to make a move against Dugu Jianmo. He was coldly reprimanded by the third princess. And now he actually did such a thing. It caused the third princess to be extremely resentful. She was most worried about such an event. Xiao Chen hated this kind of guy the most. He only left a single sentence: all who stops me will face death. He executed the telepathic sword wave. Although it couldn't kill the Destiny Twins, it was still one of the most powerful attack skills. The reason it couldn't kill the Destiny Twins was not because the sword wave was lacking power. On the contrary, it was because the twins were too abnormal and were capable of revival. These people before him didn't have the power of resurrection. The 100-meter destruction sphere showed up as the terrifying sword wave spread out. PFFF. PFFF. The color of blood dyed the sky as more than 10 people were crushed to nothingness. Everyone at the lakeside cried out in alarm. Xiao Chen left as though he was flying. The Imperial bodyguard immediately turned ashen-faced as he shouted in anger, "You actually dared to make a move against the princess guard? Yutong, if you can't get him to return, then you can just wait for your punishment." The third princess' cold voice transmitted from below. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 239, Mental State. Part 1. Xiao Shishui defeated Chu Lane of the Heroic Four. This news was like a gale as it spread throughout the Shang dynasty's capital city in a single night. This was undoubtedly a sensational news. The Heroic Four were almost unrivaled among the youth generation. The names had shaken the Shang dynasty for several years. They were invincible and practically unparalleled. Even those who were one generation older than them might not necessarily be able to win against them. The War Beast Palaces, Casinos, Spellbind Castle, Moonflower Castle, and all the practitioners were talking about this matter. The traveling artist Xiao Shishui had become famous in Indu overnight. In particular, the grown-up generation was more concerned about this matter after learning the news. Chu Lane was a prominent figure among the youth generation. For him to lose like this, it was definitely a major event. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. The Destiny Twins are known to be invincible. With the Death God Scythe and Heavenly Will paired up, just how many people can stand up against them? However, he was defeated by a traveling artist who appeared out of nowhere. We must him that artist at all cost. Let's see if we can make use of this Xiao Shishui. After they received the report, many clans issued orders with similar meaning. A youth expert like this would definitely become an absolute powerhouse in the future. If he was educated efficiently, it was extremely possible for him to stand at the top among his peers. How could these major clans not recruit him? Eightfold Worlds had only been revealed to the public eyes for the first time, and it had already become well known in this region. In addition to that, Xiao Chen's origin had become all the more mysterious due to his proficiency in various seal techniques. These 5 powerful seal techniques possessed indescribable power and had once shocked the heaven and earth. Not only that, the extremely destructive telepathic sword wave had once intimidated the whole world during a certain era. Adding on to that, there's even the yin-yang seal. All of these seem to indicate that Xiao Chen's origin was very complicated. He should have the backing of several world-renowned experts, otherwise how could he have learned all of these long-lost skills? This was a very restless night for Indu. Regardless of the casinos or the brothels, every practitioner was discussing about this matter. And it was also during this night that everyone learned of another matter. Yan Zalp of the Heroic Four would be back in 3 more days. The urgent letter Chu Lane received in the middle of the fight was delivered by him. This news made everyone very excited. Chu Lane of the Heroic Four had been defeated. Would Yan Zalp stick out for him? Not for vengeance, but to give him some face. After all, the Heroic Four were close friends to begin with. Since Yan Zalp would be coming back, how could he look on without lifting a finger? Since that was the case, the following days in Indu would definitely be very fantastic. Furthermore, there was still one more piece of news that only the scions of renowned clans knew of. There was a strong tiger from Middle-earth's Tiger Clan in town. Once he learned that 2 young tigers were killed, they believed that the strong tiger from the world-renowned Tiger Clan would not be able to sit still much longer. Many people were bound to suffer from insomnia this night. That was because of their expectations for the following days. The lakeside had already quietened down. Everyone had left a long time ago. It was already very late at night. The bright moonlight shone upon the lake. A soft and gentle radiance circulated in the clear moon lake. It looked like a piece of shiny gem. With the reflection of the moonlight, this place had been shrouded by a layer of faint mist. It was beautiful beyond words. A small boat was slowly drifting on the moon lake, creating ripples as it drifted. The ripples broke the reflection of the moonlight into tiny pieces of jade. Part 2. Xiao Chen sat at the bow of the boat all by himself, admiring the moon as he drank. What was absent was the joy of victory, the only thing present was a feeling of emptiness. When everyone was making a racket out there, he was at the moon lake alone. During the battle, he did indeed felt a surge of strong emotion. At that moment, he was full of mettle. He wholeheartedly devoted his life to the passionate confrontation, allowing his flower of life to bloom fully. During that life and death confrontation, he tasted the true meaning of life and death. He felt a passion and caused his blood to race. However, after the extreme showdown was over, when his strong emotion gradually waned, when his thrilling sensation gradually cooled down, all he felt instead was tiredness and emptiness. Everyone was making a racket out there, yet he was all by his lonesome self. Even if the whole world was cheering for him, his lonesome feeling still couldn't be changed. Fame, he already attained it. Money, he easily obtained. However, an exciting but a lonely life, that's what he was feeling right now. His back leaned against the boat's railing. With the bronze cup in hand, he faced the moon and drank. Xiao Chen's face was full of loneliness and solitude. He was already a little drunk. While facing the hazy moonlight, he felt a little lost. What is the meaning of immortality? Being invincible and living an eternal life might not really be a fortune. In those long years, what they might face were nothing but hardship and loneliness. Perhaps, attaining immortality before the age of 40 and returning home to take a look was his only pushing force. However, thinking about it carefully, his white-haired parents were not that healthy to begin with. Would he still be able to meet them if he were to return 20 years later? And his ex-girlfriend in the human world, who would be her partner after 20 years? I used up my youth to train, but I can't see nor predict the future, is this worth it? Xiao Chen silently gazed at the moon by himself. He felt very tired all of a sudden. It was as if there was an invisible chain firmly tying him up. Should I go back? Imagining the scene 20 years later, he suddenly felt his conviction collapsing. That all of his effort and struggle were in vain. His hope had turned into illusions. While facing these depressing fragments, he wondered if he should still continue to struggle. He was drunk. Xiao Chen was drunk indeed. His mind was in disorder and he started to let his imagination run wild. His hardened heart was softened at this moment. He actually started to doubt if there was any meaning behind his training. Immortality? Live as long as the heaven and earth, shine as bright as the sun and moon, never dying and overlooking all living things. Part 3. However, apart from these, was there anything else? Loneliness and isolation were always one's companion. Would these be the ultimate conclusion? The world of mortals was full of charm and vitality. As such, was there any meaning to pursue immortality? Perhaps, just living a simple life and live out this life happily would be for the best. Who cares about heaven's collapse or the underworld's upheaval? Who cares about the death of ancestor gods or the calamity to unfold? I will just live my life free and unfettered, that will be more than enough. To the center of the moon lake, Xiao Chen gazed at the bright moon alone. After the midnight, this place appeared particularly unfrequented. It was extremely quiet. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com/. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. The boat drifted with the waves. Since who knows when, Xiao Chen suddenly heard the sound of swords clashing in his dreamy state. Lifting his head to take a look, a girl actually flew past the lake. Although her posture was graceful, her killer move was launched straight towards the sky. The beautiful yet heart-wrenching singing voice spread throughout the surrounding. It immediately caused Xiao Chen to sober up. For some reason, it felt as if he could see a very powerful army. His cooled-down blood suddenly began to boil again. It was as if Xiao Chen had been struck by lightning. His blood began to race in a flash. He was moved by the song and magnificent aspiration actually welled up in an instant. He felt as if he could go and shake up the ancestor gods between heaven and earth. The intermittent song seemed to have ignited Xiao Chen's fighting spirit. It caused the perplexed him to find his ego once more. This was a battle song for the men. It immediately boosted his morale. Although the lyrics was awkward, that kind of artistic conception was already enough to cause his blood to boil and completely recover his mind. Life was like a song. How could a man hesitate and be at a loss? They must allow the flower of life to bloom. They must be full of fighting spirit and stand upright between the heaven and earth. They must make their life brim with magnificent colors. It didn't matter what the future held, it was fine to disregard the conclusion. The most important thing was that he had already tried his best. Xiao Chen hardened his heart and decided to continue moving forward without changing his direction. Unwavering from start to finish, continue to press forward. Everyone was like this, it was impossible to stay simple and pure. Everyone had a complicated mind. And Xiao Chen was also the same. After a brief moment of loneliness, he began to feel hot-blooded again, feeling even more confident than before. The song slowly came to a stop. And that dreamlike beauty also disappeared from the moon lake. Ching Ching, is that you? Part 4. After the battle, I actually got possessed by the devil and narrowly destroyed my mind, that was too close. Xiao Chen lamented. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the starry sky alone. His gaze was firm and his will was as hard as steel. Xiao Chen was full of vigor. He was currently at the peak of Historia's 6th celestial layer, though it felt as if he could break through at any time. Train the mind at the human world, that is a wise decision indeed. Xiao Chen felt convinced. He decided to vigorously continue this path down the human world. 100 forms of life were waiting for him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen tossed the evil twin's head into the moon lake. Chulin's evil counterpart immediately showed up. He cupped his hands at Xiao Chen and left as though he was flying. Although 3 days was a very short duration of time, it was more than enough for Xiao Chen to become the most well-known figure in Indu. Chulin's evil twin was really sealed for 3 days. While everyone was shocked, they also couldn't help but to admire his courage. He was really extraordinary to have the guts to restrain a young lord. After quietly meditating at the moon lake for 3 days, Xiao Chen's mental state had once again advanced by 1 level. His spiritual power had broke through to Historia's 7th layer before his physical power's advancement. He jumped up suddenly and left the boat behind him. With the 8-volts extreme speed, Xiao Chen instantly appeared on Indu's main street. The sky was still the same, the clouds were no less different, but what changed was his mental state. These 3 days felt like a snap of the fingers. Some of the Supreme clans desired to settle in Inshu City, but there were many things to consider. Apart from strategic location and economy, the most important factor was the ancient secrets. According to legend, ancestor gods like Fuxi had once settled in Inshu City during the distant past. The historical remains they left behind were long-lasting. Reportedly, this place had a hidden treasure. It might also be the burial ground of the gods. Above the sky, the dragon chi lingered on. Below the ground, the dragon vein was ingrained. Xiao Chen didn't plan to leave Indu for a short period of time. He had already visited the historical site of Fuxi. He still wanted to visit the other historical sites. Unconsciously, Xiao Chen had arrived at the lunar pavilion again. He laughed involuntarily. A human's habit sure was a scary thing. He had only been here twice, but under an aimless circumstances, he actually arrived at this place. Since he was already here, there was no reason not to go in. The instant he arrived at the 9th floor, Xiao Chen suddenly realized. Xiao Shishui could be considered as a celebrity now. If he was to go up like this, wouldn't it be inappropriate? However, it was already too late. Everyone's gaze was already focused on him. The originally noisy building suddenly turned deadly silent. Following closely, friendly words of greetings were spat out. Brother Xiao, this way please. Greeting to Brother Shishui, please come over. A group of rich kids instantly encircled him. Many people wished to invite him as a guest. He had been missing for several days, just to appear at this place all of a sudden, how could they not step forward to worm their way into being friends? This was but the expert who defeated Chulain. He wiped out the Destiny twins with 8-fold worlds. He was worthy of the Supreme Clan's attention. Part 5. The people at the pavilion were still the same. Xiao Chen saw Yin Feng, Bosch, and Chen Hangjin. He also saw Yan Qingcheng, Lazio, Frosty, Aqua, Tenbis, and the others in a certain private room. However, it was a little different today. The rich kids of Indu was no longer overbearing. They did not ridicule the experts from other continents anymore. The battle 3 days ago had completely crushed their arrogant attitude. First, several powerful experts were single-handedly defeated by Dugu Jianmo. Following that, Xiao Chen defeated Chulain, who was one of the heroic 4. Xiao Shishui, come over here. The door to one of the private room opened. Dugu Jianmo carried the bastard sword on his back and leaned on the door. Xiao Chen smiled as he cupped his hands at everyone. Then he walked towards Dugu Jianma and entered the private room with him. The ninth floor suddenly became noisy. Dugu Jianma was also one of the target everyone was looking for. They didn't expect that he was also at the lunar pavilion. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, Infeng, and the others each had their own plan. And the door of another private room also closed at this moment. Yan Zhao of the heroic four faced Chu Lane and asked with a smile, "So it is him? The one who can kill your destiny twin?" Yan Zhao had a slender build and looked extremely handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was an absolute lady killer. "It is him." Chu Lane nodded and said, "I want to pull him into the army, what do you think?" "If he is willing, of course it's a good thing." Yan Zhao rocked the golden liquid in his wine cup and said, "I'm only afraid that he's frivolous and didn't want to enter the battlefield." Chu Lane shook his head and said, "Not so, I feel that he is currently undergoing training. It might be possible to recruit him to the battlefield. This should be an unprecedented experience for him. Millions of soldiers facing each other in the battleground, that kind of genuine massacre, it should be very fitting to him." This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. How about I beat him and dispel his arrogance first? Yan Zhao had a sharp glint in his eyes. "Ha," Chu Lane laughed and said, "I'm afraid you might end up like me. Arrogance, I didn't detect any of it from him. However, I do sense a lofty attitude from him. If you use force, it will only make him feel disgusted with us. It's better to just go along with the flow." Yan Zhao just thought of something and asked, "I heard that a strong tiger is in the Imperial capital. Do you think that tiger will leave the matter at that?" In the other private room, Windfeathers, Dugu Jianma and Xiao Chen faced each other silently and downed a cup of wine. After that, the door was pushed open. Yan Qingcheng, Lazio, Frosty, Aqua, and Tenvis walked in. Other than the three from the west border, the few from southern wasteland had gathered once more. Xiao Chen felt a little awkward. After a short period of silence, everyone began to chat. Even the habitually silent Dugu Jianma joined in on the conversation. Yan Qingcheng asked, "Dugu Jianma, what will you do from now on?" "I will travel to the other end of the world with my sword. I will only live for the sword. Everything else is of no concern to me. How about you?" She then proceeded to ask Windfeathers. "I am just a loser. I'm going to go to the southwest border, enter the Beastman's sacred mountain, and find an ancient beast king's soul. After that, I will return to Indu again." Windfeathers looked as if he was making an oath. With regards to Windfeathers, Xiao Chen still sympathized with him more or less. He was originally a powerful warrior at one corner of the world, but nevertheless, he was an unlucky person to run into more powerful opponents consecutively and suffered crushing defeat several times. To him, Xiao Chen could only offer words of comfort. To experience defeat in the early stage is not actually a bad thing. While you face the sun, the shadow is always behind you. Thank you. Windfeathers nodded. No need to ask me. Seeing that Yan Qingcheng was about to open her mouth, Lazio spoke by himself. The Immortals' mainland is so vast. There are all kinds of races standing in great numbers. There are ancient clans who can stand up to gods, there are high human clan with exceptionally good looks. I will leave my mark in those places. I will climb over thousands of mountains and cross over a great number of ocean. I am going to travel the whole world. What about Brother Xiao? Yan Qingcheng asked. I am going to train my heart in the human society. Frosty, Aqua, and Tenvis also declared their own future plans. The private room had fallen into silence for a brief moment. It had become very quiet for a moment. All of them knew, after the gathering today, they might not see each other again for dozens of years, or maybe even for a lifetime. This could very possibly be their last meeting. Each person had their own future and their own path to take. The room was faintly flooded with a sad atmosphere of parting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Masterplan. Part 1. There would inevitably be a day when young eagle had to spread their wings and fly towards their own world, distancing themselves from their parents. From then on, the lone eagle would take to the sky and travel far away. There would also be a day when men reaches adulthood. Everyone had their own different paths. For their dream, for their future, they would pave their own path. A day would come when they had to leave their family and friends. 23 to 24 years were the golden age for practitioners. To hone their skills, they would travel to foreign land without looking back. Doing so would make themselves stronger, both physically and mentally. Maybe. I will stay in the Shang dynasty for a very long time. 3 years ago, during the Celestial City's Warbeast tournament, the third princess had graced us with her presence. I was already acquainted with her at that time, but I didn't know she is a princess. When I arrived at Yindu this time, she invited me to stay for a few months. The beautiful Yan Qingqing said with slight sentiment, I wonder if we'll have a chance to meet up again in the future. This chapter is provided to you by Re Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. That's right, it was hard to promise anything, because the Immortals' mainland was really too vast. Who could be sure that no accident would occur during their journey? My first destination is definitely the Shang Empire. Lazio wanted to learn how to recite poet and travel all over the world. Then he continued, the Shang dynasty is one of the 5 major states, it has occupied at least 16% of the entire territory. I think I will be staying at the Shang Empire for a really long time. So are we. Aqua, Frosty, and Tenvis nodded at the same time. I will travel to various regions of Shang dynasty. Dugu Jianma announced. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Shishue, you ought to leave soon. There's a strong tiger in Indu. If you are too late, you might run into trouble. I already know that. When I just entered the lunar pavilion, I've already heard people talking about it. Xiao Chen downed 1 cup by himself and said, so what if he is a strong tiger? If he dares to find me, I intend to take his head with me. Hearing these, the expressions of everyone in the private room changed. Dugu Jianmo looked at him and didn't say anything. The blue-haired pretty boy Lazio said with a grave expression, I heard that person might have entered the realm of demigod already. Even if you have powerful divine abilities, their differences in level are still too much. I fear that it will be extremely difficult to take him down. Windfeathers nodded and said, it is better to withdraw temporarily. The people from Tiger Clan is very venomous. Xiao Chen should have learned his lesson from 3 years ago. Hearing the name, Yan Qingqing felt somewhat unnatural as she recalled certain events of the past. It won't hurt. With me and Dugu Jianma combined, it should be enough I suppose. The 2 of you combined? Everyone at the scene was very surprised. Even Dugu Jianma himself was shocked. He never expected Xiao Chen would say something like this. What, all of these started because of you, how can you pull out at times like this? Xiao Chen looked at Dugu Jianma with a smile. Very well, I will not leave Yindu for at least 1 month. Dugu Jianma didn't hesitate and made such a promise. Windfeathers and the others asked, is there anything we can do to help? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, the 2 of us should be enough. Part 2. We are not in a rush anyway. We won't be leaving that soon. Getting rid of a demigod before departure could be considered a beautiful tale. Lazio added. Xiao Chen continued, you guys belong to a faction, unlike me and Dugu Jianma, who are all alone. If this matter become known, it will stick to you for a lifetime. No matter. Let's talk about this again when the time comes. Because of this matter, the sad atmosphere of parting had momentarily been dispelled. There was no such thing as a never-ending banquet in this world. In the end, everyone became a little drunk. Even beauties like Yan Qingqing and Frosty had a flush on their lily-white faces. The time for parting had arrived. Only that, they were stunned the moment they pushed the door open. The stairs leading downstairs had been filled to the brim. Bosch, Chen Hengjian, Infeng, and many others had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Chen even noticed Chu Lane at the back of the crowd. It was the very same Chu Lane who possessed the outstanding Destiny Twin divine ability. And beside him was a handsome youth with indistinguishable power. Brother Xiao, wait a minute. Let us have a little chat. Bosch walked over. Brother Dugu, our meeting must be the work of fate. Please, come over here. Chen Hengjian stepped forward. Miss Qingqing and Lady Frosty are as beautiful as the fairies. Please, have a sit here. Infeng also called out intimately. A group of people encircled them. Their aim was clearly to retain Xiao Chen's group. Chu Lane laughed and walked forward with Yanzalp. Other than the few from Supreme Clans, the others involuntarily get out of the way. Indu's heroic 4 had shaken the Imperial capital, who was not afraid of them. No discord, no concord. How about coming to my mansion for a while? Chu Lane was calm and easygoing. He didn't bear the shame of a loser. Okay, but not today. Xiao Chen tactfully refused. Yan Zalp looked at Xiao Chen, then he looked at Dugu Jianma. His eyes emitted a sharp glint, but he only nodded without saying anything in the end. On the contrary, he seemed more interested in Yin Qingcheng and Frosty. He actually ordered someone to go and prepare gifts for them. Brother Xiao. Just at this time, one guy pushed through the crowds, and he even crossed over Chulain and Yanzalp. It's you! Xiao Chen shot a cold glare at him. He recognized this person. He was Yutong, the bodyguard of the third princess. That night, he led a group of people to block his path in the sky. At that time, he was very arrogant and despotic. Brother Xiao, please forgive me. Yutong bowed awkwardly and said, Brother Xiao, I beg your forgiveness. Please let bygones be bygones. Today, I am here on behalf of the third princess to send an invitation Brother Xiao and Brother Dugu. Dugu Jianmo was very silent. From start until now, he didn't say a single word. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, we still have matters to attend to, maybe next time. Hearing these, the bodyguard panicked and almost knelt down on impulse. Brother Xiao, it is my fault. I was too rude 3 days ago. I will apologize to you here and now. Please, you have got to help me. Otherwise the third princess will kill me. She only wanted to invite you all to a simple gathering. There are no ulterior motives. Part 3. Seeing that Xiao Chen remained unmoved, Yutong lowered his voice and whispered, the third princess had already made the strong tiger to back out. I know Brother Xiao can handle the situation by yourself, but this is after all, the kind regards of the princess, so please. This news was very unexpected to Xiao Chen. He nodded in the end and said, all right. Brother Dugu. Following that, Yutong walked in front of Dugu Jianma and whispered something. Humph, I don't need any sword manual. Dugu Jianma snorted. Rather than a sword manual, it is a, Yutong hurriedly tried to explain. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Fine, I'll go. Out of everyone's expectation, Dugu Jianma actually agreed to go with a nod. It was obvious that Yutong had made preparations beforehand. Next, he also made Lazio, Windfeathers, and the others agreed to go with him. The rich kids of Yingdu were all dumbstruck. This third princess really knows how to play her hands. She actually caught all of them in one go and invited them to her residence. In fact, everyone only had eyes for Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma. As for Windfeathers and the others, they were only for the purpose of putting the two at ease. Of course, it was a different story for Yin Qingcheng and Frosty due to their good looks. Even if it was just a vacation home, it was very impressive. How could the residence of the third princess not be so? Walking on the path laid out by cobblestones, they passed through the garden, crossed over a stone bridge, and arrived at a lotus pond. Following the winding path on the surface of the pond, they arrived at a pavilion. There, they found a girl in white dress sitting in front of the musical stage. Although her face was covered by a veil, it was easy to guess how beautiful she was with that delicate body of hers, as well as that pair of clear eyes. Moreover, her beauty might possibly be at divine level. Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma didn't have the intention to show any courtesy. The third princess also didn't mind. She smiled and invited them to sit down. She even intimately invited Yin Qingcheng to sit beside her. I had wanted to recruit all of you as my servants, but I changed my mind. Everyone here is an elite. How would you all willingly agree to serve other people? I, Yining, only wish to make friends with all of you. The princess is too courteous. To be able to make friends with the princess is our honor. The blue-haired pretty boy Lazio smiled. His handsome face was filled with a calm expression. He came from a major clan in the southern wasteland. He was most familiar with this kind of strategy to get closer by pushing the others away. Lord Lazio is really extraordinarily handsome. If you were to visit the major clans in Yingdu, I'm afraid that the standard for choosing a spouse among the ladies will increase by several levels. The third princess smiled lightly and said, I have news that Lord Lazio might be particularly interested in. The fairy Lan Nua had once showed up in my Shang dynasty. I have already invited the person in the know. If Lord Lazio wanted to know more, please go and ask him in detail. Many thanks. Lazio expressed his heartfelt gratitude and left with the guidance of a maid. Even Xiao Chen was surprised by this news. If not for hiding his identity, he would have followed after them to inquire. Windfeathers, you are an outstanding person among mankind. Although you have suffered crushing defeats in Yingdu, I want you to believe me that the men in my Yingdu do not have evil intention. They are only a little rough with their ways. I beg you to forgive them. I know you have outstanding talent. Only a few can reach your level, and you even train in the demon beast art. That is a secret art that once lorded over the whole world. The only reason you lost is because you don't have a powerful beast soul. If you have the help of a quality beast soul, I fear that only a few among the youths can match up to you. I have a rare beast soul sealed in my mansion house. Don't refuse, you can go and have a look first. Who knows, you might be able to reap some benefits. Windfeathers saluted and left. Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. This third princess really knows how to play her hands. Part 4. The third princess smiled lightly. She faced Tenvis and said, I know you came from the Cloudfire Hall of the West. Not long ago, someone had given me a treasure. It is said that the divine pearl came from the Cloudfire Hall. Tenvis jumped up within shock and said with shaky voice, Is it the Cloudfire Pearl? Maybe, you can go take a look yourself. Tenvis bowed deeply and left in a hurry. Young Frosty, I have a lot of moisturizer here, it can make you look young forever. Really? Frosty's pretty face immediately welled up with envy. Of course it is true. Come, sit beside big sister. Later, I will give you and sister Ching Ching 3 bottles each. Frosty walked with graceful steps and moved towards the third princess with a smiling face. Aqua frowned and wanted to condemn his younger sister. However, he couldn't do it in front of so many people. This girl, she actually got bribed by 3 bottles of moisturizer. Seriously, it made him feel so speechless. Brother Aqua, I have a complete copy of the Water God style here. Really? Aqua no longer rebuked his younger sister as he quickly left with a palace maid. The third princess looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, then she looked at Dugu Jianma. She sighed and said, The both of you are wise and able persons. The two of you have a really promising future. I really wanted you both to stay behind and serve me, but I know that your ambition is not the position and wealth of the secular world. Sigh, it really is such a pity. The two of them didn't have anything to say in response. 3 years ago, when I visited the Celestial City, I have asked one man if he was willing to come to the north with me. I can give him riches and honor beyond his wildest imagination. Looking at the both of you, I started to recall his appearance as he refused without the slightest hesitation. It was such a pity. If he is still alive, I think he wouldn't be weaker than any of you. Speaking until here, the third princess felt a little regretful. Dugu Jianma kept his silence. Xiao Chen on the other hand, had a different feeling. He was already sure of it, the third princess was the owner of Goldie. The past events from 3 years ago quickly flooded his mind. Yan Xingcheng could guess who the third princess was referring to. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Many thanks to the third princess for hindering that strong tiger. Xiao Chen cupped his hands to express his gratitude. No need to thank me, I just don't want the tragedy from 3 years ago to happen again. Personally, there are some plans that I don't like. The third princess heaved a sigh. Xiao Chen had no choice to admit that the third princess might really be sincere. Or perhaps her acting was just too perfect. These simple words had already cleared all of his misunderstanding. The good opinions of the third princess continued to rise. Of course, this was not the passionate feeling between man and woman. This was but the feeling of admiration for someone capable. With a flash of gold light, Goldie appeared in the pavilion as if it had just teleported here. It circled around Xiao Chen 3 times and scratched its cheeks afterward. It had a dubious expression and looked somewhat amusing. Part 5. On the other hand, Xiao Chen shivered with cold, he hastily restrained all of his aura. Seeing his expression, the third princess giggled and called out, Goldie, come over here. Goldie appeared in front of the third princess with a whoosh. After receiving the amethyst ginseng from the third princess, it immediately gnawed on it. Xiao Chen was speechless. So that's why, not only did Goldie manage to redevelop its shadow partner, it even became more powerful. It was because the third princess always feed it with these kind of thing. Even when compared to Keek's snacks, it was not to be outdone. Looking at Goldie, he started to miss Kiki and wished that the little beast could come back soon. Brother Xiao, although I have already sent someone to warn the strong tiger, you still need to be more careful. After all, this clan always conduct their activities without qualms. You need to be more vigilant against them. Thanks, I know. Xiao Chen nodded. Brother Dugu, I know that sword is your everything. The third princess smiled and continued, I know that you do not cherish any sword style. That's why I've specifically searched for 3 different records of swordplay, personally left behind by Zhang Sanfeng. Hearing that it was left behind by Zhang Sanfeng, not only Dugu Jianma, even Xiao Chen was moved. There are 3 ancient statues, each of these stone statue has 3 sword scars. The third princess clapped her hands. Two warriors carefully moved one of the ancient statue into the pavilion. The stone statue was marked by the passing of time. It had clearly experienced the wear and tear of endless years. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. The sword scars at the head, chest, and leg immediately attracted Dugu Jianma's attention. He walked over with large strides. Back then, when a swordmaster faced one of these stone statues, he trained for 30 years straight. Therefore, I have only moved one stone statue here today. If Brother Dugu wants to see the other two statues, you are free to do so at any time. Dugu Jianma could no longer register anything she said as he inspected the stone statue carefully. Xiao Chen knew that Dugu Jianma had also fallen into the hands of the third princess. The third princess Yining smiled lightly. Soon after, she turned her head to face Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao is currently training his heart in the secular world? That's right. My teacher told me once. To train the heart in the secular world, a man must go to the battleground. If a man didn't get to experience the mass slaughter of the battlefield, that would be a lifetime of regret. The battleground is not the only place to train the heart. As for regret, everyone's life is filled with regret. It is unavoidable. There is no need to meticulously spread out my path so long as I continue going forward without flinching. Although that's what he said, Xiao Chen couldn't help but admit going to the battleground was the dream of every man. He felt that he really need to enter the battleground for his next stop, but he didn't want to go there by means of the third princess. Xiao Chen left the third princess residence by himself. The others had been retained by the third princess' clever ploy. And since he owed the third princess a favor, it was impossible for him to walk away from it. Just at this time, someone rushed over quickly and said, Lord, someone made me deliver this letter to you. Xiao Chen opened the letter. There was only one sentence: the moment you leave Yingdu is the moment you die. The inscription is the image of a tiger. Xiao Chen laughed out, then his expression turned cold and said to the delivery boy, Tell him, don't wait outside of Yingdu, I will certainly take his head in the city within 10 days. The same thing happened again, but Xiao Chen was no longer the same Xiao Chen from back then. At worst, he would just retreat, change his appearance again, and hide among the multitude of people. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Grand Assassin. Part 1. Experiencing tranquility in the commonplace, realizing selflessness in tranquility. Xiao Chen sat in an outdoor tea house, looking at the people come and go, listening to the peddler hawking their wares. He felt that it was so lively. Everyone in this world was always pursuing the extraordinary, they were always discontent being nothing special. However, what would they get in return after completely exhausting themselves? Perhaps being ordinary was a true blessing. Looking at the stream of people bustling with activities, Xiao Chen tasted the fragrant tea and felt that the life of the common folks were very rich. A medium-sized man with thin clothes rocked his body as he walked over. He had a slightly above-average look, but judging from his attitude, he was an extremely vulgar person. His eyes would occasionally stick to a beautiful woman on the street like a hook. He arrived at the table in front of Xiao Chen and threw his butt onto the chair. Then he said with a stutter, BB bro, you seem rather free now. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You are? Me, people call me the butcher, no, I am a tiger slaughtering, SPSP specialist. Xiao Chen suddenly felt a thump in his heart. He didn't say anything and looked at him with a smile. This average-looking yet extremely vulgar guy was chasing after the sight of beautiful girls with his slitted eyes. He poured tea for himself without second thought and downed it in one go. GG go good tea, TTH, this is definitely the first grade VDE Vermilion tea. It is said that, YYN ladies, in the early MMO morning, harvested, TTH these soft shoots. A big guy at the side let out a thunderous roar. He said angrily, Let me finish your words for you. I almost choked to death because of your stuttering. The extremely vulgar and stammering guy nodded and said, TTH, that's alright. That's what I wanted to say. Oh my god. Even the big guy was influenced by his stuttering. After that, he jumped up in anger and said, If I am to hear you say a few more words, if I don't die from choking, I'll die from impatience. The impatient big guy left immediately. TT that guy, is terrible, he lacks training. The self-proclaimed tiger slaughtering specialist unexpectedly revealed a disdainful expression and looked at the big back's rear view with fury. It was a little out of place when paired with his vulgar look. Isn't that right? As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the people all around. As a result, everyone quickly finished their tea and left. Listening to him speak was one kind of torture. It felt as if there was a lump of air trapped in their throat. Why's everyone, leaving. The vulgar guy stood up and tried to detain the other people. Shoo! Shoo! Let go! It's stifling with you around. The last official-looking guy shook him off and left with a huff and a pull. 1. How are rude. The vulgar guy slapped the table in fury and said, no manners. No self-restraint. And no ethic. Gulp. Gulp. Part 2. This guy grabbed the teapot directly and madly poured the content into his mouth. He gulped down the fragrant tea as if it was water. After wiping the tea that leaked from the corner of his mouth, he turned around to face Xiao Chen and said, isn't that right, BB bro? This guy was really amusing. Xiao Chen did not feel agitated. On the contrary, he couldn't hold back his laughter anymore after hearing his last word. He laughed and said, don't call me bro, I doubt I am older than you. Hey! 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 The stuttering guy gasped for air, then he shouted angrily, BB bro. Stop shouting. I didn't shout. I was saying, BBB, brother. The vulgar guy slammed the desk and finally managed to utter the word brother. What is your business with me? Xiao Chen ordered another set of tea. He poured one cup for the stuttering guy, then he poured one for himself. Already said it, I am tiger slaughtering specialist. After the vulgar man said these, he was unperturbed and actually stopped speaking, seemingly waiting for Xiao Chen to raise a question. His slitted eyes were glancing to the left and the right of the main street. Xiao Chen thought that this guy was very interesting. He didn't have anything to do anyway, so he was not in a rush. After carefreely tasting the tea, he looked at the stream of people on the main street. The two of them continued to drink in this leisurely manner for an hour. None of them said a thing even after clearing 3 pots of tea. After 1.5 hours later, the stuttering guy finally couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. Why, you are really too boring. Even after half a day later, you didn't say a single word, too boring. Aren't I waiting for you to speak first? Oh, originally. I am the one who, pissed others off. But today, I almost got pissed off by you. Xiao Chen absolutely never imagined that the stuttering guy in front of him was a member of the #1 assassin guild, the Million Crisis. You are an assassin, and yet you actually dared to reveal yourself under the sunlight. Are you not scared that your career as an assassin would end? That is, the way of an ordinary assassin. Who am I? I am, the future Grand Assassin. The stuttering guy before him was very conceited and boasted shamelessly, I am the daylight's assassin. I can have an ordinary life. I am unrivaled. He was a peculiar assassin named Crisis. He was conceited enough to use the name of the guild as his denomination. But due to his stuttering, it was impossible to judge his true strength. The only thing one could feel from him was vulgarness. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled an event from 2 years ago. Wasn't there an assassin called Crisis who killed the 7th son of the Tiger clan? The same guy who was to be wed to Fairs now from the southern wasteland. It's you. Xiao Chen smiled. The Million Crisis was an organization founded since olden times. They had a deep grudge with the Tiger clan. According to legend, the founder of the guild had once tried to assassinate the old ancestor of the Tiger clan. That old white tiger saint nearly lost his life as a result. Since then, both parties bore grudges impossible to unravel. Crisis fixed his eyes on a beautiful girl with revealing clothes who happened to walk past the main street. Even his soul was almost hooked away by the beauty. However, he still said absent-mindedly, BBB, bro, have you recalled who I am? The future Grand Assassin. Part 3. Xiao Chen wanted to laugh yet didn't. This vulgar guy actually wanted to become a Grand Assassin. However, if he thought about it carefully, it was also hard to say. Nothing in this world was absolute, and this Crisis didn't look like a simple guy. Alright, let's hurry and find a pen. With your way of speaking, it'll take more than 2 hours to understand what you're saying. With smooth movements, Crisis nimbly retrieved a slate from the parcel at his back. Let us work together to kill that big tiger. Crisis quickly carved the words on the slate. It seemed like he frequently communicated with others like this. His proficiency was beyond the norm. He should have taken the slate out earlier. Xiao Chen cursed silently. Then he looked at him with a smile and asked, "Can the two of us take down a demigod?" Swish. He wiped the slate with his hand, the writings on the slate were turned to dust and another set of writings appeared. The two of us are about enough. If we include Dugu Jianma, the three of us should be enough to take his head. What's so special about a demigod? If the three of us use our divine power simultaneously, he is nothing more than a sickly cat. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. I need to think about this carefully. But, speaking until here, Xiao Chen looked at this vulgar guy and asked, "How can I believe you are Crisis?" All of a sudden, an aura of death burst out. The ice-cold murderous aura immediately caused the tea-maker to pass out and die. Enough. There's no need to probe more than necessary. This was definitely an aura unique to the assassin. BBB, brother, it's a promise. LLL. Let us kill the old tiger together. Alright, it's a deal. Just at this time, chaos ensued on the main street. Many pedestrians ran over there, while some of the women ran the other way with their child. Xiao Chen called one of the child into the tea house. He gave him 2 pieces of gold coins and asked, "Kid, what is happening?" The Ox King is here. Granny said that the guardian of the underworld has come to reap our souls. Nonsense. How could the guardians of the underworld show up in broad daylight? The slitted eyes of Crisis widened. It's true. That Ox King is really strong. He has defeated many practitioners. He even wanted to reap the soul of a person called Xiao Shishui. Xiao Chen let the kid go, then he faced Crisis and said, "Let's go take a look." At the bustling crossroads, a seemingly honest fatty with 2 horns growing from his head stood there. He looked like the reincarnation of a kind-hearted Ox King. And beside him was a banner with these letters, challenging Xiao Shishui. This guy, Xiao Chen, never thought Oxman had actually arrived at Indu and used this kind of method to find him. He must have already learned about the battle from the other day. He could trick the others with the telepathic sword wave, seal of Aquarius, etc., but he couldn't deceive the little fatty. He was also proficient in many of these skills. He should have already guessed the true identity of the Xiao Shishui. Part 4. What, an old enemy? Crisis smiled and said, "LLL. Let me help you finish him off." No need. However, he was already too late. The seemingly vulgar Crisis already faded into thin air at that very instance. Even Xiao Chen was shocked by his speed. Oxman, who was lifting the banner, seemed to have sensed something. He instantly soared into the sky. A huge demonic bull materialized behind him. The mountain-sized black bull caused everyone to be terrified. It possessed an indistinguishable magic power. With a moo, the huge demonic bull swooped down. It caused the street below to break up. Bang! Crisis' figure emerged as he fell back. The huge demonic bull also returned to its position behind Oxman after that single strike. My god, it's really the Ox King. It's a living ghost. The guardian of the underworld has come into being in broad daylight. Many women and children wailed as they ran towards the distant. As for those with some courage and a few practitioners looked on with curiosity. Crisis silently moved back to Xiao Chen's side and said, "TTT. This ox-headed man is VDV, very unusual. Who are you calling ox-headed man? You and your family are the one with ox-head." Oxman already landed on the ground. The huge demonic bull was sucked into his body. He destroyed the banner with a light slap and walked over with large strides. After seeing Xiao Chen, the little fatty immediately started to chuckle. However, when he looked at Crisis, his chubby face immediately puffed up. "Since we are on the same side, let us change our location first." Xiao Chen hastily pulled the two and squeezed out of the crowd. Only until they covered a good distance did Xiao Chen finally say, "I didn't expect you would leave so quickly. Where's the black dragon?" "It is in the deep mountains around Indu." I have no choice but to leave at an earlier time. Speaking until here, the little fatty was very dejected. He said in annoyance, the cow horn on my head is growing faster with each passing day. And now, sniff sniff. I can't even cut it off with a sword anymore. Those bunch of gramps and grannies say it is a good thing. They wouldn't help me get rid of it. I had no choice but to come out to take a look and see if I can find a way to make it grow smaller. Oxman had a bitter expression. It really cannot be cut off? Surprisingly, the stuttering guy spoke very smoothly. His eyes gleamed and one of his hands stretched towards the cow horn. He chuckled and said, it really is an excellent material to forge the overcast dagger. Stand aside, you wretched stuttering guy. Oxman pushed him to the side and patted his 2 feet long black horns in annoyance. Just let nature take its course. Xiao Chen tried to comfort Oxman. The little fatty was an optimist. He quickly pushed the problem regarding the cow horn to the side. Then he excitedly said to Xiao Chen, Brother Shishui, do you know why I came to Indu? One of our old acquaintances is here. Do you still remember Rowena? She's at the Spellbind Castle. I hear that she is very close to the Flower Overqueen over there. Part 5. Oxman couldn't reveal Xiao Chen's identity in front of Crisis, but there was no problem to transmit some news. SSS. Spellbind. CCCC. Castle? Hearing those words, Crisis' slitted eyes immediately gave off dangerous glints. SSS, spell your head. You can't even speak smoothly. That is a place only true men can go. Do you think a wretched guy like you have the qualification? Oxman just couldn't stand Crisis. Oh, ox-headed man, YYU, DDDD, don't go too far. If you don't believe it, why don't we give it a try? What's there to try with that vulgar look of yours that even your gramps and uncles dislike? Even if you go, you will be chased away with a broom. That is not a place you can go even if you have money. BBB, you bastard. Speaking until here, Crisis quickly retrieved the slate and carved some words on it. Otherwise he'd be choked to death by himself. Let's settle it once and for all, let's go to the Spellbind Castle and see who is the real man. No matter what is said and done, I can jerk off 13 times in one night. Pui, UF*** king pervert, it's more believable if you say 13 seconds. Although Fatty Oxman looked naive, his mouth was very sharp. Xiao Chen laughed out loud. He stopped their bickering and said, let's go, our destination is the Spellbind Castle. The Spellbind Castle looked just like the palace of the royals. It occupied a vast amount of land. From afar, it looked like temple in heaven extending forever into the distance. One could imagine how much influence they held, otherwise how would Indu allow them to build this kind of palace on their territory? All the visitors here were wealthy and respectable people. Anywhere you look, you could find an influential figure walking into the VIP room. After ascending from the white marble steps and entering the imposing hall at the centermost, one could see a lavish, richly ornamented building. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider dropping it and read from Re-Library instead. It is demotivational for us to know that the readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. At the moment, it was already close to nightfall. The crystal lamp flickered with an illusory light, making this bejeweled jade palace look even more illustrious in contrast. There was a 2-meter-tall jade displayed on the other side of the screen. It was sparkling and translucent. One look and anyone could tell it was a priceless treasure. And on the wall, there was even a scroll with the verse "The Sword Saintly" by personally inscribed. It was absolutely not a counterfeit. A courtesan who was assigned to take care of the guests walked over seductively with a veil covering her face. Following behind her were few pretty girls from various races. The girls from the west had snow-white skin as smooth as the baby's. They had tall stature and their long blonde hair was as bright and beautiful as the sunshine. The girls from the east had smooth black hair that flowed like waterfall. Their bright eyes and white teeth were attractive. And they had the right curves at the right place. The fox ladies of the Beastmen tribe were very lovely. Just a coquettish glance from them had already stolen the heart of Crisis. Not to mention that soft and fluffy tail. The 8 ladies of different races were all extremely charming. Their smiles were well worth dying for. Hee, honored guest, this way please. The courtesan let out a cute giggle and welcomed them with 8 young ladies. Oxman whispered in a low voice, why are you still covering your face, why not let us see it? Part 6. Crisis took out the slate and quickly carved some words on it. Idiot, you don't even understand this. So you are actually a virgin. Oxman snickered, when the great me is doing it, who knows which poor girl is being peeped by a vulgar man like you. Just save your strength, I don't need you to give a presentation. Speaking until here, the little fatty seemed to have recalled something and said, I hear Dugu Jianma is also at Indu. It would be interesting if we let that cold-blooded guy come to this kind of place. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, it just so happens that I have something to discuss with him, it's not a bad idea. He turned his head to face the courtesan and said, do you think you girls will be able to help? Of course there is no problem. All the honored guests here are synonymous to ancestor gods to us. The courtesan answered with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Chen really went ahead to invite Dugu Jianma, Oxman started to chuckle when he imagined that cold-blooded guy coming to this kind of place. Then, as if he just recalled some other thing, he said, I hear the chick, Yan Xingcheng, is also at Indu. She is but a world-class beauty. How about brother Shishui invite her as well? The courtesan covered her mouth and laughed. The 8 sexy ladies behind her also laughed with cute gesture. They felt that this little fatty was absolutely disgraceful. Who in their right mind would take a girl to this kind of place? At this time, Oxman found that the wretched Crisis was laughing at him. At the same time, he could also feel cold gazes directed at him from the street. He turned around to look, who could that be other than Yan Xingcheng herself? Yan Xingcheng, Frosty, and the third princess just happened to pass through. Since the Spellbind Castle was too popular, the third princess had no choice but to give a short introduction of the place when they passed by. When Yan Xingcheng saw Oxman's face, she covered her mouth in shock. Her anger had been curbed for the time being as she whispered, Oxhead, how did he turn into an oxhead? She had a distinct memory of this abominable fatty. Back when they were still on the Dragon Island, this silly-looking guy was not easy to deal with. Lass Yen, oh, that's not right, younger sister Yen, how are you? It's only been a few years, and you have become much more beautiful compared to your past self. You are indeed a peerless beauty. Incomparably charming, blah, blah, blah. Oxman was shooting his mouth off with praise after praise. Swish, a silver hairpin flew over and interrupted his words. Yan Xingqing's face was beet red as she looked at the men with pure anger. Yen Yen, Yen Yen, Yen Yen. You are too beautiful. The wretched Crisis also didn't want to lag behind as he opened his mouth to shoot off praises. He didn't manage to spit out the lady part of Lady Yen, so he just cut it off. Fortunately, the following words flowed out smoothly. However, because of this, the meaning was not at all the same. Instead of called her Lady Yen, he called her intimately with a nickname, Yen Yen. This caused Yan Xingqing's cheeks to turn red from anger. She was itching to grab this vulgar guy and beat him up. She was gnashing her teeth at the street. She was actually beset by 3 guys who were visiting the brother. This was really humiliating. Ah, he wanted to call Frosty, but the vulgar guy stuttered again, Frost, 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 you are also very beautiful. He did it again and called Frosty with a seemingly intimate nickname, which caused her countenance to change. GGR. Grandpa, Crisis' face turned red from anxiety. However, he just couldn't spell out the cess of princess. He pointed at the third princess and said with clenched teeth, Grandpa, is also very beautiful. 2. While the third princess was angry, she also came to realize something, so she didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. The crowd who happened to pass through were laughing their hearts out. In the hall, the courtesan and the 8 girls were already tearing up from suppressed laughter. While Xiao Chen was laughing in his mind, he shouted, Genius. 3. Oxman already crouched down and slammed the ground as he laughed with no restraint. 1. Yeah, I can totally relate, man, it feels so stifling whenever I translate his dialogue. 2. Wordplay at work here. Equals princess. Equals grandpa. Crisis was unable to spell out the of, so he kept repeating the 2 words. 3. Just to clarify, he shouted in his mind, the word didn't leave Xiao Chen's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, Mayhem. The virtuous assassin Crisis stuttered as he called out Yen Yen and Frost in front of the Spellbind Castle, so much so that he even called out Grandpa. The courtesan and 8 young ladies suppressed their laughter to the point of tearing up. And the people who happened to pass by on the street even went as far as holding their belly with both hands as they laughed out loud. This made Yan Xingcheng, Frosty, the third princess, and the palace maids to feel extremely angry. Their faces turned beet red, but they couldn't do anything to that guy. After all, how could they just rush into that kind of place? The vulgar guy didn't feel a tidbit ashamed. He lightly kicked Oxman, who was laughing while slamming the ground. Then he said, Ox ox. Ox ox. At #you and #at %, wretched guy, 13 seconds. You stand right there. Oxman immediately jumped up. It was too embarrassing to be called this way by that guy. This chapter is provided to you by Re Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. I am SSS, speaking to you, Ox. Ox, who knows if Crisis was really stuck here or he did this on purpose, but it made everyone on the street to once again burst out laughing. In the end, they were all scared away by Oxman when he swayed his huge ox horn to and fro. Are you calling little girl, or are you calling Ox? The courtesan teased as she walked over with swaying waist. Same. Crisis smiled vulgarly. Oxman rocked his horns, he was itching to ram Crisis once or twice. Shall we enter? The courtesan and the 8 ladies led the way into the castle. They couldn't stay in the front door anymore, otherwise they would lose their professionalism. Yen, Frost. Frost, Grandpa. P Princess, see you later. Crisis waved his hand at the street while walking into the castle. However, just when he was about to get out of sight, he spoke without misgiving, H. How about, why, you girls also, come. Swish. 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 A few icy lights were launched into the spellbind castle. Crisis pulled back his neck and slipped away. A jade hairpin, beads, and other such items were embedded on the wall of the spellbind castle. That goddamn stuttering, repulsive vulgar man. How shameless can he be? Yen Qingcheng was extremely angry. That's right. I am itching to beat him up. Even the normally good-tempered Frosty was clenching her fists in anger. The third princess of Shang Dynasty was also somewhat angry. With her identity, did people ever dare to make kind of joke in front of her? However, she knew that it was useless to bicker. Just at this time, a tall figure with a bastard sword on his back walked over from the distance. It was precisely the cold-blooded Dugu Jianma. That guy couldn't be heading to the spellbind castle, right? Frosty voiced her doubt. I am already quite shocked to see Xiao Shishui to enter this kind of place. I didn't expect the cold-blooded Dugu Jianma was also this kind of man. Sheesh, men are all the same. Yen Qingcheng curled her lip in disdain. They saw Dugu Jianma going in from the distance. The third princess smiled and asked, do you girls want to go in and take a look? No way. Dugu Jianma walked into the castle with large steps. The courtesan and 7 young ladies immediately surrounded him. However, the one to face them was an ice-cold bastard sword. It was instantly placed on top of the courtesan's snow-white neck. The cold air emitted by the iron sword caused goosebumps to appear on her tender skin. Mister, the courtesans at Spellbind Castle were all experienced person. She didn't have a change in her expression as she looked at Dugu Jianma with a smile pasted on her face. Don't approach me. Dugu Jianma sheathed his sword and said very coldly, I am here to look for Xiao Shishui. Alright, I understand. The courtesan waved her hand to hint the girls to withdraw. She personally guided Dugu Jianma into the castle. A few people just happened to come in as they discussed. This dude is really so temperament. He actually dared to draw his sword in the Spellbind Castle and is not interested in the girls. Why don't you give it a try? Who knows, maybe you'd get noticed by the Flower Over Queen. I still want to live, I don't want to cause trouble here. When the cold-blooded Dugu Jianma arrived at the colorful hall, it felt as if the temperature in this room had fallen by 10 degrees. The chilling cold sword chi instantly flooded the hall with glorious golden walls. Oxman laughed at first sight and said, I knew this would happen. I reckon this cold-blooded man would look at the beautiful girls the same way as he looked at the guys. The hall was filled with party mood. A few pretty girls were standing beside the desk as they poured wine and served food for Xiao Chen, Crisis, and Oxman. Dugu Jianma pointed at Oxman with his sword. His expression was cold and ruthless. Why don't you put down your sword, Dugu Taijida? Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, today, we drunk and engage in small talks. For what reason are you holding a sharp weapon in your hands? If the rich kids from Yingdu were to hear how Xiao Chen referred Dugu Jianma, they would surely be very surprised. They knew that Dugu Jianma was icily arrogant and without mercy. When he heard this, Dugu Jianma immediately raised his brows. He tightened his grasp on the sword as he stared at Xiao Chen, but he soon loosened up and walked over. That's right, don't always tie yourself to the iron sword all day. Little fatty Oxman chuckled. He poured a cup of wine for Dugu Jianma and placed it on the desk. The wretched Crisis lied on one side and said, Dugu. GN. 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 MO. 1. No matter who heard it, they would have thought that the stuttering guy was swearing at people. Who knows if he was really saying demon or groping not. Because of that, he was really groped by Dugu Jianma, who was about to sit down, or more precisely, he was pulled by Dugu Jianma. When the indifferent Dugu Jianma heard him, his eyes immediately became sharp. He drew his sword with a chink and pointed it across Crisis' neck. Xiao Chen hastily raised his finger to block the iron sword. After that, with a wave of his other hand, the drumstick on the desk flew into Crisis' mouth, stopping him from speaking. That's enough. Stop causing trouble, you stuttering guy. And Dugu Jianma, don't be so cold. It's a misunderstanding. It's an honor to meet you, Dugu Jianma. Crisis hastily took out his plate and carved semi-cursive words on it. And so, the four of them finally took their seats together. Without a doubt, the four of them gathering here was not really to engage in sexual activities. It was for the purpose of scheming to kill the tiger. After requesting the two fairies to lead the pretty girls away, they finally began to formally discuss the plan in detail. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re-Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Little Fatty Oxman knew what everyone was thinking, so he rocked his ox horns excitedly and said, hee hee. It's a demigod, yo. I never thought I'd have a chance to kill a demigod. My blood is beginning to boil. Crisis had a rare serious look on his face. He grabbed the slate and started writing to convey his own opinion. Of course, he didn't look nervous at all. On the contrary, he looked rather relaxed. The four of us should be enough. If it is only the three of us, we might need to plan this carefully. However, with four of us working together, who cares if he is a demigod or a half-demon? We are more than enough to kill that sick cat. After their discussion, according to Crisis' plan, speed was crucial. They were to set out tonight and cut down the old tiger's head. As for the old tiger's residence, Crisis had already located it at an earlier time. When their serious discussion ended, other than Dugu Jianma, the other three started to loosen up. The vulgar man lightly clapped his hands to invite the two fairies and beautiful ladies waiting outside to enter the room. It must be mentioned that the Spellbind Castle was too large scale. The two fairies were actually practitioners, and they were actually spiritual masters with decent power. They could fly in the sky and their movements were very charming. The moonlight was bright, they could see the scenery outside through the crystal clear mirror. The colorful garden under the moonlit night was filled with numerous flowers. There was nothing more beautiful one could have imagined. The refreshing fragrance of flowers filled the entire garden. The two fairies leisurely walked out of the hall and started to dance in the sky. Their light clothing fluttered in the breeze. Under the moonlit night, they really looked like fairies visiting the earth. No words could do their beauty justice. And the other girls were singing and dancing on the ground. They danced as though they were butterflies fluttering about among the cluster of flowers. However, even while facing all these, Dugu Jianma was still cold and detached. The little fatty oxman, on the other hand, was chuckling and clapped his plump hands unceasingly. As for Crisis, his eyes were really like a hook as he swept it past the girls. He kept glancing here and there. His slitted eyes were rolling all over the place. Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although some people were born handsome, but he was just too vulgar. He patted Crisis' shoulder and said, "Bro, can't you restrain yourself a little? Dude, to this, why you are wrong about something. This is CC, called showing interest. TT. This is CC, called true confidence." Speaking until here, this guy made everyone speechless by wiping his saliva and continued to look at the girls. Oxman filled his cup and raised his head to drink. Then he muttered, "Why isn't Rowena here yet? Didn't the courtesan go to invite her for us? Don't tell me she forgot about us after a few years. Who is bad-mouthing me?" A bewitching voice transmitted over. The Spellbind Castle's layout really made them exclaim in admiration. They didn't know how they did it, but they could actually block the practitioner's sharp senses. When Rowena entered from the other door, they actually sensed her approaching. It's been several years, but the beautiful Rowena had become prettier compared to the past. Perhaps she might not be the most beautiful girl, but she was indeed the most charming ones. Her devilish body exuded a mature charm. Her exquisite breasts were almost visible under the cover of the black long dress. Her body curves and bare skin flickered with a bewitching gloss. It provoked one's fanciful thoughts. "Little fatty, so you still remember Big Sis?" I thought you've already forgotten about me. You didn't come visit me after so many years. Rowena's rosy lips were sexy. As she smiled, her pearly white teeth were revealed. The enchanting eyes under her long eyelashes had an irresistible charm. Of course I still remember, I miss Big Sis so much. Oxman let out a silly smile. He actually appeared somewhat bashful on a rare occasion. I remember. For God knows why, Crisis actually stopped stuttering at this moment. His slittered eyes lit up as he fixed it on the extraordinarily beautiful girl in front of him. Then he said, I remember it perfectly. I will never forget it for a lifetime. Even Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma felt it was strange. This wretched guy. Rowena smiled lightly at that. Her lovable face was like a mixture of beautiful and charming. It was charmingly beautiful to the extreme. When she took a good look at Dugu Jianma's face, Rowena's expression immediately stiffened. Dugu Jianma's massacre on the Dragon Island left a really deep impression in her. Even if they were already back to the mainland, she still felt somewhat uneasy whenever she recalled those days. Rowena quickly adjusted her attitude and said with a charming smile, Hi brother Dugu. Dugu Jianma silently nodded his head. When Rowena looked at Xiao Chen, she had a puzzled expression, but she recovered soon after. When I look at this brother, I thought of someone. You guys resemble each other when you remain silent. Hearing Rowena said as such, Xiao Chen shivered inwardly. There were some details that couldn't be changed. That was the habit of each respective person. He smiled lightly and said, Oh, in that case, Miss Rowena and I could be considered half an acquaintance. Nice to meet you. The other half of Rowena's arms that were not covered by the sleeves were exceptionally tender. They were exuding a bewitching gloss. Her snow-white neck was smooth and delicate. Her lovable face was flowery. She revolved around Xiao Chen once and said with a smile, That scoundrel is my benefactor. He saved my life once. But what a pity. In the end of her sentence, she heaved a sigh. You mean Xiao Chen? How did you know? Rowena was a little shocked. I am Xiao Shishui. I've met him before, and Oxman had also mentioned about him. Oh, so it's you. Rowena's eyes lit up as she said, I heard you little too young tiger a few days ago, it was such a satisfactory news. However, you should be careful. Don't let the tragedy that befell Xiao Chen to reoccur again. Sigh, it really is such a pity. Jay. Just relax. I am here. I will guarantee his safety. Crisis pounded his chest as he scanned Rowena's sexy body with his slitted eyes. This is a stranger. A vulgar man. Don't mind about him. Oxman didn't give Crisis any face. Ox. Just shut up. Oxman grabbed a drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth. Rowena and little fatty Oxman recounted the events on Dragon Island. Only until half an hour later did it finally come to an end. The singing and dancing on the other side of the mirror had already ended. The two fairies brought the young ladies into the room and they immediately surrounded the guys. BB, bro, I'll go ahead first. Crisis smiled indecently as he left with two pretty girls in his embrace. As for the two fairies, they were like Lyria and Carmina of Celestial City. They normally didn't accompany the guests. However, it was different today. One of them walked over to Dugu Jianma, and the other towards Xiao Chen. I'll go get some fresh air. Dugu Jianma was not at all grateful. He carried his bastard sword and left the hall by himself. Hee, how about you two accompany Ox? Rowena smiled charmingly. Mr. Ox, this way please. The two fairies smiled as they invited Oxman. The little fatty felt very bitter as he looked at Rowena and Xiao Chen before he left. The hall soon became quiet, leaving behind only Xiao Chen and Rowena. Brother Shishui, your hand is very peculiar. Rowena's smile was as gentle as the ripple of the spring water. Her charming eyes were flirtatious. She was a very alluring woman. As she spoke, she pulled Xiao Chen's left palm towards herself as she observed it attentively. Xiao Chen didn't move. He just downed the wine by himself. All of a sudden, as if Rowena had been struck by thunder, her body shuddered and she cried out involuntarily, It's really you. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com/. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re-Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. What are you saying? Xiao Chen looked at her calmly. You are Xiao Chen. Rowena looked into Xiao Chen's eyes and said, I know I am right. No matter how your appearance may have changed, your palm lifeline will not change. I still remember it very clearly. This unique method of identification, even Xiao Chen had never heard of it before. However, he knew that Rowena had really recognized him. Rowena smiled sweetly and said, You little scoundrel, you sure are as resilient as a cockroach. Not only did you not die, you even improved by leaps and bounds. And now you've killed 2 more young tigers. I didn't expect you would recognize me. What, is there really a need to hide the truth from me? Rowena was very bold. She sat so close to Xiao Chen to the point that he could even feel her body temperature. I am afraid that I may cause trouble for you. With a bell-like giggle, Rowena wantonly pinched Xiao Chen's cheeks and said, You are a troublemaker. If I didn't guess wrong, the 4 of you are definitely up to something. That's right. To tell you the truth, we are going to kill the strong tiger tonight. What? Rowena was startled, then she warned, You have to know that the strong tiger is the youngest brother of the tiger clan's current chief. It is said that he had entered the realm of demigods at the age of 26. He is incredibly powerful. If it is not because he was inflicted by a serious illness that stalled his improvement for nearly 10 years, he might have already made a huge accomplishment. I heard that if the old ancestor of the tiger clan returned from isolated training, he will definitely baptize him and focus on nurturing him. If you guys really killed this person, it means that you'll have stabbed the tiger clan's dearest disciple. You guys will definitely end up in an irreconcilable relationship. Even if you guys erase all your traces, everyone will definitely know you are the murderer under this kind of circumstances. We are already in an irreconcilable relationship. Xiao Chen filled his cup by himself and said, Let's drink. We'll just kill and make a run for it, that's all. Rowena thought for a while, then she smiled and nodded, Alright, I wish you all good luck. It's about time we leave. Why not give the stuttering guy more time? Rowena smiled lightly, but it was enough to charm a man. Her flirtatious complexion exuded a peculiar charm. Even if Xiao Chen had a heart of steel, even he was moved slightly by her charm. He's called 13 second, this much time should be enough. You are so mean, how can you curse others like this? Oxman said it. When Dugu Jianma entered the room with indifferent expression and forced Crisis to come out with his bastard sword, the vulgar guy was so mad that he kept stomping the ground and rained curses on him. However, he had no other choice. 13 second is so fast. Oxman laughed mischievously. You bastard. For some reason, he actually didn't stutter sometimes. You guys are too cruel. If I get hit by some weird ailment because of this, I will not, forgive you. Rowena left with flirtatious expressions. Her graceful steps, her slender legs, her perfectly round buttocks, her delicate waist, and her curved body line left behind a very bewitching rear view for Xiao Chen's party. Under the bright moonlight, the 4 of them flitted across the street of Yingdu. Their speed were so fast that no ordinary person could catch their presence. What course to follow after the event tonight? To the other end of the world with swords in hand. To find a way to dispose of my oxhorn. Don't. I'll introduce you guys to a good place. Have you guys ever heard of a mysterious village? They say that it is in the sky, 100 miles from here. Not only did the Immortals go there to enjoy, even the many ancient figures of legend go there to relax. It's suffocating to hear you speak. Oxman really wished he could kick him twice. The strong tiger we're going to kill is very extraordinary. It is actually a real white tiger that took the shape of human. Its skin has a divine mark bestowed by heaven. It could be counted as a semi-epic item. If we take the leather to sell it at that village, the selling price will go beyond our imagination. Being intimidated by the little fatty, Crisis spoke very smoothly, and very fast at that. He finished his sentences in one breath. A mysterious village, how come I've never heard of it before? Oxman was a little dubious. There are many more places you've never heard of. The Mystic Village, is a good place. I've also, just heard about it. Shush. Crisis suddenly turned serious. All of them knew, they're nearing their target. Their tiger killing operation was about to start. The real mayhem was about to begin. Another attempt by the author to make a stupid pun. Man, after the appearance of Crisis, the author has been trying to come up with stupid puns every now and then. I hate these chapters. Anyways, the first Jian refers to sword, which is Dugu Jianma's original name. The following Jian refers to inexpensive/lowly. As for the first MO, it has the meaning of demon, and the following emo has the meaning of touch/grope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Unparalleled Divine Power. It was brightly lit ahead. This was an inn that occupied a really big area. It was located right below a 200-meter-tall hill. The hill was filled with rare flowers. Even though they were very far away from said hill, they could still smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers carried by the wind. This was the most flourishing area in Indu City. It was very close to the Culinary Street, and just a little further was the Moonflower Castle. Furthermore, it was only 3 miles away from Flowing Cloud Casino. An average person could not afford to stay in this high-class inn. Crisis was deadly earnest as he quickly carved some letters on the slate. Humans has too many weak points, and the strong tiger is no exception. He is proud and arrogant, he will not put us younger generation in his eyes. Even if he knows it's a trap, he will still come after you. This chapter is provided to you by Re Library, https://re-library.com/. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Writing until that part, he added, I know his personality very well. I have already observed him for a long time. You can just go in like this and lure him out no problem. Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, you guys fall back first, I'll be back real quick. After they finished surveying the area, Crisis, Dugu Jianma, and Oxman left behind 3 afterimages and disappeared to the end of the street. Xiao Chen stood still in place for a good while. After he confirmed that his body and mind were in top condition, he silently flew towards the inn under the dim light of night. He flew past one courtyard after another and stopped in front of a 3-story building. The lightning was still lit, and the windows were wide open. The fragrance of flowers was carried by the wind into the building. A 36-year-old man was sitting in meditation while baring his upper body. His body appeared to be very sturdy. It was nearly 2 times wider than an ordinary person's body. He was not obese, in fact, those were muscles filled with explosive power. It was like a baby dragon was coiling around his body. It gave people a shocking image. One could easily imagine how much power could burst out when he attacks. As if he could sense something, he opened his eyes at this very moment. The sound of lightning suddenly reverberated in the night sky. This was definitely not a hallucination. The sound of a huge storm actually broke out. His gaze was very intimidating. He swept his eyes over the sky in the instant that he spotted Xiao Chen, the corner of his mouth curved into a sneer. Then he suddenly jumped up from his sitting position. Xiao Chen stood upright as his black hair was brushed by the wind. He stood in the sky without moving an inch. His 2 eyes were as bright as the stars. He looked at the strong tiger indifferently, there wasn't even a hint of fear. You really dared to make a move first? The strong tiger walked towards the window. A powerful aura pervaded the air and was heading towards the sky to envelop Xiao Chen. Without any words, Xiao Chen lifted his right hand emotionlessly and launched the telepathic sword wave in an instant. This time, it was not the destructive sphere. A sword wave about the thickness of a water jar ripped apart the sky and rushed forward like a winding dragon. Without making any sound, the 3-story building was turned into dusts. Not even a single rubble remained. The destructive power of the telepathic sword wave was as one could well imagine. However, the speed of the strong tiger was astonishingly fast. As if he was teleporting, he actually appeared in the sky 1 step ahead. The corner of his mouth exposed a cruel smile as he singled out Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and ran right away. He executed the Eightfold Worlds and took a light step in the empty sky. Just a single step and he was already a few miles away. It was an unprecedented speed. The strong tiger couldn't get the sneer off his face. He transformed into a streak of light to pursue an attack. He was not afraid of Xiao Chen's so-called trap at all. To him, the younger generations were nothing but chickens and dogs who couldn't withstand a single blow. Nobody will save you tonight. His cold voice reverberated in the night sky. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but his opinion of Crisis had risen. He really did understand the temperament of this strong tiger. It seemed that he had already observed and studied his behavior for a really long time. The mastery of Eightfold Worlds gave Xiao Chen a huge boost in confidence. He clearly felt that even if the strong tiger raised his speed to the limit, he still wouldn't be able to catch up to him, so he deliberately slowed down and maintained a fixed distance. After exiting the city walls for a short while, the shadow of a mountain could already be seen. He quickly flew towards that mountain. The strong tiger frowned, but he still continued the chase. The dragon cry shook the world as a red lightning flashed. The dragon chi engulfed the heaven and earth along with a powerful gale. Dugu Jianma rushed over for the kill while mounting the Crimson Dragon King. The red light and sword chi interweaved as they struck down. The strong tiger was furious. He turned around and clashed with the 100-meter light beam with his tiger claw. Bright light burst forth and shook the world. The strong tiger sucked in a mouthful of cold air and fell back. Not far away, the Crimson Dragon King faced upward and let out a roar. It only took a few steps back with Dugu Jianma mounted on it. The dragon and man actually faced the attack of a demigod head-on. The Crimson Dragon King was always staying in the deep mountains close to Indu. It finally reunited with Dugu Jianma after waiting for so many days. It was definitely the most brutal of the Dragon Kings. Its radiance of its red scales resembled the raging inferno. The murderous aura emitted by it was even fiercer than Dugu Jianma's. The icy snowflakes actually began to form in the sky. It was biting cold. This dragon and man pair could be said to be extremely well suited. So it's you little bastards. Evidently, the strong tiger knew these dragon and man. In response, Dugu Jianma and the Crimson Dragon King emitted an even denser murderous aura. And yet another dragon cry could be heard. A black lightning cut through the sky and arrived in a flash. Accompanying the dragon cry was another cry, moo. The ear-splitting dragon cry and the oppressive mooing pierced the vast sky. The giant demonic bull was about the size of a hill. It was charging towards the strong tiger. The ox's eyes were exuding cold glints and its horns tore the space. Boom! It charged right into the strong tiger and created two black hole-like tunnels. The strong tiger was narrowly thrown into the black holes. The strong tiger's expression changed at once. It was yet another formidable youth who hit a demigod like him head-on. I am Aya also, CC coming. Crisis shouted and rushed over from the distant sky. It really made everyone speechless. He was actually riding a donkey and carried a huge cleaver in hands. Not only Xiao Chen, even Oxman and Dugu Jianma were dumbstruck. This daylight assassin, even his outfit, showed individuality. So be it if all he did was riding the donkey. After all, that was not a normal donkey. It was an amazing donkey that could fly. However, he actually carried a large-sized vegetable knife. Could that actually be his assassination weapon? When he saw the snow-white little donkey, the strong tiger was startled. And after he saw the king-sized cleaver, he immediately gnashed his teeth. It's you. Crisis? The bastard who killed 4 of my nephews. The vulgar guy performed a sword dance with the extra-large cleaver. The sword chi that filled the sky resembled the waves of the ocean. The little donkey was nodding its head and wagging its tail. Although the power behind the attack was astonishing, this kind of combination made people feel extremely awkward instead. It's the AAA arrival of TT the Grand Assassin. Also known as TTT Tiger, Slaughtering Specialist. Your life is mine. The strong tiger got angry at once. The hatred he held for Crisis was more than the one he held for Xiao Chen. A long lance appeared in his hand. It weighed at least 500 kilograms, but he raised the long spear as though it was as light as a feather. He raised the long spear above his head and attacked Crisis. The white little donkey was amazingly fast. It dodged the attack in the twinkling of an eye. The vulgar guy brandished the extra-large cleaver and shouted, chopping bok choy, as he chopped towards the strong tiger's head. The so-called chopping bok choy meant chopping off the head. However, the way this guy called it was extremely awkward. This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re-Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. He spun the copper tiger lance and deflected the extra-large cleaver. At the same time, a deathly power pervaded the air along with the wisps of fog. The strong tiger went for the kill. He had vowed that he would kill this fearful young assassin. Die! 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 Xiao Chen, Dugu Jianma, and Oxman rushed in at the same time. They didn't hold back and each executed a fierce move. Xiao Chen used the seal of Aquarius as soon as the enemy was in range. The huge crystal vase floated above his head. It instantly spurred out a light beam that overshadowed the splendor of the moon and the stars. The strong tiger was submerged in the light beam. Dugu Jianma was even more ferocious. His body welled up with vital energy and another Dugu Jianma had come into existence. In the end, it actually fused with the bastard sword in his hand as he slashed at the glaring light beam. Oxman let out a loud moo as though he was a wild bull. The Ox King's soul within his body transformed into a black light and charged into the strong tiger. And meanwhile, the Crimson Dragon King and Onyx Dragon King let out a long roar. The space was distorted by the dragon's divine power. The bloody light and black light combined and stormed into the dazzling light screen. Their charge caused the deathly fog around Crisis to disperse. The four young experts' shocking moves also charged in at the same time. A meteoric boom was produced. The sky was so bright that it was impossible for people to keep their eyes open. The violent energy wave was so powerful that the four of them were getting blown away. The aggressive strong tiger, after receiving the force-combined attack, his body shook violently and the blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. He almost fell from the sky. When the brilliant rays faded away, the four of them stood guard at four directions. They surrounded the strong tiger whose complexion had turned somewhat pale. Even the white tiger had no choice but to admit, the four of them were outstanding youths. Even he wouldn't necessarily be able to reach their level when he was young. He feared that he might really be in for some trouble tonight. You little bastards have some real skills. The strong tiger sneered and said, but that's still not enough. You guys are not even close to the level of demigods. You will never understand the gap between the major realms. All of you will die tonight. The strong tiger put away the copper tiger lance. With a roar, its entire body shone with bright light and it actually transformed into a 10-meter-long white tiger. It's really a tiger, www, with divine marks. BB brother, charge. It's a priceless white tiger skin. Crisis shouted as he urged the little donkey. He brandished the large-sized cleaver and was the first to charge in. The little donkey rushed under the belly of the white tiger. The vulgar guy swung his cleaver up and shouted, digging belly, at the same time. The white tiger dropped its huge claw and deflected the large cleaver. At the same time, the blazing aura blew Crisis away, causing the little donkey and himself to flip over in the sky. Although Xiao Chen and company charged over promptly, they couldn't stop Crisis being blown away. Without further delay, the three of them attacked at once. The light beams from Three Men Two Dragons clashed with the white tiger head-on. Both sides were forcefully pushed back. In the split second that the white tiger were being pushed back, Crisis rode the little donkey and mounted a sneak attack. Chopping trotters. The large-sized cleaver flickered with a bright radiance and firmly hacked the white tiger's rear foot. Roar, the white tiger's bellow contained both pain and anger. At the same time, it whipped its 7 to 8 meter long iron-like tail towards Crisis. Peel off buttocks. The vulgar guy calmly and quickly urged the little donkey to close in instead of retreating. They charged towards starting point of the tail. Not only did they avoid the hit, Crisis even tried to cut the crotch region of the white tiger with the big cleaver. Not only did this guy look vulgar, even his attacks were just as vulgar. What chopping bok choy, digging belly, chopping trotters, peel off buttocks, etc. One move after another was more vulgar than the former. However, all of them could tell he was not just playing around. That was because every time Crisis made a move, he was completely synced with the cleaver. The surrounding space didn't distort at all. Rather, they were erased. Otherwise, how was it possible for him to break through a demigod's protective layer? It was truly terrifying. Yet it was awkward. Extremely awkward. This was what the white tiger was feeling at the moment. This youth actually ignored his defense and was capable of truly harming him. This was really unimaginable. It must be mentioned that he was a demigod. And the other party, who was just a Historia-level expert, was actually ignoring his defense. If this was also a divine ability, and if they allowed him to grow, the Tiger Clan would face imminent catastrophe. The vulgar guy's action couldn't really be called beautiful. However, his skill was the real deal. The large-sized cleaver erased the space noiselessly, and it was heading towards the white tiger's nether region ruthlessly. It actually caused the white tiger to jump up like a worn-out old horse kicking backwards. He jumped in an awkward position and avoided the impending attack. After seeing Crisis' all-out performance, how could the other three not use their most powerful skill? Dogu Jianma's existence slowly became thinner. After which, he actually became one with his bastard sword. They fused and transformed into a gigantic divine sword. As a show of intimidating, he swept across all directions and exuded deadly aura all over the sky. He then charged in directly for the kill. Facing the charging bastard sword, the white tiger's face turned pale. The divine power of these four youth experts, one after another, was more bizarre and stronger than the former. They truly had enough power to shake up a demigod. While letting out a loud roar, the white tiger spew out a light beam from its open mouth. The beam clashed with the murderous divine sword in the sky. The divine sword, which was made from the fusion of Dugu Jianma and the bastard sword, pierced through the breath attack and it actually landed a hit on the white tiger's shoulder. PFFF. Blood splashed everywhere. The 10 meters long white tiger received a deep cut on its shoulder. The blood gushed out wildly and dyed the sky red. The white tiger bellowed in rage. Dugu Jianma retreated to the rear after his successful attack. The white tiger wanted to pursue an attack, but the Crimson Dragon King launched its dragon martial skill and blocked his path. And meanwhile, as if Oxman had become deranged, his hair was a royal mess. The ox horns on his head instantly lengthened to 1 meter long. He had fused with the Ox King's soul in his body. He actually had signs of beastification. With a moo, he charged over like a wild bull. So fast. Even Xiao Chen, who possessed extreme speed, was a little shocked. Oxman was like a streak of black light and hit his target in a split second. Bang! This chapter is provided to you by Re-Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re-Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. The wild bull-like oxman breached the white tiger's protective aura with his 1 meter long ox horns. The horns were firmly stuck on the white tiger's left rib and left behind 2 terrifying bloody holes. And the powerful collision of the wild bull even sent the white tiger flying up. You little bastards, the white tiger was extremely furious. However, without waiting for his to correct his stance, Xiao Chen attacked with 8-fold worlds. The 8 worlds started to rotate. They became clearer over time, as if there were 8 genuine worlds descending from heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the white tiger was already trapped in the lake zone. Even a demigod like the strong tiger felt as if he was stuck in a swamp. He was actually unable to break free straight away. He had been trapped inside for a short duration. Roar! He faced upwards and let out a loud roar. The white tiger felt the threat of death. He drew forth all his strength to escape. However, his buttocks and tail were lagging behind a little. The instant he managed to free himself, the water, fire, lightning, mountain, and wind zone already moved simultaneously. The mountain suppressed his power. The lightning broke down his form. The fire extinguished his soul. The wind shaved off his spirit. The white tiger's long tail actually turned into ashes under the pressure of the 5 worlds. And his, but that luckily got away in time, bloomed beautifully. It was as if it was crushed by a huge mountain. The white tiger's rear was nearly turned into meat paste. Roar! You little bastards, it's either you or I who will live through today. The white tiger almost went crazy from madness. This was really an extraordinary shame and humiliation. This was simply unimaginable. The 4 youths, who were only of Historia realm, dealt heavy damage to him again and again. The white tiger stood in the sky and swept his eyes past the 4 experts surrounding him. The flame of anger in his cold eyes seemed like it was about to ignite. Xiao Chen, Dugu Jianma, Oxman, and the 2 dragon kings were all apathetic. They looked at him cold-heartedly. It hurts. The vulgar Crisis rode on the donkey. He shouted towards the heaven while holding the pit of his stomach, seemingly in agony. Oxman was startled, so he asked, "What's wrong, did you receive a deadly blow?" "SSO, so much money." Crisis stared at the white tiger's butt and said, "TT the white tiger's butt cannot be touched, why it was turned into a pulp by Xiao Shishui." "SSO, so much money is gone. TT the white tiger's BB butts has been devalued." Oxman had the urge to stick his middle finger into his nostril. Even Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma had the urge to swear. This guy was making so much fuss, so it was because of this. He was really too wretched. The white tiger almost fainted due to anger. His body shook uncontrollably as he let out a furious roar. Then he said with remorse, "This is too much, too much." He was really aggravated by Crisis. The white tiger ignored everyone and charged straight for the vulgar guy. Out of everyone's expectation, Crisis did not retreat. He jumped up from the back of the little donkey and faced the white tiger with the oversized cleaver. In front of him was the huge head of the white tiger. That mouth was like a blood basin as it opened up. The rows of white teeth were as sharp as double-edged swords. From the look of it, Crisis was about to be swallowed up. Crisis performed another jump while in midair and avoided the white tiger's crunch. He tried to strike the eyes, however, he didn't notice that a pair of tiger claws were already approaching him. It was already too late for the other 3 to help him. They could only look on helplessly as Crisis was being ripped apart by the tiger claws. However, that oversized cleaver was unswerving and hit its target. Although it missed the eyes, it did leave a frightening cut on the tiger's head. They didn't hear a miserable shriek coming from Crisis, though they did hear an extremely vulgar voice, chopping bok choy. Xiao Chen, Duga Jianma, and Oxman were all stunned. Even the white tiger, while still enduring the sharp pain, failed to understand what's going on. However, he was sure of one thing, it was that the wretched assassin was still alive. He fell back in that split second. Haha, the vulgar guy let out a sinister smile. His body that had been ripped apart instantly recovered. The oversized cleaver flew back to his hand. At the same time, the little donkey rushed over and carried him to a safe zone. Everyone at the scene was confused. I forgot to mention, my divine power is immortality. The vulgar guy smiled lightly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Immortality was definitely a top-class divine power. It was on the same level as Destiny Twins. It could only be described as freakish. Compared to Destiny Twins, it was even more formidable. Experts on the same level couldn't even more to destroy him. Even for the older generation experts, if they were not a whole lot stronger than him, they couldn't even hope to seal him, let alone killing him. A freak. Oxman involuntarily let out a curse. While the white tiger was extremely furious, he also felt a little discouraged. He broke into the realm of demigod at the age of 25 to 26. And yet he didn't make any progress for 10 years since. Now, he was besieged by 4 extraordinary young experts. He was very jealous, these 4 men were even more formidable than him when he was their age. That made him a little fearful. Could it be that he's really doomed to die at this place? Kill the tiger. The 4 young experts surrounded the white tiger and shouted in sync. This caused the white tiger to feel intense anger as he faced upwards and let out a roar. A blazing radiance pierced the heavens. All the divine marks on the white tiger's body became visible. They were floating in midair like ancient scriptures. Then the white tiger snarled with malicious intent, "None of you can run away, all of you will die here, white tiger cataclysm." The tiger roar shook the heaven and earth. It was as if untold numbers of tigers roaring at the same time, as if the flood had breached its dike. The tremendous sound wave caused the space to crack unceasingly. As if it went out of control, the white rays completely submerged the surrounding areas. The endless tiger roars, when synced, felt as if he was reciting the sutras. It actually contained enough power to shatter the space. Launch your strongest divine powers. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The moment he casted the Eightfold Worlds, he instantly escaped from the world of light. Duga Jianma, Oxman, and Crisis possessed power as incomprehensible as Xiao Chen's very own. However, their speed still couldn't match up to Xiao Chen. Just as they reached the edge of the white rays, they were trapped within. However, they also launched their strongest divine power at that very moment. Since they were trapped in the vast expanse of whiteness, one was unable to determine what happened to them. It lasted until 15 minutes later. The night sky returned to its original state. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, and the stars filled the whole sky. The only one remaining was a listless white tiger. Duga Jianma, Crisis, Oxman, and their mounts all disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart felt so empty. The white tiger let out a complacent laughter. You little bastards are still too inexperienced. If a demigod really went all out, how could you guys hope to be an even match? GGG. Go eat your nanny's fart. From far away, a stammeringly, yet anger curse could be heard, fuck. TTT, this is such a huge loss. A TTT, 200,000, GGG, gold coins worth of SS space type, scroll. Crisis, Oxman, and Duga Jianma were all safe and sound. They flew back from the distance while riding the Dragon Kings and Little Donkey. Serve you right. Didn't you say killing him is like killing a cat? This is an error on your part, and you almost dragged us into it. Oxman rode on the back of the Onyx Dragon King with lingering fears. The white tiger's destructive move earlier was really too scary. If not because Crisis used a space-type scroll in the most crucial moment, they might have died in the destructive light. The vulgar guy was having an extreme heartache as he said in remorse, TTT. The white tiger, when we peeled off its skin later, WWE must definitely sell it for a good price. Otherwise, I'm going to die from financial loss. The white tiger was already listless at present. He no longer had any battle intent left, so he turned around to flee at once. The illness he bore 10 years ago caused great damage to his vital energy, so he didn't have too much strength to spare. He transformed into a streak of light and instantly distanced himself. DDD, don't let him run away. The vulgar guy started to panic. He urged the little donkey to pursue closely, unwilling to let go of him. This chapter is provided to you by Library, https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Without waiting for him to say much, Xiao Chen executed the Eightfold Worlds and chased in high speed. He left the other three behind in the dust. Since it had already come to this, there was nothing to hide anymore. It wouldn't matter anymore even if his identity was exposed to crisis. Xiao Chen used one of the four major techniques, God Slayer technique. The glaring radiance engulfed one side of the sky like the white tiger's destructive rays earlier. Countless swords appeared in this part of the space. And Xiao Chen was even holding two of them in his left and right hands respectively. The sharp holy swords and heavenly blades illuminated all 10 directions. The swords brushed against each other and gave off a sonorous sound. Looking from afar, that space was very unpleasant to the eyes. Among the endless swords and blades, the huge shadows of a heavenly blade and holy sword emerged. Then their blades crossed like a pair of scissors. One after another, lightning about the thickness of a house burst out from the cross-section. Soon after, the sonorous noise became the sole sound in the world. That region seemed to be in a chaotic mess. The endless rays of light had completely turned that place into a world of light. The heaven and earth only returned to its normal state after a really long time later. The corpse of the white tiger came into view. It was cut into halves. Phew. I thought not even a single hair was left. Fortunately, the corpse remained. Oxman and Dugu Jianma also rushed over. When four of them got together, even Dugu Jianma revealed a hint of smile. The stars glittered in the night sky. The white tiger's corpse was changing continuously. His upper body changed into the form of a human, and only his lower body remained that of a tiger's. Fuck. It's a demi-tiger. Crisis cursed, feeling extremely angry. He's so weak, so he is a demi-tiger. However, even half of the TT tiger skin should worth a lot of money. Oxman knocked Crisis' head at once and cursed, "You bastard, are you saying you feel that he should be stronger than this? Yet you tricked us by saying he is not strong, that he is on the same level as a sick cat. It's a misunderstanding." The vulgar guy hastily faced him with a smiling face. All of a sudden, a wave of murderous aura transmitted from the other end of the sky. The powerful pressure in the sky caused the four of them to feel a little nervous. What's going on? The vulgar guy spoke very smoothly as he looked towards the distant sky. Xiao Chen and Dugu Jianma also revealed a grave expression. Soon after, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was not a powerful expert approaching. Rather, it was a group of people. Along the path in the distant place, several hundred people mounted all kinds of unknown primal beasts as they approached slowly. They were the clansmen of the West. Their golden long hair draped over the shoulders and rested on their ancient armors. Among them was a lass who was riding a snow-white unicorn. It was as if an angel had descended to the mundane world. Her elegance couldn't be described with mere words. Her beauty caused even the splendor of the moon to dim. Zhao Lin Air. Xiao Chen was very astonished indeed. Oh. And here comes the long-standing war between Xiao Chen and Zhao Chick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Solar Night. The bright moonlight spilled on the mountain woods below. It was as if a wide expanse of pure white feathers falling gently. Under the clear moonlight, the path that crossed through the mountain woods looked like a brown eastern dragon. The 500 knights each had a solemn expression. Each and every one of them ambience of a war god. The armor they wore flickered with a metallic glint. Sword marks were visible on all of the armors, which recorded their glorious past. This was the world-renowned Solar Brigade of the West. This brigade had slayed gods and demons in the distant past. Although the former knights were no longer in the brigade, their armors had been passed down from generation to generation. This was a kind of honor, this was a kind of glory. To be named a Solar Knight, that was the dream of many men in the West. This chapter is provided to you by Library, https://read-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Each of the 500 knights exuded a murderous aura. When they came together, the murderous aura directly pierced the skies. This kind of imposing aura truly sent a chill down one's spine. They were either carrying a golden lance or a two-handed sword at their backs, every one of them emitted a faint bloody aura. They were powerful practitioners who had been bathed in the blood of their enemies. Their blonde hair fluttering in the bloody mist were as dazzling as the sunlight. Their mounts were no ordinary beasts. To name a few, there were lesser dragons with thick scales all over, the earth dragon, or exotic primal beasts like the winged leopard. Shocking, the impression the 500 knights gave could only be described with that one word. Xiao Chen and company had already fell back and observed the knights from the distant sky. They felt that these 500 knights possessed unimaginable strength. It seemed as if they could sweep across the battlefield, even when facing a million-man army. The 500 knights crowded around Zhao Lin. The little unicorn had a body that seemed to be made out of fine jade. It seemed ever more extraordinary under the brilliance of the gentle moonlight. For years had passed since they parted from the Dragon Island, it had already grown to the size of an ordinary horse. Zhao Lin sat upright on the little unicorn. She seemed so refined under the splendor of the hazy moonlight. Her beauty was indisputable. It seemed like her status in the ranks was considerably high. The 500 knights grouped around as if to protect her. This made Xiao Chen a little speechless. The grudge between them was already hard to ascertain. After the intervention of Lan Nua, it was better to not face each other in a life or death situation anymore. Though Xiao Chen never thought she'd be able to obtain this kind of position. A natural-born princess was different from the common folks indeed. Isn't this that Zhao chick? I could already tell when we were on the Dragon Island, she is extraordinary indeed. Oxman rocked his horns with a pensive look. As for Dugu Jianma, he only took a quick glance at Zhao Lin before he focused his attention on the 500 knights. SSA, do you think that unicorn is a GG good match for my LL little donkey? And do you think TT that chick are riding on the unicorn is a GG good match with MME? The slitted eyes of the vulgar guy were gleaming with desire. Oxman's lips twitched as he rebuked, "Stop daydreaming. How can a toad like you dream to eat a swan?" Ha! TT this is not daydreaming, this is CC called having a dream, having aspiration. Crisis squinted his eyes and said, have you, and never heard of it before? A wise man once said, a FF frog, who don't eat a swan, is not a good frog. The 500 knights surrounded Zhao Lin. When they walked past the battlefield just now, they came to a halt immediately. Although they conducted an air battle earlier, the energy flow had yet to disperse completely. And the experts among them had already sensed the anomaly around this place before the battle came to an end. Only that, they didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so they didn't send a scout ahead of them. All 500 of the knights wielded their weapons and raised their guard. Only until 3 elderly knights stepped forward to lead the way did they finally continue to be on their way. However, all of them had already drawn their weapons and the tension was high. Their vigilance is so high. Xiao Chen looked at their fading figures and said, perhaps something big is about to happen. Those are the Solar Brigade. Those are the only words that came out of the silent Dugu Jianma's mouth. Everyone was finally aware that these are definitely the soldiers from one of the 5 sovereign nations, the Roman Empire. This empire was a theocratic nation. However, they did not worship a sole god. The fate of the nation was controlled by a few big churches in turn. The monarch was appointed by those Roman Catholic Pope. The Solar Church was a symbol for everything that was holy and light. It was one of the biggest church in the empire. The god of the Solar Church was also known as the god of light. The Solar Brigade was Solar Church's guardian knights. They had once made a name for themselves during the ancient war. I is the SS sovereign nation, about to wage war? Crisis' keen intuition caught on to something. They saw the city gate of Indu opening. A group of people came to welcome them and invited the 500 knights into the capital. BB brother, let us go, and sell the tiger skin. I'll BBB, bring you guys to a good place to play. TT that is but the legendary VVV, Village of Gods. Who knows, WWE might get lucky, and CC Corda Fairy, to be our wives. The vulgar guy had lewd expression painted all across his face. Regarding the so-called Village of Gods, even the cold-blooded Dugu Jianma was just as interested. All of them didn't have any objection and traveled for hundreds of miles with Crisis in the lead. However, when they arrived at their destination, the so-called Village of Gods was far too inauspicious. This place was a burial ground, it was filled with tombstones everywhere. The green-colored will-o-wisps that lit up the darkness here and there were especially eerie. Furthermore, they could hear an indescribable scream transmitted from distant location. In addition to the bones they occasionally stepped on, this place had practically zero amount of holiness. It was more like a domain of the ghosts. WWE, we're here. TTT, the village of gods is a floating village. I heard it will float over this area very soon. The Crimson Dragon King, Onyx Dragon King, and Little Donkey took off to the sky while carrying their own masters. Xiao Chen followed behind them closely. The sky was clear of clouds and wind. There was nothing abnormal. The stars glittered, and the moon was hanging high in the sky. They couldn't find any traces of the so-called village of gods. Did you trick us again, you stutter, so infuriating? No way. I heard of from an old martial uncle. This is definitely the place. However, no matter the stuttering guy explained, they still couldn't find any trace of the village. In the end, they had no choice but to leave. But when they flew for 10 or so miles, they suddenly felt a fluctuation transmitted from the sky. A vast stretch of black clouds drifted past and instantly covered the moon and the stars. It caused the burial ground ahead of them to appear pitch black. They couldn't even catch a hint of light from within. Is this the village of gods you're referring to? Xiao Chen and company could feel that the black clouds in the sky was absolutely not as simple as it looked. The pressure caused them to hold their breath. They didn't rush up there impulsively. Rather, they chose to observe from far away. PZZT. PZZT. Huge lightnings were dancing wildly in the black clouds. Each of these lightnings were as thick as a hill. They were countless times more terrifying than a normal lightning. It was easy to imagine that if they were to rush over there rashly, they would definitely be turned into ashes by the lightning strike. The vulgar guy pulled back his neck and said stammeringly, "LLL, looks like there are entry restriction. It's not a place we can enter. It looks like a devil's village no matter how I looked at it." Although they were curious, they didn't want to put their lives on the line. Even if they wanted to go up there to take a closer look, they still chose to fall back in the face of those scary lightnings. See you around, brothers. Wait till I sell off the tiger skin, I'll go find you guys to split up the profits. The vulgar crisis slipped away on the little donkey. Dogu Jianma didn't say anything. He just let the Crimson Dragon King fly towards the deep mountain by itself, and he made his way to Indu. He wouldn't leave the Shang dynasty for a while. He was attracted by the sword skills of Taoist Zhang Sanfeng. This chapter is provided to you by Re Library, https://re-library.com. If you are reading this from other sites, please consider to stop reading from them and read from Re Library instead. It is big slap to the face for us translators knowing that our readers are reading our work on a thieving site. Thank you kindly. Oxman patted the Onyx Dragon King and said, "Don't fight with the Crimson Dragon King, let's go to another mountain range." He was not afraid that the Onyx Dragon King would suffer losses. After all, Dogu Jianmo was not his enemy. If the Onyx Dragon King used the dragon's sacred sword and really beheaded the Crimson Dragon King, he feared that he would have to face Dogu Jianmo in a life or death battle. Not every Dragon King has to face each other in a life or death battle, some ought to be able to live on. It isn't time for you guys to engage in a decisive battle yet. In regards to the bitter fate of the dragon race, Oxman sympathized with it. He tried to console the Onyx Dragon King with words. And finally, a black light flew towards a mountain range in the distance. Oxman looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You should leave Indu as soon as possible. Since we've killed the strong tiger, everyone will suspect it is related to you under this kind of circumstances. It doesn't matter. All I need is just to change my appearance. Indu is about to become bustling with noise and excitement. I am not willing to leave." Xiao Chen let Oxman leave first. Then he executed the Eightfold Worlds and blended into the night sky at the opposite direction. The morning glow of the sun spilled from the east and lit up the streets of Indu. A new day was beginning. It was bound to be noisy today. On the wasteland beyond the west gate of Indu, the half-destroyed corpse was recognized by people as the demigod-level strong tiger. A demigod died just like this. Once this news reached Indu, many people immediately came up with all sorts of links. The Tiger clan was an absolute power in the Middle-earth. They possessed long history and unfathomable strength. Someone actually dared to extract a tooth from the tiger's den. It took great courage for one to accomplish such feat. As long as their ancestor, the Tiger Saint, was still backing them up, they were definitely the hardest clan to provoke under the heaven. One must know that the Tiger Saint could be claimed as an equal with the true king of the dragons. There were even rumors that he had once faced Buddha. Although it didn't win, it was able to escape unscathed. Such terrifying strength could only be described as cheat. Recalling everything that happened recently, Xiao Shishui naturally became the target of doubt. Many people were secretly guessing that perhaps Xiao Shishui could really face a demigod head-on with his divine ability. It was possible to fight with an opponent one rank higher with powerful divine abilities. Many people thought it was extremely possible that the strong tiger was killed by Xiao Shishui. Of course, there were also some people who were doubtful. Regardless of how powerful was Xiao Shishui, he was just a Historia-level youth expert. It was impossible for him to kill a demigod. This might be a conspiracy. The strong tiger must have been killed by an older generation expert and he deliberately altered the facts. There were even some who thought Xiao Chen had returned. Although many said he died during that night 3 years ago, nobody had ever seen his corpse. Many people were guessing that Xiao Chen had returned with a group of experts for vengeance. Numerous rumors began to spread, everyone was discussing spiritedly. And another big news spread among the influential lords. The priestess of the Sun God's Church arrived at Shang Dynasty's capital with 500 knights, with hope of forming an alliance to stand off against another sovereign nation, the Vatican. Although it was only spread among limited personnels, some who knew of the mainland's circumstances knew that Vatican and Rome were going to engage in war sooner or later. They'd been minor conflict breaking out every now and then. And Rome also had many conflicts with Shang Dynasty for the past 100 years, so it was not strange for Rome to propose an alliance. Everyone in the know already realized war was approaching. Indu was about to enter a turbulent time. During the following days, the delegates of Roman Empire and Shang Dynasty frequently engaged in private discussions. On the 5th day, in the royal garden, the beautiful Zhao Linear stood in lakeside pavilion with ice-cold expression. She shattered the cup in her hand and frightened the koi in the lake. The little unicorn who grazed on the fragrant lawn not far away looked over with dubious expression. A few solar knights walked into the pavilion with quick steps. All of them were young men. Not only were they the strongest among the 500 knights, they were also the priestess' most faithful followers. All of them were extremely angry. The Shang Dynasty is too much. That second prince actually wanted the priestess to become his consort. He deserves death. Priestess, please permit me to duel with him, I will definitely cut down his head. We are willing to fight for the priestess. Zhao Linear gradually calmed down, then a bell-like voice resounded in the pavilion, don't rush indiscriminately into action. If their conditions are bad, we can just refuse. It is unnecessary to bear arms. This is Indu, not Rome, don't cause trouble here. However, they are too much. They should know about our church's doctrine, that the priestess must remain untainted, yet they dared to make such demand. No harm done, though I do have an idea. I'll request permission to challenge the Indu's experts. We will not shed blood, so take care not to overdo it. Since they are humiliating us, then we must hit them back. We have to make them lose face by defeating all of their so-called young elites. Oh, honorable priestess, you can place your faith in us, we won't let you down. She sighed lightly and said, I am only afraid that you guys might suffer mishap. This is their capital city, even if you guys defeated all of the youth experts in this city, so what? This is their nation, if they cared about their face, they can summon their strongest youth experts at any time. When that time comes, the only ones to suffer will be you guys. The Shang Dynasty's strongest youth experts. The Solar Knights' expressions froze as a few figures appeared in their mind. They recalled the rumored men and women of the Shang Dynasty. They paid especially close attention to the youth experts around the world, so they naturally had a certain understanding. However, the few of them still smiled in the end. We will take care not to overdo it and will not make a big fuss over them. Besides, even if their strongest experts show up, so what? Our solar church's most powerful experts will be here soon. And the outstanding figures from other big churches will also arrive. At that time, we should have enough power to suppress the undisputable experts of Shang Dynasty. The strong tiger was killed, yet not only did Xiao Shishui didn't run away, he even showed up in broad daylight. This made everyone incessantly dubious. If Xiao Shishui really did it, would he still dare to stay in Indu? After all, that strong tiger was not an ordinary tiger. It was rumored that he was a seedling that the white tiger saint was going to cultivate personally. Many people were guessing that it might really be unrelated to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to stay in Indu for a second longer. And Indu was very lively during the following days. The experts of Solar Church issued challenges all over Indu district. The underlings of the second prince all suffered crushing defeat. The spellcasters and Western-style martial artists caused a storm in Indu which engulfed the youth generation. The defeat of the second prince was merely the beginning. Soon after, their challenges escalated, even the supreme clans of Indu were getting caught up in it. Even though Bosch and Chen Hangjin achieved consecutive victories, the other rich kids mostly suffered crushing defeat. Xiao Chen completely adopted the attitude of a spectator. Whenever he came across a duel, he would certainly go to watch. In other words, he was free and at leisure. These days, he had been avoiding the third princess. According to his conjecture, the third princess would definitely ask him and Dogu Jianma to take the challenge sooner or later. And Xiao Chen didn't want to get drawn into the whirlpool this time. Indu was in turbulent times. The remaining two of the heroic four were rushing back. And the third princess even wrote letters in her own handwriting to invite the other rumored youth experts to come to the Imperial capital. Meanwhile, the experts from Solar Church would be here soon, and the outstanding figures of other big churches would also be arriving at Indu before long. Regarding these, no matter it was the older generation figures of Shang Dynasty or the bishops of Solar Church, they only smiled. The alliance was already set in the stone, but some conflicts still need to be conducted. Although they didn't arrange it personally, they still pay close attention to it. They wanted to see if the figures of the next generation could put pressure on the other side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.